Good morning, Commissioner. I would like to open the hearings this week by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing at this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, the first witness for the inquiry today is Betty Matthews Malone. Okay. The court reporter could affirm Ms. Matthews Malone.
Good morning, Ms. Matthews Malone.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Ms. Matthews Malone.
Good morning.
So I'd like to begin today with some questions about your educational and your professional background. So starting first with your educational history, can you tell us what degrees, diplomas, or certifications you have?
I have a Bachelor of Engineering Science with a mechanical major from the University of Western Ontario. And I also have a diploma in public administration.
And when did you graduate from Western?
In 1981.
And am I correct that you were or are a licensed professional engineer in the province of Ontario?
Yes.
When did you first become licensed?
I believe at the time it was after 2 years of experience. And I started work right after graduating from school.
Okay, so sometime early to mid 80s?
I would say that would be correct.
And are you still a licensed professional engineer?
I'm retired, so I have different categorization of PEng, but I still have it, yes.
Thank you. And turning now to your professional history, am I correct that you were employed by the region of Hamilton-Wentworth prior to amalgamation?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you begin your employment with the region?
August 1988.
And I understand that you worked for the city of Hamilton post-amalgamation, and then you left the city, you worked elsewhere, and then you came back to the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we could just fill in the time period sort of between when the city amalgamated until you rejoined. Following amalgamation in 2000, what was your position and title?
I was the Director of Infrastructure and Environmental Planning. I believe that was the title.
And when did you hold that role until?
It was, when did I leave? Just bear with me. I left in August 2003.
And in August 2003, what was your position after you left the city?
I went and I became the General Manager of Physical Services for Haldimand County.
And what time period were you in that role?
From August 2003 until August 2007.
Physical services, is that similar in nature to the type of work and services that Public Works in the city of Hamilton offered?
Yes, that was what they called Public Works. It was physical services. The only difference was that it did not include transit.
Thank you. And from Haldimand County, am I correct that you then worked for the region of Niagara?
That's correct.
And what were your positions in Niagara?
I was the director of water and wastewater services for most of my time there. And for a very short period of time, I stepped in as the commissioner.
When did you leave the region of Niagara?
When I joined the city, rejoined the city of Hamilton, which was in November of 2014.
And I understand that when you came back to the city of Hamilton, your role at that time was director of operations.
That's correct.
And you were the director of operations from when you said you started back at the city in November 2014 until either late December 2017 or early January 2018. Is that right?
Yes, in 2018, there was a reorganization.
And what was your role after the reorganization?
At that time, operations and the traffic engineering group was added under my portfolio.
And was that when you became the director of roads and traffic?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said you left, you're retired now. Was that the reason that you left the city of Hamilton? You retired?
Yes.
And when was that?
My last day at work, I believe, was the August 3rd of 2018.
And are you now fully retired or do you have employment in any other capacities?
I'm fully retired.
So focusing first on your role as director of operations at the city, Registrar, if we could call up RHV 679, image 117. So Ms. Matthews-Mullen, while this is coming up, this will be a Public Works organizational chart from December 2014. So shortly after you rejoined the city.
Okay, great.
And just to situate you, you'll see that there's a column for operations. And if I'm following the organizational chart, you reported to the general manager of Public Works as director of operations.
That's correct.
And here it's Jerry Davis. So you reported to Mr. Davis at the time you started back at the city in 2014.
Yes.
And I understand it became Dan McKinnon at some time in 2016. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Matthews-Mullen, you are the first witness that the inquiry is hearing from in the operations division. So before we get into your specific role, can you describe for us the scope of operations portfolio or areas of responsibility?
Yes. So I'll start with the waste management side. We were responsible for garbage collection, both the external contractor and the internal staff. We were also responsible for the landfill operations, responsible for the MRF, the material recycling facility, and for managing commodities, so sale of recyclables. We also, on that side of the equation, had ownership and responsibility for the composting facility. On the road side of things, we had manager of roads and maintenance, which is Daryl Smith, and manager of winter control, as well as a small support group capital rehabilitation and technical operations. So they were responsible for maintaining the road network. And last but not least, we also had, and I see they're not listed there, we did have, business programs. And business programs was mostly the customer service support to the waste management group and the roads group.
Thank you. So when you say maintaining the road network, what sort of services or functions fell within maintaining the road network?
It's quite a long list, so I'll try to do my best, and
Sure.
then please ask me questions for clarification. The winter control, winter operations of applying materials, plowing. That was a very large part of our operations. We were responsible for maintaining addressing potholes on roads, shoulders on roads. We had responsibility for maintaining retention, detention, stormwater management ponds. We were responsible for grass cutting, litter pickup, fences, repairs of fences, retaining walls, escarpment faces, noise barriers. So it's a very long list, and I'm sure I've missed quite a few, but that's generally what the types of things we were doing.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And in terms of the differences between your portfolio on the road side and what engineering services had in their portfolio with respect to roads and energy, fleet, and traffic, can you just at a high level sort of explain what the differences were between what was in your portfolio and what was in the portfolios of those groups?
I'll describe it by there's different levels of interactions. And so there's maintenance and minor rehabilitation works, and that would fall under the operations area. When you got into major rehabilitations or reconstructions, that would be engineering.
Okay. And what would be classified as a minor rehabilitation?
We did small sections of potentially laying down some asphalt, but we didn't do intersection to intersection. I'm trying to think what else potentially would fall into the capital. On the front line, we obviously did potholes. We did, trying to think of what else you would say, addressing cracks. And then on the capital side of where it was capital rehabilitation, they did a little bit of road work, but they were more so in maintenance of bridges, replacement of expansion joints. We also had the drainage superintendent there, so we looked after the retention and detention stormwater management ponds there and some of the storm related infrastructure that went with roads.
And when you talk about maintaining the road network, what were the governing or applicable standards that applied to roadway maintenance in the city?
So we would be working towards compliance with the minimum maintenance standards Ontario publishes. And so there are the minimum maintenance standards contain a number of aspects that would fall within operations, not all, but how big can a pothole be? How big can a tripping, oh, sorry, this was a major one for us too. We took care of sidewalks, but how much of a tripping hazard would, or surface discontinuity would be allowed on a sidewalk? What about shoulder drop-offs? They had some specifications around that. They had specifications around the size of a crack, when the size of a crack would be deemed to be requiring maintenance.
And were your staff responsible for all roads in the city?
Yes.
And so that included
maintaining. Yes.
Okay. And that included the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway?
Yes.
I understand that there was some outsourcing of operational or some maintenance and operational work. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. We did have, we had hired a contractor to help us with Red Hill and the lake and a number of escarpment crossings. I'm sorry, there was contracted services there.
What was the division of labor between what was handled internally and what was outsourced?
So from patrolling and winter control, that was the responsibility of the contractor. On the Red Hill and the link, the internal staff took care of the roadside mowing contracts. They did litter pickup. They would arrange repairs to guardrails that potentially had been damaged along those roadways. And just to be clear that the maintenance on the guardrails was contracted out to an outside firm.
Thank you. And Registrar, if we could go to image 126 of this document. So I have a few questions specifically about the roads and maintenance division and the organization of this group.
Yes.
So I see here there are 3 superintendents listed for District North, District West, and District East. What was the role of the district superintendents?
Yes, and I'll just clarify that this is effective December 2014. Later on, we did add a 4th district. The district superintendents were responsible for, they had a number of supervisors that reported to them. So they were responsible for their applicable budget for their particular area, coordinating works, looking at fleet requirements, equipment requirements, training, hiring, the management responsibilities around maintaining a district.
The fourth district that you added, was that District South?
That's correct, yes.
I've also seen references to after hours division in the documents. Can you explain for us what the after hours division is?
Yes, so we ran day operations Monday to Friday. And but we did have a group of staff, which we call it after hours. District 7 sometimes was their name as well, and they were available after hours when everyone else had gone home to deal with issues around the entire city. So they were not limited by geographic areas. They had the full 6,500 lane kilometers of the city to watch over.
Which of these divisions, in addition to the after hours, would the Red Hill Valley Parkway have fallen into?
So Red Hill would have been under District North.
And what about the link?
Link would have been District East.
Thank you. You mentioned that there were supervisors that reported to the superintendents. Was that road supervisors?
Yes, that's right.
What was their role?
Their role was assigning staff or their work through the day, managing our work order control system, ensuring that work got done, ensuring that staff had the proper equipment and that they had the materials necessary to undertake their activities.
Thank you. Registrar, if we could go to image 175 of this document. So now, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, jumping forward, this is the organizational chart for January 2018.
Yes.
And you'll see here, you're listed as the Director of Roads and Traffic. And as I understand from what you told us earlier, that was as a result of a reorganization in the Public Works Department.
Yes, that's correct.
What understanding, if any, did you have about why there was a reorganization done at that time that led to the creation of the Roads and Traffic Division?
We had a consultant in to look at public works operations as a whole. We were very heavily invested in continuous improvement during that era. And it was alignment of like activities. And so I actually thought that it was a good alignment of like activities to combine traffic operations and engineering in with the other roads areas.
And how did your roles and your responsibilities in this role as Roads and Traffic Director compare to some of the roles and responsibilities that you had as Director of Operations?
So sorry, it was how did my role change?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of what had you been responsible for in operations? How did that change when you became Director of Roads and Traffic?
So from strictly looking at the old operations division, there was no change there. So that continued on. The role change was the fact that I had a new group, the traffic operations and engineering group was then added to my portfolio. So I had responsibility for a new group, trying to get up to speed with what the group was involved with, getting knowledgeable, getting to meet the staff, getting knowledgeable on the locations. They were various locations.
When you say various locations, what do you mean by that?
Some were located up at the Traffic Operations Center, up on the escarpment. Others were located at 330 Wentworth Street.
Okay, thank you. And so was the addition of traffic operations and engineering, sorry, that group, was that a significant change to your mandate?
I would say yes.
And I see here in this chart, it has, in addition to Dan McKinnon listed as the general manager, there's also John Mader listed as the associate general manager. So in this capacity, were you reporting both to Mr. Mader and Mr. McKinnon?
No, I was only reporting to Mr. McKinnon.
Okay. And this chart doesn't have the staff in the traffic operations and engineering department listed, but as I understand, it was Martin White who was the manager that reported to you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And David Ferguson, who's a superintendent, he reported to Mr. White?
Yes.
And you told us before that when you became the director of roads and traffic, there was some getting up to speed on sort of the role and the work being done by traffic operations and engineering. At that time, as of 2018, did you have any experience or expertise in road safety or traffic safety?
No, I did not have any expertise in that field.
And did you have any experience managing staff who were responsible for traffic engineering or traffic operations, or was this your first time doing that?
If I could clarify that by saying primary focus was traffic and engineering, no, I did not have experience with that.
Okay. And as a follow-up to that clarification, what prior experience did you have? Perhaps not in a primary capacity, but prior experience.
For Haldimand County, we were responsible for signage and looking at some of the aspects that potentially traffic operations and engineering were looking at. I believe we undertook my staff undertook a safety review at one point on one road.
And did you have any prior experience at the city of Hamilton?
No, with traffic operations and engineering.
Had you or your staff otherwise worked with traffic staff in the city?
Yes, we did. The operations group, we often worked with Martin White's group to arrange detours and to arrange signage. So there was a contact there. Martin also at that point in time had a gentleman responsible for bike lanes. And so they would often consult with us on potential impacts to road maintenance through the addition of bike lanes.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close out this document. So Ms. Matthews-Milne, I have some general questions now, sort of about the culture of public works and your experience working in the public works department. And so as we talked about, you reported first to Jerry Davis as the general manager from 2014 to 2016 and thereafter to Dan McKinnon. In your experience, how did the leadership or management styles of the respective general managers that you reported to differ, if at all?
So they both had extremely diverse portfolios, and so they had lots of management skills. You're asking me for differences, to highlight differences?
Sure, similarities or differences.
Yeah, so similarities, I think the fact that they had a lot of balls up in the air and that they were managing a very diverse portfolio. From differences, I would say Jerry Davis was stronger on the financial side. So he was extremely knowledgeable on budgeting and capital budget, operating budget. Dan's focus when Dan came in was very much tied to culture, to looking at the culture of public works.
What do you mean by culture?
There was a focus citywide on culture, just what did staff feel of their jobs? Were they engaged? Did they feel part of the city? How were staff interpreting their relationship with the city?
And I think you said for both of them, one of the similarities was that they both had diverse portfolios and a lot of balls up in the air.
Yes.
What level of involvement or oversight did they have into the work that you or your group did, or reports submitted by your group, that sort of thing?
It was hands-off to a great extent. I mean, I was hired as the director to manage my portfolio. I would elevate things if I felt it was worthwhile them knowing that something was going on within the group, so that they could be aware.
Were there any guidelines or expectations, either written or unwritten, about when they expected to be updated?
I never saw anything written down. I think it was general knowledge that if you were aware of something that potentially could be brought up at committee or council, you made sure that they were aware of it so that they would not be surprised.
And between 2014 and 2018, when you were at the city, how would you describe the collaboration between directors and groups within the Public Works Department?
So within operations, I had touch points with each of the other divisions. So some more than others, but I dealt with each of the other divisions and those responsible for those divisions. I did not have a problem with my interactions with the other divisions.
So in your experience, it was collaboration, there was good collaboration, people worked well together.
Yes, when I asked for help, I got help from the other divisions.
And did you ever have any concerns about, information sharing or siloing between the different departments within Public Works or staff within Public Works?
No, I did not have concerns about siloing.
And were any concerns ever raised with you by your staff about that?
No, I don't recall anyone ever raising that.
And we spoke before about when you were the director of operations, that one of the sections that was within your division was the capital rehabilitation and technical operations group.
Yes.
And I understand from some of the past city witnesses who have testified that capital planning was something that engineering services, and specifically the asset management section, was responsible for. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what the relationship was between the capital rehabilitation work that your division did or had responsibility for and the capital planning work and that Mr. Moore's group in engineering services did?
Yes. Sorry, can you just repeat that again? You just tweaked my mind to something that I forgot to mention in terms of our responsibilities.
Sure. So why don't we, if that's something that you'd like to share, why don't you share that with us, and then I can repeat my question after that.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking of all the things that capital rehabilitation and technical services did. So we also did culverts, and that was a big one. But I think your question was around how would we identify capital works?
Sure. So that I think will be my next question, but really sort of a broader question is what the relationship was between the capital rehabilitation work that your group did and the capital planning work that Mr. Moore's group was responsible for.
So you're talking capital planning. So we also did planning. We did planning relative to our portfolio. And so we would identify works that we'd like to see done as part of the operations group. And then that would go on forward to the planning group within the engineering services group.
And how did you identify the capital works that that your group would want to see done?
Yes, so every year we would sit down. Typically, it would start very early summer. We would sit down and start to put pen to paper in terms of what activities we would like to see funded that would be deemed capital. So we would identify, we'd put in a capital detail sheet that would say, we would like X amount of dollars for Y type of work. So guide rails, we had a certain amount of money that we requested, and then we had a detail sheet saying this is for the repairs of guide rails. So we would have activities related to stormwater detention retention ponds, culverts, minor maintenance, fleet, facilities, that type of thing. We would generate detail sheets on those requests.
I think you said you would typically do that every summer. Is that right?
We would begin very early in the summer to prepare those detail sheets.
And would the capital detail sheets that you, or the capital budget sheets that you were preparing, would those be submitted to asset management?
Yes.
And they would allocate the budget? Is that?
Yes, ultimately they would allocate the budget.
In the context of a road like the Red Hill Valley Parkway, what sort of works fell within the scope of capital rehabilitation that your group did or would have requested?
The major activities would be the stormwater detention ponds and related drainage was a big component of our budget. We also had guide rails that would be affiliated with those roadways. I'm trying to think. I can't really think of other capital items. The other items would be in the operating budget.
And what would be in the operating budget? What sort of activities or functions would fall within that budget?
Things like a litter pickup, grass cutting, shouldering.
Okay. And you mentioned guardrail or guide rail. Would that, the funding that your group did and the work that your group had in relation to guide rail, would that be limited to the maintenance and repair of guide rail?
Yes, that's correct.
So it wouldn't include installation of new guide rails, is that right?
No. For the Red Hill.
Okay. And why is that? Seems as if you've drawn a distinction. What's the distinction there?
We may replace out a guardrail in like for maybe not like for like, because we may have an old guardrail in a more rural area that we would rather than rehabilitate, we would replace with the new standard.
And that would be something that your group would do?
Yes.
The capital funding process, was that the primary interaction that your group had with engineering services staff or asset management staff, or was there other involvement as between those two, your group and Mr. Moore's?
Budget was, and the budgeting was predominantly, it was asset management. Every once in a while, we might have a touch point with Susan Jacobs in the design group. If we had something that we felt was beyond our capabilities of maintenance and required engineering, we would discuss with Susan and then transition that request over to engineering. But they were rare.
Okay. And more generally, how would you describe sort of the nature and level of your interactions with Mr. Moore? Did you work together often?
So I did interact with Gary, not very much on day-to-day activities. We predominantly dealt with Rick Andoga in asset management, and he was extremely helpful for our group. The Gary, I would say probably more interaction at departmental management team meetings.
And the DMT meetings, how often were those held?
They tried, I believe, to hold them every 2 weeks. Sometimes they were unable to continue on that schedule due to vacations or holidays, but it usually every 2 weeks.
And who attended those meetings?
It was the directors would attend. Every once in a while, you may bring some of your staff with you, some of the managers, if there was a particular item you wanted to talk about, like CVOR or fleet. And every once in a while, there were visitors from other departments throughout the city coming and talking about potentially new policies or new procedures that they were implementing.
Thank you. To switch topics, I understand, Ms. Matthews-Malone, that you're married to Brian Malone, who's a former vice president of transportation at SEMA. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Registrar. If we could call up HAM 62855, and if we could call up both images of that document. Ms. Matthews-Malone, these are, once they come up on the screen, you'll see these are two conflict of interest memos that you submitted, first to Jerry Davis in 2015 and then to Dan McKinnon in 2017. And in these memos, you declared a potential indirect conflict of interest in relation to work that SEMA did for the city. And in both memos, you describe, just to summarize, that you had made or would make arrangements to remove yourself from negotiations about hiring SEMA, and that managers would do that work if necessary for your division. And so that speaks to sort of the hiring piece in relation to work that SEMA did. But once SEMA was retained, how did you view your responsibility in terms of the potential conflict of interest and your ability to participate in SEMA's work?
So first of all, from an operational perspective, we didn't hire consultants an awful lot. We didn't have very many consultant assignments. There was one that SEMA was helping Brian Hughes' group with. It was, we were rebuilding our sidewalk inspection program. So from my perspective, I never attended staff meetings or presentation meetings where with staff where the consultant would come in. I would be aware, my main role was making sure that my staff got their work done. So making sure that Brian, in fact, got our sidewalk inspection program going. So I never was involved with retaining them or being involved in the project management of the consulting assignment that they had. But I would have sat in meetings, or I would have seen staff reports where their final product was done and incorporated into a staff report or something along that line.
And when you say their final product, was that, just for my benefit, was that SEMA's final product?
Yes, sorry, the consultant's final product.
And generally as a director, and perhaps I can put this as a comparison question, how did your level of involvement or engagement with the consultant projects done for your division, which I think you said there wasn't very many, but how did that compare when SEMA was the consultant versus when SEMA was not the consultant?
So again, I'm going to reinforce that I'm only aware of 3 consulting assignments during my time there for operations, but it wouldn't vary. I did not get involved with day-to-day project management of consulting assignments, so it wouldn't vary.
Okay, thank you. And in the 2017 memo to Dan McKinnon, which is the document that's up on the left, there's a reference in paragraph 4 there to some of the work that SEMA's municipal group had done for the capital rehabilitation and technical operations section.
Yes.
And I see there's a reference to the sidewalk inspections that I think you were talking about before. And in the next paragraph below, you wrote, with the recent creation of the new roads and traffic division, it's quite likely that SEMA's transportation group, including my husband, may be working with and or retained by the traffic operations section of the new division. more generally, I'll take you to some specific projects later on, but more generally, was there more overlap with SEMA's transportation group in your new role as Director of Roads and Traffic?
So at this point in time, I'm still getting to learn the traffic group, but there was more of a chance for it because my husband's area is traffic safety.
Right. Okay. And that had the traffic operations and engineering group had come into your portfolio at that time.
That's correct. Yes.
And so it was just the nature of, there was more opportunity for overlap, as you said, and that was because of the nature of the work that was done by your husband's group and now this new group in your portfolio.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, if we could mark this document as the next exhibit, I believe it's exhibit 126.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I'm sorry, which of the two is 126?
Commissioner, they're both one document. The
Oh, I see. Okay.
2015 is an attachment to the 2017.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Registrar, we can close out this document. And if we could call up overview document 6, pages 125 and 126. Thank you. So Ms. Matthews-Malone, in late October, and just to orient you, the paragraphs that I'm going to be asking you about are paragraphs 353 and 357.
Okay. And you'll bring those up larger, will you?
We can.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
So yes, if at any time you need us to zoom in or zoom out, just let us know and the registrar can help us with some of that. So in late October 2014, there was a fatal crossover collision on the link. And as you'll see here in paragraph 353, Councillor Jackson received an email from a member of the public requesting a median barrier on the link. And Registrar, we can close this call out. And if we could call out paragraphs 354 to 357. And so the email that Councillor Jackson received got circulated internally within Public Works. And you'll see in paragraph 357 that eventually on October 30th, 2014, Mr. Moore sent an email to Mr. Mader, Ms. Clark, Al Dorr, and yourself. And he provided his views on installing the median barrier. And so you were copied on Mr. Moore's response here. And this was October 30th, 2014. Am I right that at this time, you hadn't officially started back at the city?
Yes, that's correct. Al Dorr, who's referenced as a circulation, he's the acting director.
So this email, you started in November. Would this email have been something that was in your inbox when you started?
Quite likely, yes.
Do you recall if you read it?
I do recall this one because I was pleasantly surprised that they made reference to the fact that there would be a requirement for maintenance funding.
Okay. And so would that have been, to your knowledge, would that have been why Mr. Moore was including you in your response? Including you in his response because the maintenance funding would have been something that your new group was responsible for?
I would say that was probably the case. Yeah.
Okay. And we touched a bit before about the guide rail, but in relation to a median barrier, what would your, in addition to the maintenance funding, what role would your group have had in relation to a median barrier?
The assumption I had was that we would again be responsible for repairs due to damage or failure of the deterioration of the asset.
And would your group have had any involvement in the design or installation of a median barrier?
No, that wasn't our area of expertise.
So your your group's role would have been really limited to the maintenance and operation of the median barrier once installed, but not the actual installation.
I'd say not the operation, the maintenance of the barrier.
Okay, thank you. And presumably your group also wouldn't have had any involvement in the design of the median barrier. Is that right?
No, we would not.
Thank you. And Mr. Moore's, if you see in paragraph 357, Mr. Moore's response outlines a number of potential impediments or issues in relation to installing a median barrier on the link. Did you, when you read this email, have any views on the information that Mr. Moore was providing?
So no, I think what he's saying is it's something that has to be looked at quite thoroughly.
But did you agree? Did you disagree with any of the sort of the things that he flags in this email?
I really can't say I agreed or disagreed. I don't know whether his budget range was correct. I don't have a feel for that. No.
And so this email and the emails that we've looked at relate only to the link and the installation of a median barrier on the link. Do you recall or were you aware of any discussion about median barriers being installed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway around this time? Sort of late 2014?
No, it was not.
And Registrar, we can close this call out. And thinking sort of more generally, when you started at the city, back at the city in November 2014, were you aware of any particular safety issues or safety concerns on either the Red Hill Valley Parkway or the link?
No, I was not.
And was that part of the briefing process? Or take it based on your answer, that wasn't part of the briefing process from Mr. Davis when you started in your new role?
Yes, that's correct. I don't recall him mentioning that.
Was there anything that your staff raised with you?
On at starting?
Yes.
No, it was not raised at that point.
Okay, thank you. And so about a year before you rejoined the city, SEMA did a safety review on just a portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And the inquiry, we refer to that as the 2013 SEMA report. And there was an accompanying staff report that was presented at the Public Works Committee at a meeting in November 2014. When you started as Director of Operations, were you aware that SEMA had completed a safety review of the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013?
No, I was not.
Was that something that was raised with you by Mr. Davis or any of your staff when you started back at the city?
No one raised it.
Have you ever, or did you ever review the 2013 SEMA report, either in 2014 or sometime thereafter?
No, I have not.
And we also know that in early 2014, Mr. Moore received a report prepared by Golder Associates that was reviewing the Red Hill Valley Parkway 6 years after construction. And as part of that report, there was a friction report and friction testing results for testing conducted by Tradewind Scientific. Were you aware of that report or of the friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link?
No, I was not. I was not aware of that either.
Thank you. Registrar, we can close these documents, and if we could go to overview document 7, images 10 and 11. Thank you. So Ms. Matthews-Mullen, moving forward in time to May 2015. In May 2015, there was a high-profile collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and that collision resulted in the deaths of 2 young women. And you'll see if we could call out paragraph 29. Following the collision, the Public Works Committee passed a motion, and you'll see the language there in the bottom of this call out, that directed staff to investigate additional safety measures guardrails, lighting, lane markings, or other means to help prevent further fatalities and serious injuries, and directed staff to report back to the Public Works Committee with recommendations by December 7th, 2015. So on May 12th, 2015, this motion was emailed to Mr. Mader, you and Mr. Moore. And eventually the motion was passed at the May 21st meeting of the Public Works Committee. Do you recall this motion being passed?
Yes.
And what role did the operations group have in responding to the motion?
If you scroll down to the activities listing, we had none.
Sorry, what do you mean the activities listed?
Investigate additional safety measures such as additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, or other means to prevent further activity.
Okay.
So yes, that was not within our portfolio in operations.
So none of those safety measures were things that the operations group would have been responsible for either investigating or implementing?
That's correct.
Okay. Which groups in Public Works did you understand would have been responsible for investigating or implementing those measures?
And so it would fall between Mr. Mader's group under the traffic safety and Mr. Moore's group under engineering.
And that would have been on both the investigation and the implementation side?
Yes, I would say yes.
And since these things weren't things that fell within your group's portfolio, do you know why you were copied on this email from Ms. Clark? Is it just by virtue of being a director or some other reason?
No, I don't know. I can't, I'm just looking at this. She's probably including me because we're roads as well. So that would be my interpretation of why I'm on this list.
And at this time in May 2015, did you have any views, notwithstanding that they weren't in your portfolio, did you have any views on the feasibility or utility of any of the safety measures that council asked staff to investigate?
I can't really comment because it's not my area of expertise. So they need to be investigated and reviewed thoroughly and to look at what would be involved with implementation.
Okay, thank you. And Registrar, if we could close this call out, and if we could call out paragraph 32. So there were some, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, there were some additional emails that were exchanged between Mr. Moore and Mr. Mader, which you weren't copied on. And this is Mr. Moore's response to Mr. Mader and Mr. Ferguson. And his email here references in the second sentence that there would need to be another $200,000 per year for maintenance in relation to a guide rail. And as I understand your earlier evidence, the maintenance work that's referred to here, was that work that your group would have been responsible for?
Yes.
And I appreciate that this is in your email and you weren't copied, but to your knowledge, is the $200,000 figure that Mr. Moore referred to accurate in terms of the annual maintenance costs?
I think I'd need a lot more information to be able to say I was comfortable with the 200,000. I don't know what it looks like, what it consists of. So at this point in time, I'm not 100% sure that I can say I'm comfortable with that it's only 200,000 or.
Okay, fair enough. And that $200,000 or some other amount, that would have been from your budget?
It would have been, I'd had to include that in my capital budget, yes.
Okay. And why capital? Just because it's a significant amount? Like why the capital versus the operating budget?
Yes. And I already had a line item in the capital budget for guide rail repairs.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can close this call out. So beyond in paragraph 28, which we had, or sorry, 29, which we had just looked at, there's the reference to the additional guardrails, the lighting, the lane markings. Would your staff have had any involvement in the maintenance of those items or any other safety measures implemented on the Parkway?
Can you call that up for me?
Sure.
Thank
Yes.
you. Yes, so no, we would not. The additional, none of these items, lighting would be engineering, lane markings would be within John Mader's group. So no, at this point, with this recommendation, that would not fall in our portfolio of operations.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, we can close this out now. And Ms. Matthews-Malone, we know that SEMA was ultimately retained to conduct the safety review on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in response to this May 21st motion, and that work was overseen by staff in Mr. Mader's group in traffic engineering and operations. What, if any, involvement did you or your staff have in the safety review that SEMA did on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
To the best of my knowledge, none of my staff were involved with the project team that worked with SEMA on that study.
Okay, and what involvement, if any, did you have?
Did I have none?
And at the same time that the Red Hill Valley Parkway review was also being undertaken, there was also a review of the Lincoln Alexander Parkway that SEMA was working on. To your knowledge, was your involvement and the involvement of your staff the same with respect to the link review?
It would be the same answer, yes.
Thank you. And I take it based on your earlier evidence that in relation to the conflict of interest memorandum that you submitted, that generally you didn't have a lot of involvement in consultant work that was done, and that there was only 3 total, but would your role or involvement have been any different if you didn't have the potential conflict in relation to SEMA?
Based on the type of assignments we had in operation, it would not have been different. If I was in a situation where the circumstances were different, I would very much respect the potential perceived conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. And even though you didn't have any direct involvement in the work that SEMA was doing on the Link and the Red Hill reviews, were you otherwise aware that SEMA had been conducted to do the safety reviews?
Yes, my husband told me that they had been retained.
Okay, so you learned of the reviews through conversations with your husband?
I think over dinner, yes.
Right. Okay, and were those sort of higher level conversations about your respective work days, what things you were working on, or did you delve into any of the details of the work that SEMA was doing?
No, they were extremely high level discussions, and this sounds rather domestic, but the potentially he would say, I'm going to be working from home for a while because I'm going to Hamilton. I have a meeting with someone. So I would be aware at a very high level he was meeting with other staff at the city. Okay,
understood. That's helpful. Thank you. And other than conversations that you had with your husband, did you have any discussions or conversations about SEMA's work with your colleagues in Public Works, your fellow directors, or any of the staff in Public Works?
So I do not recall being told by anyone else that any staff within the city that this was going on. I do not know whether they had reached out to anyone in my staff, but I had not been told specifically.
And Registrar, if we could call up CIM 10046, and if we could pull up image 5 of that document. Perfect. And we can, yeah, perfect. Thank you. So Ms. Matthews-Malone, you'll see in the bottom of this document, that's an email on July 10th, 2015 that you sent to, thank you, Registrar, to Mr. Capistagno, Sam Capistagno, and to Mr. Malone. And you wrote, Sam, Brian is the consultant that will be undertaking the safety review of the Red Hill Expressway. And I asked him to make sure that he touches base with you as part of their review. This company is being retained by the traffic gang to do the study, and your staff's insight would be great input into the review, as you are often the first responders and almost always at the scene of incidents. Who was Sam Capistagno?
Sam was a supervisor of the after hours group.
And what was his role as a supervisor in after hours?
Sam was responsible for the staff and the calls that would come in after hours. He would be responsible for the entire city network for all 6,500 lane kilometers. People had gone home. If there was, someone had dropped a load of something off their car, he would go pick it up. They did some sanding or some sweeping occasionally, removing trees, removing dead animals from the road. They were sort of a jack of all trades.
Okay. And was Mr. Capistagno actually out on the roads driving, or was that his staff, or was it a combination of both?
I would say it would be a combination of both, because Sam would be responsible for maintaining our work order control systems and work assignments and closures of the closeout of work orders. But he would also occasionally be out on the road.
And in relation to, you say that Mr. Capistagno and his staff are often the first responders and are almost always at the scene of incidents. What does that mean in terms of the first responder piece and the incidents that they attended?
Well, I certainly don't mean that they're paramedics or police or fire. They're not. At one point in time with the after hours group, we were looking at trying to get some additional staff for Sam's group. They responded to 2 to 3 incidents a night across the entire city. So they had, perhaps I should also explain that during the day, you had different districts responsible for different sections of the roadway. And within each of those districts, you had several supervisors. So you didn't always have the same person looking at activities on those particular roads. This was a result of Brian having told me at dinner that he was undertaking the review. So I said, well, maybe it would be worthwhile. Why don't you talk to our after hours group? Because they've got a good feel for things that happen on the road network, and they would have a good feel for things that happen on the Red Hill and the Link.
Okay. And just sort of when Mr. Capistagno or his staff in after hours, or anybody in, I think it was District North, attended accidents and incidents on the Red Hill, what was their role when they attended? What sort of work or functions were they performing?
So they would not be privy to the details of the accident. They would not know the cause of the accident or the severity of the accident, but they would be there as support, sometimes to do emergency closures or set up arrow board signs to have traffic divert around. We also would be responsible for if there were fluids on the roadway. We worked with an outside environmental company to address spills. So we would either the police would contact those people or we would contact those groups. So they were there more sort of as support if required.
And would that be support for the first responders, sort of paramedics, police, and also for whomever, like if there was a collision, for the driver, for example? So
yes, they would be there as support to the first 2 responders, the fire, police, and paramedics. There were incidences where potentially someone's car broke down. It was the middle of winter. They would take the person into the vehicle and make sure that they were warm and comfortable, and help them make arrangements to have vehicles. So they were a jack of all trades.
Okay, thank you. And so I think you said that this email came about as a result of conversations that you and Mr. Malone had at dinner, where he told you about the retainer for the review. Is that right?
Yes, I suggested, hey, maybe it might be interesting to get a little bit of a maintenance perspective.
And why specifically did you suggest that?
A study of that nature is based on the data and the science. And I thought, sometimes it's interesting to get some feedback from the frontline maintainers. They may have a good feel to say, oh yeah, that sign's always knocked down, or, we have problems with roadside in this particular area, or hey, there's some scuff marks along the guide rail. So a safety study is very much based in science, but maintenance has a bit of an antidote. Help me.
Anecdotal?
Anecdotal, that's the word.
There we go.
Yes, I'm sorry. They have a bit more anecdotal information about road networks.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that it was a safety review, and was that something you understood from your conversations with Mr. Malone? In terms of the scope and the nature of the retainer, what did you understand?
Well, I had seen the motion from that was at the Public Works Committee and Council, and then in talking to Brian at dinner, just saying he was retained to do a safety review.
Okay. So aside from this email, and I'll take you to some later emails in the chain, but aside from this email that you sent, did you have any discussions with Mr. Capistagno about the kind of information that he should or could provide to SEMA? Like, had you had any preceding conversations with him?
I do not recall talking to Sam about what to say or what not to say or anything along that nature. No, I don't recall a conversation.
Okay. And did you have any further involvement with this once you sent the email to connect Mr. Malone and Mr. Capistagno?
No, it was hands off because it was venturing into potentially that conflict area. So hands off.
Right. Okay. So you made the connection, and then as you say in the bottom, you just put the two of them in touch, and then you were hands off at that point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Registrar, we can close this out, and if we can call up image, I suppose 4 and 5, and then if we could just sort of scroll through, and Ms. Matthews-Malone, if you can just sort of skim through. You'll see that there are, the email chain continued on between Mr. Malone and Mr. Capistagno, and you were copied initially on Mr. Malone's first response, and then you get removed from the chain.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some discussion between the two of them and some other SEMA staff, and there's also some discussion with where Mr. Capistagno references other city staff. And so my question's is more general. Were you aware of any of the subsequent discussions between Mr. Capistagno and SEMA?
No, I was not.
And I think, I'm not sure if it's up there. So you'll see in the very top email on image 4, there's reference to a ride along in Mr. Malone's email. Thanks, Registrar.
Okay.
I take it you weren't aware of the ride along either?
No, I was not.
Okay. So there's some subsequent discussions, but you weren't involved, and as you said, you were sort of hands off at that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you don't know what, if any, conversations Mr. Malone or Mr. Capistagno or any of the other SEMA staff had once you made that connection?
That's correct.
And are you aware of any other contact or communications or information that operations staff provided to SEMA in the course of their review?
I was not made aware that they had requested contact with any of the other members of the operations group. No.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, we can, sorry, before I leave this document should be marked as an exhibit as well. And I believe that's exhibit 127.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can close this document out now. And if we could call up Ham 33446 and Ham 4730 registrar. Thank you. So Ms. Matthews-Malone, if you need me to call up either of the documents.
Yes, please.
Sure. Registrar, if we could call up in no particular order, just call each one up and thank you. And I'll just let you review Ms. Matthews-Malone.
Okay, yep.
Register so we can close this out and call out the other email. Thank you.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
So Ms. Matthews-Malone, these are two emails that you received from Terry McCleary, who I understand he reported to you. He was the superintendent in North District, and both are in July 2015, notifying you about accidents that occurred on the Red Hill. So in and around this time, sort of spring, summer 2015 and into the fall of 2015, what perception did you have about the volume of accidents on the Red Hill? And just sort of using these two documents as sort of an anchor for my questions on this.
So I'll answer your question first, but then I'd like to just explain a little bit about these two emails. So I didn't have a enhanced alert that there were problems on the Red Hill and the link. In this particular case, Terry is our representative on the coordinating committee for the Pan Am Games. We're at this point in time, Hamilton is hosting a number of the games. And we were very heavily working on it from July 10th to the 26th. So Terry is highlighting these two items from the perspective of I'm giving this information to the Pan Am coordinating committee. And I think what's also interesting to note on the second one, it's interesting, Terry has included the road condition information as well with at the bottom, BD Bear Dry. Okay, so that information is right around, that's during Pan Am Games. We're hypersensitive to increased tourism, traffic, making sure we can get people to the games properly.
Got it. So that's, I see there are the two references to Pan Am in both of those emails. So that's why he's referencing that.
Yes. And he's our representative.
Right. And I think you said at the very beginning that you didn't, of your answer, you didn't have an enhanced alert that there were problems on the Red Hill and the link. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have any views more specifically about accidents on the Red Hill occurring in any particular circumstances?
No, at this, no, I did not. It was, we had a lot of balls up in the air. We had a lot of things going on within our portfolio and.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so in these two emails, Mr. McCleary is reporting the incidents or the accidents on the Red Hill too. And you mentioned the Pan Am piece here, but more generally, did you provide instructions or any guidance to your staff about notifying you around accidents or road closures or incidents on roads across the city or specifically the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So in terms of any specific directions to my staff, no, I did not to say you must forward it up. They were well versed in what was required, whether they had to speak to traffic or they had to speak to communications. In this case, I think, as I say, Terry elevated it because we were hot and heavy into the Pan Am Games. And what was a little bit unique about this, the first one as well, is that there was a spill to the creek. So when there's a spill to the creek, that's somewhat unusual and requires different interactions with different levels of government as well.
Right. And when you say staff were well versed in what was required and if they needed to speak to traffic or to communications, sort of what was that? What were those requirements based on? Was it just in terms of coordinating work between different divisions? Was that a policy? Sort of how was that?
It would be coordination of works.
Right. Okay. And did you have any expectations if there was a certain threshold, for example, if there was a fatality or, as you said, a creek spill, were those types of things that you expected your staff would keep you updated on?
No, I never gave them specific instructions as to when to elevate to me. So.
And when staff did elevate to you, what was your understanding of why?
That they felt it would be important that I was aware.
Thank you. Registrar, we can close these call outs. And Ms. Matthews-Mullen, just a more general question I asked you before about your perception of accidents or collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in and around this time. One of the findings that SEMA reached in their in the 2015 SEMA report was that there was a significantly high proportion of wet surface collisions on the Red Hill. In and around this time, were you involved in any discussions or aware of any discussions about there being a higher proportion of wet weather accidents on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So not targeted discussions, no. You'll make reference to some emails that were sent over. I was aware that in the SEMA report, they did say on the Red Hill, there's more accidents involved with wet weather. I think you have to watch in terms of there's a lot of other potential contributing factors to that situation. Usually there are accidents with inclement weather. Speed was a tremendous issue on those roads, one which was very much observed. So there were, as identified in 2016 report, there were a number of things to look at.
And aside from, I think you mentioned speed, what other things or factors do you recall being discussed?
Speed was definitely something that was discussed and something that we lived and observed. There were emails that Sam sent after I made the introduction to SEMA that he raised. Hey, we've got incidences on the Red Hill Parkway. It's wet again, and we've got accidents again. And this was during the time that SEMA was undertaking their safety review of those two roads.
And you said that you didn't participate in any targeted discussion. So were the conversations did you participate in less sort of targeted, more general discussions about these topics?
Well, I've been trying to remember there was water cooler talk. I was a very interactive director, trying to get to know my staff in 2015. So I would be out in the yards quite a bit. I would make efforts to go after work and visit with the after-hour staff. So I recall water cooler talk about, the speed and potentially the wet weather and where's enforcement but I can't give you specifics. It's just we talked about a lot of different things. We talked about equipment. We talked about staffing levels. But I can say that there was some water cooler talk.
Right. Okay. So you talked about lots of things, and one of those things was sort of the trends and things that your staff were seeing and experiencing on the Red Hill.
Well, I wouldn't say trends, but I would say experiences that they would see.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And the concerns that I think you said Mr. Capistagno raised, I'll take you to some emails from later in 2015, but in a couple minutes. But sort of aside from that, was that what you were referencing when you say that there was concerns that Mr. Capistagno was raising?
Yes, I think you'll take me to the emails.
Yes, I will. So we can circle back to that when we get there. Registrar, if we could call up HAM 659. So Ms. Matthews-Mullen, we're moving forward now to September 2015. And this is when traffic staff were preparing a draft of the of the staff report related to the 2015 SEMA report. And that report, just to orient you, later became report PW 15091, and it was ultimately presented at the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. So this document I have up, and I'll register if we could call it the bottom email from Mr. Ferguson. So this is a September 22nd, 2015 email from David Ferguson to you under the subject line RHVP link report. And he asked you for your review on a recommendation in the staff report that he had assigned to your group. And that recommendation was that roads be directed to identify a funding source to undertake the upgrade of guide rail end treatments at identified locations in the estimated amounts of $70,000. So was it typical for a group in Public Works to reach out about recommendations that were included in a staff report that might fall into a different division? So here, or he's assigned it to your group.
So I just want to clarify that it's unusual to have a recommendation that would involve another division. Usually if you're writing a staff report and you have a series of recommendations, it's relative to your portfolio. It is common practice, however, to make sure that you've consulted with other divisions that have been potentially impacted. And I'll give you a good example is bike lanes. So traffic may say we're going to install bike lanes from A to B. They would have reached out to operations and said, if we do this, what are the impacts, potential things that we need to consider through operations? So this was unusual in the fact that I can't recall in my 30 years that I've actually seen, assignments that roads do this. But again, this is a safety review that potentially could have a multitude of activities recommended in them. So they were asking us to undertake the upgrade of the end treatments. Okay, I'm fine with that because that would fall within our mandate.
So you said it was unusual for a recommendation to be assigned to another group. Was there anything unusual about the fact that roads was being directed to identify a funding source as compared to, say, for example, the general manager?
No, I didn't see anything wrong with this motion. I didn't have 70,000. So I think the response, if you scroll up, you see, I start to say, oh, wait a second, I don't have that amount of money in my budget. And here are some options on things you could look at to make sure that that money is made available to undertake these works.
Okay. And Registrar, perhaps we can close this out and we can call up Ms. Matthews-Mullen's response. But by this time, so this is towards the end of September 2015, had you read a draft of the 2015 SEMA report or of the staff report?
No, I had not.
So all you had at the time that you got this recommendation from Mr. Ferguson was just the recommendations that he sent?
Yes.
And here, this is your response. And as you said, you talked about sort of where the funding would come from. And so as I read your response where you say, my preference for wording would be that roads be directed to identify these works in a future budget. I don't want to be in a position that we have to start cutting back on other operations to create funding for this. And they typically don't dip into reserves for my group when there's a special one-off. So as I read this, and feel free to clarify my summary, as I read this, you're not taking issue with the recommendation itself. And I think you said this, but more so it's the timing of the recommendation. Is that right?
The timing and the funding, because the capital budget for the following year was already in the can, so to speak.
Okay. And so that was why your preference was for the future budget as opposed to the budget that would have been, as you say, in the can at that point?
Yes, because it'd be highly unlikely that I carried I think it was around $400,000 a year for guide rail repairs, and that was spent. So whether we had any money left at that point in time, and I had already made my request for 2016, that was already in the can. So I would have spent that money. This would have been additional works tacked on to that already anticipated. Perhaps it's a different way to state it.
Okay. And $70,000, which it's not showing here, but that was what Mr. Ferguson had referenced in his recommendation. Was that a significant expense for your division?
For operations, for capital, yes. I had a very small capital budget in operations.
And the capital would that have been, just to sort of circle back to what we talked about before, would that have been funding that came sort of through that capital budget process that we talked about that would have been submitted to asset management?
Yes, in likelihood with this, I would have, for the future budget submission, I probably would have added $70,000 to my, let's say it's for sake, it's 400,000. So I'd probably now ask for $470,000 for guide rail replacements.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, we can close this call out. So aside, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, aside from these emails that we see here, did you have any other involvement in the drafting or the preparation of the staff report in relation to the 2015 Seymour report, or was this sort of it for you?
Yeah, this was it.
Thank you. Registrar, can we call up HAM 24337? If we could call up both images. Thank you. So this is, if we could call out sort of the bottom email from Mr. Ferguson again. Sorry, on the other image. Thanks. So you'll see, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, this is a similar email that Mr. Ferguson sent to Mr. Moore, running the recommendations that had been assigned or impacted to engineering services to Mr. Moore. And I'll just give you a moment to review those.
It's good.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. Can we close that out? And can we call out Mr. Moore's email, which is at the bottom of image 1 and the top of image 2? And so as I said, this is not an email that you were copied on, but were you otherwise aware of any discussion between Mr. Moore and Mr. Ferguson about the recommendations that had been assigned to engineering services in relation to the 2015 staff report?
No.
Sorry, Registrar, I might have to bounce around a little bit. If we could close this out and call back up Mr. Ferguson's email. So in items B and E here, engineering services had been assigned to to investigate the installation of the high tension steel cable median barrier and shield rock cuts and the installation of illumination. And sorry, to save the registrar a little bit of bouncing around, Mr. Moore in response in his email wrote, "You can take engineering services off every line. We don't do investigations. We do programming, design, and tender and construction supervision." In your opinion, and based on your experiences in public works, which division in public works do you think would have been the appropriate division to investigate the installation of a median barrier?
So investigate, it it could have been a tag team between traffic and engineering, because you do need engineering involved in it. Definitely design installation would be engineering for sure. So that's B. With E, the illumination was within the engineering services portfolio. There was a group headed by Mike Fields.
Thank you. And okay, now we can close this out, Registrar. And if we could call out paragraph, the point 4 in Mr. Moore's email, which is on image 2. Thank you. In relation to the illumination piece on the recommendation for investigating illumination, Mr. Morse wrote, "We have said over and over, illumination of the Red Hill or Link is never going to happen, so stop asking. The approval was based on no illumination for environmental reasons. It is unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary. It would be $8 to $12 million project plus protection, barriers, guide rail, and then the maintenance costs." And Ms. Matthews-Malone, I appreciate that you weren't at the city when the Red Hill was opened or at the end of construction, but as I understand your evidence, you were employed at the region sort of during the initial stages of the project, and then at the city sort of in and around the early 2000s. So based on your employment at those periods of time, what knowledge, if any, did you have about the approval of the RHVP in relation to illumination? Did you have any knowledge of that?
No, I did not have any knowledge of it. And unlikely I would have had knowledge in 2004, because the freeway was a standalone project group or a standalone staffing group removed from mine. So I was not familiar with the environmental assessment.
And when you came back to the city in 2014, did you have any knowledge or awareness of an EA in relation to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So I would know that an EA probably had to be done, but I had no knowledge of what that was contained within that environmental assessment.
Okay. What knowledge, if any, did you have about illumination on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and any restrictions or constraints on that?
I didn't have any knowledge of any restrictions.
Thank you. Registrar, we can close that call out. This is the last call out in this document. If we could call up the first paragraph of Mr. Moore's email, which is on image 1. Thank you. So here, Mr. Moore references DMT. He says, "I need to see it and it needs to be discussed at DMT, or at least with John, Jerry, and myself before it goes." And I understand it goes as either being the 2015 SEMA report or the staff report. And then he provided his comments. Do you recall any discussions about the 2015 SEMA safety reviews at DMT meetings?
No, I do not. And my assumption would be that it would be, he's talking about before the report goes.
And that's the staff report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So do you recall any discussion at DMT about how SEMA's recommendations or the resulting staff recommendations would be implemented at DMT?
I do not recall a discussion at departmental management team on that. No.
Is this the type of thing that would be discussed at DMT, just sort of to get a sense of where this fits into how those meetings played out?
My impression would be no, it wouldn't be discussed at DMT, because it's not involving the entire departmental management team, and it's not a policy or a common procedure that we would all be looking at. It's very targeted to 2 groups and the general manager.
Okay. And outside of formal DMT meetings, do you recall any discussion about the final SEMA reports or SEMA's recommendations, or the recommendations that staff were putting forward to the Public Works Committee?
I do not recall being involved in any such discussions, no.
Thank you. Registrar, can we call out, we can close this document now. And if we could call up overview document 7, images 48 and 49. So if we could call out paragraphs 146 and 147, and 147 continues on to the next page. I think, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, these are the emails that you were referring to earlier. So in the email at paragraph 146, on October 3rd, Mr. Capostagno emailed Terry McCleary under the subject line Red Hill. The overview document doesn't reference it, but I can advise that you were copied, and you'll see in 147 there is a reference to your name there. And Mr. Capostagno described a number of accidents on the expressway, which I take to be the Red Hill Valley Parkway Expressway. And he describes black ice on the Queenston ramps, and talks about the road being, quote, just wet and slippery, and there was no oil or anything. And then says, this is an ongoing issue in bad weather conditions, and the police are asking for city supervisor's name on occasion. At the time that you received these emails, did you note Mr. Capostagno's comments about the road being wet and slippery?
So first of all, with this particular email, during my interview, I did tell Miss Lawrence I could not remember this particular email, and I don't have access to my work diary or my notes. So I did go back in my personal notes, and I was out of the country on October the 3rd through till October the 17th. And Sam, and Mr. McCleary would have received a bounce back with, if it's emergency, please contact, because I would assign one of my managers as the acting director. I'm going to also add a little notation here that in seeing this after the fact, I don't really have a problem with the police asking for the city supervisors. I think they should be. They're doing investigation of the accident. So they want to be aware potentially who's in the vicinity. And we often, as operations, are called for examination of discovery on accidents. So I think it was perfectly fine for the police to be asking that question.
Okay. And I think that seems to be consistent with what Mr. McCleary responded about police asking for the name of the attending supervisors. And so just so I understand, you were out of the country at the time that this email came through?
Yes, from October 3rd until October the 17th, 2015.
Okay. And do you recall, I think you said you don't recall receiving this email, so you don't recall if you made note of it when you returned back into the office?
I do not recall seeing it. It would be, I received hundreds of emails a day. And when I was away, I was often having trouble trying to just keep up with day to day, but to go back was very challenging.
Thank you. That's helpful. Registrar, if we can close this out, and if we could call up the next two paragraphs on page 48, 148 and 149. Thank you. So this is October 24th. So as I take it, you would have been back in the office now for about a week.
I was back, yes.
Okay. And so here, Mr. Capostagno emailed Mr. McCleary with a heads up about a number of accidents on the Red Hill because of the road conditions. And he said that a number of them were pretty serious. And Mr. Capostagno, in the last paragraph, he attributes the cause to the road conditions, and he wrote, except clean it up. Sorry, not much we can do except clean it up. They have to do something. This happens every time it rains. The police and everyone else responding is getting really fed up with this. It is a major concern for police and anyone that responds, and they are starting to voice their frustrations, and they are starting to blame the city. and I'm getting blamed for it, and there is nothing I can do. And Mr. McCleary forwarded that email to you on October 26th and said, once again, Rhodes is getting blamed by police for RHVP, heavy rain, and speed a factor, and then talked about reduction of the speed on the road and police enforcement. And at the end there, he again references blaming road staff. Do you recall receiving these emails?
Yes.
And what was your view on what Mr. Capistagno and Mr. Cleary reported about road staff apparently bearing the brunt or getting blamed by police or the public?
So the October 24th date this is after the introductions made to Sam that there is a safety review going on. I think it's, it's great. I certainly sympathize with the after hours crew, their frustrations. We had anecdotal information. I know that the safety review is looking at data. So we have snippets of information, not necessarily even supported in terms of what were the contributing factors to the accident. So Sam his impression is that every time it rains, but rain and accidents go together. Was there speeding? Was the vehicle malfunctioning? Were people under the influence? Were they texting? So Sam had snippets of information. I'm looking at this going, okay, I know there's a safety review coming before the end of the year that's going to have the data, because we are not privy to accident reports. We're not privy to discussions with the police or the ambulance at the site to say, this is they were under the influence, or, here's the skid marks, or this is a fatality. We don't know.
Right.
We don't know that.
What about the piece of Sam or Mr. Capistagno reporting that he was getting blamed for it, and Mr. McCleary reporting that road staff were being blamed? Did you have any views on that?
I did, and it's I really sympathized, and my question was, they're getting blamed by the police, and where's enforcement? Again, you can say that the witnessing of speed is can be anecdotal. I drove that road for personal and professional purposes. You can see speeding, and here we are getting the brunt of the frustration, but anecdotally, we're not seeing if there's enforcement going on. We're witnessing speed, but is there enforcement? So I thought, it's kind of unfair that Sam's taking the brunt of this when there's potentially so many other contributing things behind these particular types of events.
You mentioned enforcement as well, but just sort of on the city side, did you think that there were any other groups or divisions, departments that should have been or could have been looped into conversations about sort of the accidents that were occurring on the Red Hill?
Oh, definitely. I think the traffic department had a tracking system, and they also were privy to accidents reports. So they would get information on the accidents and have that information. We would not.
And Registrar, we can close this out now. If we could go to image 64. Thank you. And if we could call up paragraphs 197 to 199. So Ms. Matthews-Millen, this is now about a month later. It's towards the end of November. And it's a similar email from Mr. Capistagno and Mr. McCleary. And in paragraph 197, Mr. Capistagno reported that there were 4 separate accidents on the Red Hill, including a 5-car pileup, and similarly reporting that police, fire, and ambulance expressed frustration and wanted to know when something was going to be done about the road. And then he wrote, every time it rains, even just a little, the Red Hill turns into a demolition derby. just wanted to pass along their comments and the frustrations of me and my crew who worked very hard last night to clear up the mess. And in paragraph 198, Mr. McCleary forwarded the email to you, noting that he imagined speed is the major factor. And at the end there wrote, again, our staff takes the brunt of the police. In paragraph 199, you responded saying there is a report going to council the first week of December. Should be interesting. And so we've looked at now three different emails in a relatively short period of time, 2 months. And I appreciate that you said you were out of the country on for the October 3rd email chain. But looking sort of at these two most recent chains that I've pulled up, was the amount of the emails that you were receiving about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and accidents on the road higher than you typically received, or is this sort of normal volume of emails that you'd get about accidents?
So I would receive notifications of other accidents, some pretty horrific. I would say I probably got a few more on, I'd say maybe a few more here than others, but there's a couple of things I just want to, if I could just take a step back on your interpretation of the emails. So this is November 22nd. We would be into winter control at that point. And Terry in his emails, you've mentioned that he mentioned speed, but he also mentions that it got a bit slick due to temperature. And IMOS is the winter control operator for Red Hill and the link. So in my reading this, I'm looking at this going, oh, we may have had some icing conditions with the dropping of the temperature. So that's what I took from this, the two series, the 197 and 198.
Thank you. That's helpful. At this time, did you have any concerns about safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I did not have any concerns. I was, waiting to see what the data was going to give. Again, I had anecdotal information. We had, as background, we had problems with our CVOR, and we had a very, very aggressive accident review program. I never received any notification of all the vehicles, the city vehicles within the city having accidents on the Red Hill. So I didn't have other things to sort of look at this. And again, Sam had a snapshot of this was the weather conditions, but what were the other contributing factors? We don't know. We don't have that information.
CVOR, I think you mentioned that before. What does that acronym stand for?
It's a commercial vehicle operator registration. And so it's all our heavy equipment operators. And so for my major concern in 2015 is with the garbage trucks and with the dump plow trucks for roads. We were at risk of having those trucks pulled off the road due to the number of reportable accidents that they had historically had with those vehicles.
Okay. And the report that you reference in paragraph 199, is that the staff report that was being prepared by traffic?
Yes.
By this time, so this is November 22nd. It's about 2 months after Mr. Ferguson sent you the draft recommendation. Had you received or reviewed a complete draft of the staff report?
I do not recall ever receiving the final draft. So I would have received the staff report as part of the committee package that would go to directors. But I do not recall seeing the final draft, no.
So at this time, do you think your insight into that report would have just been sort of your background knowledge that SEMA was doing the review and the recommendation that you had seen?
Yes, and wasn't there something that they had to report before the year end? So I'm looking, hey, this is going to be interesting. Let's see what recommendations are coming forward, and we'll see how things go on that front. What did the data that the consultant gather, and what did they look at relative to the road? They came up with a series of recommendations. So let's see what we've got.
So that was what the sort of things that you just listed there, that was what you meant when you said should be interesting?
Yes, because also in 2015, I think there were a few things that were being discussed, council was asking as well. So I think they were looking at widening, and you had the barrier, and then so there were a few other things that council had been asking about. So
okay. Registrar, we can close this out now. And Ms. Matthews-Mullen, as we sort of just referenced, the staff report, PW 15091, that report was submitted to the Public Works Committee at the end of November 2015, so shortly after these emails. And it was eventually presented to the Public Works Committee at the meeting on December 7th, 2015. And Registrar, if we could call up HAM 24700. This is the final version of that report that council received. And as I understand your evidence, this also would have been distributed to you as part of the agenda package. Is that right?
that's correct. Yes.
Do you recall if you reviewed or read this report before the Public Works Committee meeting on December 7th?
My practice was to review the agendas and the corresponding reports prior to the committee. And the reason I did that was because I often looked at it from the perspective of, will they potentially ask a question of operations?
So was your practice to review all reports, or did you sort of pick and choose?
Because I had so many touch points with the other divisions, I would say my practice would be to review quite a few, but potentially there would be the odd one that perhaps, concentrating on routing for transit that I may not review. So, and the other thing, it was my practice to try to review these reports prior to. Usually we got them in time. Sometimes worst case scenario, we would get them, the day before the meeting if there was a hiccup with printing or someone was away and didn't get it circulated. So
you made best efforts to review, but not 100% always review the report in advance.
I would say something like this I would read. Yes.
Okay.
But I'm not saying I would read every single report on the agenda.
Do you recall if you read this report?
I would say I would have read that report, yes.
Registrar, if we could call up HAM 24701 and HAM 24702. So Ms. Matthews-Mullen, these are the appendices to that report. There's an Appendix A and Appendix B. And Appendix A lists the short-term measures or the short-term safety options and the estimated costing, and Appendix B, the medium and long-term. And just for your reference, both so these were included in the report, and that report was ultimately approved as drafted by the Public Works Committee and Council. So these are the measures that were recommended. Looking at Appendix A, which of those items would operations have been responsible for?
So I would say we would have been responsible for trimming vegetation. We would be responsible for upgrading guide rail end treatments and potentially install, replace, or trim vegetation obstructing signs at the guide rail end treatments. And I'm going to put a little bit of just a caveat on the vegetation, the two vegetation that we could have also been working with the forestry group.
Thank you. That was actually my next question, was if those items were things that your group was solely responsible for, or if there was some overlap with the other groups. And so those two potentially could have been done by your group in coordination with forestry.
Yes, yeah.
And looking at Appendix B, are there any items on that list that your group would have been responsible for?
No.
Conducting pavement friction, that wasn't something that fell within operations mandate?
No.
And the 2015 SEMA report was also given to members of council on December 3rd as part of the agenda package for the December 7th meeting. Do you recall if you ever saw or read the 2015 SEMA report?
And I'm glad you said it was given to council, because during my interview, I had been told I'd received it. So no, it was circulated to council. No, I did not get a copy of it, and I didn't look at it until 2018 when the traffic group came under my portfolio.
Okay. And we'll come to 2018 later, but just while we're on that topic, why in 2018 did you review it?
Just because it was within the portfolio and there were still a number of items that needed to be done.
Okay. So just sort of getting yourself up to speed with what was sort of in your new mandate. Is that fair?
Yes, that definitely was the case, trying to get up to speed.
And sorry, Roger, we can probably close these documents out now. And we talked before, I asked you before about your practices, or you told me about your practices with respect to reviewing staff reports. What were your practices with respect to reviewing consultant reports?
So consultant reports, again, for operations, we had very few. I can only recall reviewing one consultant report while in operations, and that was relative to the escarpment face maintenance that we needed to do. But typically I would definitely read the staff reports, and the staff reports were a summary of what was contained in the consultant reports. And in operations, I don't think we ever had a committee report that involved a consultant report.
Okay, so that just wasn't something that you really encountered in your division.
In the operations division, no, it wasn't something. It wasn't things that we did.
So do you recall, separate from reviewing the 2015 SEMA report, do you recall if you discussed the report or the findings in that report with any of your public works colleagues?
No, I don't recall discussing it. No.
Did you have any insight into what SEMA's findings were with respect to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and any sort of trends that they had identified in the data?
Well, it was comforting to see that the issues that had been raised by my staff were actually identified in the report. So there was reference to the fact that speeding was a significant concern on the roadway, and they also confirmed that there was a higher incidence of accidents during wet weather.
And just to sort of orient when you knew those things in time, was that something that you appreciated from reading the staff report? Was that something that you appreciated from reading the report in 2018? When did that knowledge of what SEMA's findings come?
No, the staff report in 2015.
And we talked before about the water cooler sort of talk that you recalled about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall if there was any sort of water cooler talk about the 2015 SEMA report or the staff report?
I don't recall any discussion. I don't recall any emails coming through either from staff after the 2015 report.
And as I said earlier, the 2015 SEMA report and the the staff report were presented at the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. Do you recall if you attended that meeting? And I can call up some.
Okay, so it was my practice to attend committee meetings and council meetings when I was requested to go. That was my practice. The only time I wouldn't go to meetings was if I had I was away on vacation or I had a personal commitment that I wasn't going to be at work that day. So it was my practice. Do I specifically recall the ins and outs of all that meeting on the 15th? I don't. I figure I've attended over 5,000 committee and council meetings during my 30-year career in the municipal setting. So I'm going to say it's extremely likely that I was at that meeting on the 15th.
It's extremely likely, but you don't have a specific recollection of that meeting or what was discussed.
I think that's nothing stood out that jumped out at me and said that it would be an overly memorable discussion.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I see we're at 11 o'clock, which is earlier than our usual scheduled break, but we did start at 9 this morning. So I'm wondering if now might be a good time to take our break.
That would be fine. We're at almost 11:05, so let's return at 11:20.
Thank you. Thank you.
Registrar, if we could get a council breakout room.
Noted, Council. Just give me 1 second to reorganize the breakout rooms.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews-Mullen, I just want to follow up on one piece of evidence you gave prior to us taking our break. And so this was in the context of the emails that we were looking at from November 2015 with Mr. Capistagno and Mr. McCleary. And I asked you about if you had any concerns about safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at that time. And you told me that you didn't have any concerns and that you were waiting to see what the data was going to give, and that at that time you had anecdotal information. And I'll just read from the transcript that I have. You said, we had as background, we had problems with our CVOR, and we had a very, very aggressive accident review program. The accident review program that you mentioned there, can you just tell me what you were referring to?
Yes, I'm sorry. That was accidents relative that involved city vehicles.
Okay, so that was specific to the CVOR vehicles that we were talking about?
Yes, only our vehicles, only the city of Hamilton vehicles.
Okay, and so that accident review program, that was something that your division did, but only in relation to those vehicles?
It was a joint undertaking with some other divisions as well. Like John Mader's fleet group was involved, and I believe Parks and Forestry was involved as well.
Were you aware of any other accident review programs that the city had at that time besides the CVOR program?
Relative to city vehicles or other vehicles?
Just more generally.
More generally, I would say there was the accident reporting system that went to traffic, but that was as a whole, vehicles, both professional and individual.
Okay, thank you. So just to pick up on something else we had been talking about prior to the break, one of the items that that was listed in the medium-term countermeasures in the December 2015 staff report was conducting friction testing, and I asked you some questions about that when we had that Appendix B up on the screen. And just as some background, we know that friction testing was performed prior to the 2015 staff report on the link in the Red Hill Valley Parkway by Tradewind Scientific in November 2013 as part of a review of the Red Hill Valley Parkway that Mr. Moore had done. And we also know from documents that the inquiry has received that shortly after the December 2015 Public Works Committee meeting, there was some discussion between city staff and members of a community group, the Lakewood Beach Community Council, in which staff communicated to the LVCC that friction testing would be done in 2016. So I'm just giving you sort of that background of what came before and what was said to come after the 2015 report. As of in and around sort of early 2016, do you recall if you were aware of any friction testing that had been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013?
No, I was not aware.
Were you aware of Boulder or Tradewind's retainer in relation to friction testing?
No, I was not.
And the latter piece of that I talked about, the LBCC, were you aware of any discussions about friction testing being completed or contemplated on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in and around early 2016?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get you to repeat that question because I got a little confused between the community group and the friction.
Sure. So I guess more generally, were you aware of, or do you recall any discussions about friction testing being completed or contemplated on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in early 2016?
No, I was not.
And I think you told me before, friction testing wasn't something that was in your group's mandate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you have had any role, or your staff have had any role in organizing or sort of coordinating the work in relation to friction testing?
I wouldn't think so. I can't think of anything where it would be.
So the inquiries heard evidence from Jeff Lupton that he recalls a meeting between yourself, him, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Moore, and he thought it was likely after a DMT meeting in which Mr. Moore shared with that group some experiences dealing with what Mr. Lupton described as the whole friction test issue. And that in that conversation, there was reference to things like there being no industry standard, difficulties trying to get information, evolving technology, and that friction testing wasn't something that was done very frequently. And Mr. Lupton wasn't sure of the timing of this, of when this conversation took place, but just sort of as a pinpoint in time for my questions to you on this, he left the city in February 2017. So it would have been sometime before that he recalls this conversation. And my question to you is, do you recall attending a meeting with Mr. Lupton, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Moore in which Mr. Moore spoke about friction testing or friction testing results?
I don't recall ever having a meeting with Jeff Lupton.
Okay. You don't recall a meeting with Jeff Lupton at any time?
At any time.
Okay. And so would your evidence be that you don't think this conversation occurred, and if it did occur, you don't think you were present for it?
So can I ask you, have you got a time frame? Can you give me that time frame again?
So Mr. Lupton left the city in February 2017.
Oh, okay.
So it would have been at some time prior to that.
No, my answer still stands. I can't recall ever having a meeting with Mr. Lupton.
Okay. And sort of taking Mr. Lupton out of that equation, do you recall having a meeting with anyone at any time in which Mr. Moore provided information about friction testing or friction testing results?
I don't recall a meeting where he discussed that, no.
Okay. Register, if we could call up overview document 7, images 124 and 125. So this, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, we're into now May 2016 when the documents come up. And you'll see in paragraph 395, if we could call that out, Registrar.
Thank you.
That on May 13th, you received an email from Mr. White about a draft information update report that had been prepared. And it set out the timing, the anticipated timing for the short-term RHVP link safety measures, and sort of similar to what we had looked at before, the email from Mr. Ferguson. He was asking you, you and Mr. Moore, if you were comfortable with the wording prior to your release, and asking if there were any changes you wished him to make. And Registrar, we can close this out. And I'll take Ms. Matthews-Mullen to the chart at paragraph 396 there. And so this is the timing of the items that Mr. White identified in the report. And the items that you identified as being within operations mandate, the trimming vegetation, the updating guide rail end treatments, and the signage, the install, replace, or trim vegetation obscuring signs at guide rail end treatments. Those had anticipated completion dates in the summer months, sort of between June and August 2016. Between December 2015, when the staff report was approved by council and the recommendations were passed, and here now in May 2016, what steps had you or your staff taken to implement your respective countermeasures?
The vegetation ones, they're tied to our cutting season because they, in all likelihood, would have been coordinated with our roadside cutting. We've given the completion date of June, July. Sometimes we were able to start earlier, but it depended on what the weather conditions were like. So it was obviously we don't have much vegetation during the winter. So we're going to address that when we start to get into the spring. The guide rail end treatments, guide rails was a contracted annual contract for us. And It's quite possible that that was what we had said would be our anticipated contract time.
So possibly for the guide rail end treatments, is that possibly connected to sort of either putting out or putting out a
Including.
tender or receiving bids? Was there any connection to a tendering process?
Yes.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close this out. And if we could call up paragraph 397. So on May 13th, the same day, Mr. Moore responded, and it doesn't say here, but you were also copied on this email. And Mr. Moore wrote, the only comment I have is that we are possibly looking at pavement rehab work on the Red Hill in 2017. I would not plan on any pavement work this year as it will likely be overlaid next year. Prior to this email, so this is mid-May 2016, were you aware that engineering services was considering rehabilitation work on the Red Hill in 2017?
No, I was not.
So you think this was the first time you learned about engineering services possible plan?
Yes, I believe this was the first time.
So I take it based on that, you didn't have any other information at that time about why engineering services was looking to possibly rehabilitate the Red Hill in 2017?
That's correct.
And so you didn't have any other information or any other understanding about why? That might have been my last question.
No, just the reference that they were potentially looking at it for 2017.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So Registrar, can we close this out and go to images 151 and 152? And if we could first call out paragraph 458. So this is a little over half a year later, February 2017, and you received a calendar invitation for a meeting titled Repaving RHVP, scheduled for February 6th, 2017. And the attendees are listed here: Mr. Moore, Mr. Sadawi, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, Mr. Andoga, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Hughes, and yourself. Between this time, February 6th, 2017, and the emails that we had just looked at in May 2016, do you recall if you had any other discussion about either rehabilitation or repaving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't recall any conversations between that prior date and this email.
And you and Mr. Hughes, from the list here, you and Mr. Hughes look to me to be the only staff from your division. Is that right? That's
correct. Yes.
And do you recall why the two of you were invited and what your role at the meeting was?
Again, I can't specifically recall the discussion of the meeting, but I did, you'll see from the subsequent, I think you're going to show that I gave a summary of the meeting to our staff. So they were looking at were there things that we wanted to coordinate, and it also appeared that they may request some padding with asphalt to be done by our group as sort of a test, an interim test.
Why don't we go to your email now? So Registrar, we can close this out and call up the next paragraph, and it goes on to page 152 as well. So there is a reference to padding. It's in that third bullet there. just for our benefit, what is that?
They were stating that they had some depressions in the roadway that couldn't be explained, because typically a depression will occur under an underground culvert or a water main or sewer system. So they had some areas of settlement that they didn't understand what was causing it. So what I took away from that was if they wanted us to do padding, it would be to see whether the road would continue to move if they continue to settle. So that was my understanding. I think from this also, they were definitely looking for, was there anything you wanted to do in the area while we're there? Because I've sent it to roads, drainage, and Brian's group as well.
Okay. And so the title of the calendar invitation that I just took you to was repaving our HVP, and here in item one, or sorry, bullet one of your email, you talk about that they are looking to shave and pave the RHVP in 2018, 2019. We just looked before at an email where Mr. Moore was talking about potential pavement rehabilitation in 2017. Do you recall any discussion about sort of why the plan had shifted from possible rehabilitation to now a repaving?
Shave and pave is a rehabilitation technique.
Okay. And that was the plan that you understood as of February 2017, that the plan was a shave and pave on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I didn't know, based on the earlier email, I didn't know what he was proposing. At this meeting, we were told he was looking at particular techniques.
And we know that eventually later in time, the city and engineering services did have, there's sort of a lengthy consideration of hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall if there was any discussion about possible use of hot in place at this meeting?
At this meeting, I don't recall that it was discussed, no.
Were you given any more information about why the shave and pave was being considered at this time? We talked before about, you told me before that you weren't really provided with any other information aside from what Mr. Moore reported in his email, but wondering what, if any, other information you received at this meeting.
The information that I received is there. I've transcribed it to be able to share with my staff. I think I have my own thoughts based on having been asset management director for a number of years on potentially why he's doing it if he's got some settlements. So.
Okay, can you tell us what your thoughts are?
And again, I'm sorry, this is from my asset management time and knowing for roads. So typically what will happen is that a road will, it will start, when it starts to deteriorate, it deteriorates very quickly. And so when you look at the, sort of the four categories of types of intervention you can do, you try to rehab it so that you're not getting into full reconstruction. We had a lot of roads that had gone beyond repair and needed full reconstruction. Full reconstruction is exponentially more expensive. And so I thought that was my takeaway, is they're doing rehab because they've got something happening to the road. But that was my impression. That's my interpretation. So.
Okay. And beyond what you report here, sorry, I guess my question is, what's reported here, was that your understanding of sort of what was discussed at the meeting in terms of what was going on the road?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you recall if there was any discussion about skid testing or pavement friction at that meeting?
I would say I don't recall. There'd be no reason why I wouldn't include it in the email, so it makes me think it wasn't.
Okay, so you think probably if it had been raised and that was a topic that came up, you probably would have reported that back to your staff?
Yes.
And when you say in item 2, some ideas being tossed around, but final plans to be determined, who was determining those final plans? Was that engineering services?
It would be engineering services, yes.
Did you have any sense about what the anticipated timing would be for when final plans would be decided?
At this point in time, whether we were February, so it would have to be decided over the summer, probably at the latest.
In order to get the work done in 2018?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Registrar. We can close this out. And if we could call up the next two paragraphs, paragraph 460 and 461. So following from your email, Mr. McCleary sent an email to, I think, are a number of his staff, and he reported they're looking at these two roadways over the next few years, starting with RHVP Shave and Pave. I've been asked to get your takes on the worst area of these roadways, real trouble spots. So just stopping there, who asked Mr. McCleary to get takes on the worst areas?
Well, I asked Terry and Mike, go back to my email if you would, please, because I've asked Terry to look at the potential of, yes, I'm sorry. So that
okay. Registrar, could we perhaps just slide this over to
good.
to one side and see if we can have both up? If that's possible.
Oh, okay. So it says here they're share a schematic with us showing the areas of interest. I'd like to review it with our staff. So I'm asking him, what are they seeing anything on the road, and will it jive with what engineering is saying? They picked up particular target areas. So Terry's just turning around and he's asking his staff.
So just a different, sorry, he puts a different phrasing, different spin on what your request had been.
Yes.
And then in the last line of Mr. McCleary's email there, he says, your input is very important for funding these projects. And you may have touched on this before, but can you just sort of explain that for us? How would staff's input affect the funding?
Okay, this is. For funding for these projects. I don't know what I would mean there.
I think that's Mr. McCleary's email.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. I read it as I wrote that. No, I don't know what he would mean with that. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. It's not your email. And then if we could just look at paragraph 461 there. And this is Mr. McCleary's response to your email. So this is what he sent back to you. And he said, in the second paragraph there, my thoughts are the RHVP is the worst between the two. I base this on accidents and complaints by police every time the road surface is wet. As soon as they identify locations, I will send it along. So did you agree with Mr. McCleary's view that the RHVP was the worst of the two? And I take that as being as between the Link and the Red Hill.
So no, I didn't, because some of the statistics I had seen at that point said they're pretty comparable in terms of numbers of accidents. Terry's misinterpreted the request, and so he's concentrating based on their anecdotal information. I'm asking for, are you out filling potholes? Are you, do you see areas that you're concerned with? And Terry sort of put a different spin on his email.
But you didn't share his view that even anecdotally the Red Hill was the worst of the two?
No, I did not share that anecdotal information.
Did you, just as a clarifier on this, did you said his opinion was based on accidents and complaints by police every time the road surface is wet? Did you have any views on that statement?
Well, at this point in time, there had been a report, the 2015 report indicated there's speed, there's wet weather, inclement weather accidents. So
did you have any concerns about those findings, or that there were sort of about collisions in wet weather or in inclement weather?
No, because there's a series of activities that are ongoing that were recommended in the safety report to address the facets of whatever was contributing to problems out there.
And Mr. McCleary's email that came in on the 7th, I believe. Did you raise his views about the RHVP being the worst of the two, or his basing that on accidents and complaints by police? Did you share that with any of the other attendees who were at that meeting?
No, I did not, because that's not what we were asked for.
Thank you, Registrar. Can we close this out, and can we go to images 177 and 178? Thank you. Sorry, I think actually we just need to be on 178 for now. Thank you. So, Ms. Matthews-Millen, this is Mr. Mader circulated a calendar invitation for a meeting that was titled RHVP Link RHVP Plan, and that meeting was scheduled for May 1st, 2017. And I can pull up that calendar appointment if it would be helpful for you, but I just wanted to orient you with the agenda as well. You were listed as one of the attendees at this meeting. Do you recall this meeting?
So I don't recall the discussions. I've been racking my brain about this. But I recall it was the only time I met Jason Ward. So that's why I'm leaning towards, I would have no reason not to attend. Let's put it that way.
Okay. So you remember attending a meeting with Mr. Warren at least?
Yes. And that would have been the only time I would have met Jason Warren. Yeah.
Do you recall what the circumstances were that led to this meeting on May 1st?
No, I don't. I took at face value what the agenda said, or I would have.
Okay, and that's the agenda items excerpted there below. Looking at those sort of agenda items, and as you said, you took them face value. Does that trigger any or help refresh your memory about what was discussed at the meeting?
No.
When Mr. Warren testified, he described the tone of this meeting as stressful, and he described people not being happy. Does that assist you in refreshing your memory at all about the meeting? No, I don't recall anything of that nature, so it didn't stick out. Okay. In item 4 there of the agenda, it says friction testing results. Do you recall if there was any discussion about friction testing or friction test results at the meeting on May 1st? I don't, because I don't really recall the discussions. I'm sorry. Okay. So you don't recall if Mr. Moore was asked about friction testing results at the meeting? No, I'm sorry, I don't. And when you told us that you reviewed the agenda at sort of, or you would have taken it at face value, what, if any, understanding would you have had about what the item friction testing results referred to? Well, it's talking about, we're going to go over the recommendations from previous reports, and it's in there, isn't it? I think it's included in those previous reports. So you understood it to be a follow-up from what had been included, I think, in the 2015 staff report? And I have to apologize because it's tough when you're reading all the documents, and then so you kind of, did I know that through this process, or did I, but it went prior to 2015 as well, having looked at that presentation material. So it went before that. So it was kind of the history. It was a bit of a history lesson, I guess. Okay, so that was your understanding. It was a bit of a history lesson in respect of the friction testing and friction testing results? No, the history was all the discussions around the Red Hill and the link and various things that council
again, I'm sorry, I'm looking at, I feel like I'm sort of adding in things, but I'm looking at the presentation. So it's talking about various recommendations, various staff reports, various activities that staff have undertaken. So, and that included right back sometime prior to the 2015.
Okay. And the presentation, that's the slide presentation that was presented at this meeting?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I've looked at that slide presentation in preparation of this, so yes.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that you got this agenda that there had been friction testing conducted, or do you think that would have been new information for you when you received the agenda?
I think that would have been new information for me.
Okay. Registrar, if we could go to the next image, if we could keep up 178 and also call up 179. And if we could just expand the slide presentation for the slide there. And this is an excerpt of that slide presentation. It's just one of the slides from that presentation. And you'll see there in the second line at the top, it says conduct pavement friction testing at an estimated cost of $40,000, and the status is listed as complete. Does seeing this refresh your memory at all about any discussion of friction testing results at that meeting?
No, it does not.
If we can close this out now, Registrar. And I'll take you now to the slideshow itself and to the last slide of it. So that's, Registrar, if we could call it HAM 25976. Image 31. And perhaps we can, it's quite small on the screen, so thank you. So Ms. Matthews-Mullen, this is the last slide of that slide presentation. And as I understand it, it sets out a number of items that were on the outstanding business list for Public Works. Do you recall, does looking at this document assist your recollection at all in terms of what, if any, discussion there was about the OBL items at that meeting?
Again, I'm sorry, I can't recall the exact discussion at the meeting. I have seen this because I have reviewed it as part of the preparation. So,
okay. And what, if any, next steps do you recall there were either for you or for your team in operations coming out of this meeting?
Well, I'm looking at this document now. And so from the items that were listed at that particular time, there's nothing there for the operations group, and I'm still operations at this point in time. There are a few things for traffic operations, so they would have been on the within the mix come January 2018.
Okay, and that was when you became Director of Roads and Traffic? That's
correct, yes.
But at the time, nothing for you and your staff as of May 2017.
That's correct.
Thank you, Registrar. Can we close this out? And if we could call up HAM 26488 at images 2 and 3. So you'll see Ms. Matthews-Mullen in the very bottom of the document on the left and the top on the right. On November 5th, 2017, you received an email from Richard Boersma advising that the RHVP and Link were closed as a result of 30 plus accidents on the facilities. You'll see in your email on the left side, you forwarded that email to Mr. Mader and Mr. White saying, don't know if this will get some coverage, but just a heads up. Mm-hmm. Do you recall these emails?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall more generally the incidents or the accidents where there was the day where there was 30 plus accidents on the Red Hill and the Link?
So this is an extremely unique. I've never in my 30 years had 30 plus accidents on a roadway. It's happened over the weekend. I took a quick look. I think there was a little bit of fog, but I took a look at I sent it over very first thing on Monday morning over to the John Mater and traffic to, say, have a look and see, because they would get the accident reports, but this is unheard of, 30 plus accidents on one short period of time. It's unique.
Did you have any concerns given the high volume of accidents that the Red Hill and Link experienced over that time? Like, did that cause you any concerns about safety?
So no, what I'm doing is I'm flipping it over to what happened with that window on this. I think it was a Sunday night, wasn't it? It was a Sunday night. So what happened out there? What was what were in the police reports? Be aware.
So when you say you're flipping it over, that was what you were doing when you sent it to Mr. Mater and Mr. White?
Yeah.
And did you anticipate that there would be media coverage on this?
I have to say I did. It's, 30 accidents. I've never seen that on a municipal road.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, can we close this document out and call up overview document 8, images 12 and 13? And so Ms. Matthews-Malone, in paragraphs 23 and 24, you'll see Mr. White forwarded a draft staff report titled Lincoln M. Alexander Parkway and Red Hill Valley Parkway Transportation and Safety Update to you and Mr. Moore. And he asked for any comments that you had. Sorry, I don't know if you can see it, if you'd like me to call it up more, but
I'm fine.
Okay. So Mr. White asked for any comments that you and Mr. Moore had, and he advised that the report was originally to go to the Public Works Committee on December 4th, but they were a bit late, so we thought it would have to go in January. And just to sort of situate us in time, at this time, the end of 2017, Mr. White still reported to Mr. Mater. Is that right?
That's correct.
But January, if the report went in January, which it did end up eventually going in January, that was the time that you had become Director of Roads and Traffic. Is that right?
That's right.
And why was he asking for your review and comments on this?
Again, I think it was courtesy, if you're going to be referring to another division in one of your reports, that you would share it with the other divisions to make sure they were comfortable with the language that was, or the portrayal of the potential interaction with your division.
Okay, so similar in nature and purpose to what we had looked at before with some of the emails where recommendations or draft reports were sent to you and Mr. Moore?
Yes.
And Registrar, if we could go to HAM 26494 at images 1 and 2. And this is just to give you a little bit of context. I won't take you through the whole report because it's quite lengthy. It's I think 14 pages. But just to summarize, it dealt with a number of items on the outstanding business list related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, including reporting back on the implementation of the short, medium, and long-term countermeasures that we had looked at previously. And here, what I have up on the screen are the recommendations that were included in that draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just let you review, and you can just let me know when you finished.
Okay.
So Registrar, we can close this out. and go back to overview document 8, paragraph 13, or sorry, image 13. And in paragraph 28 there at the bottom, you responded to Mr. White saying, only comment is to change roads to operations or operations division. Tough one to write, but an easy read. I'll have to make sure I'm on vacation the day it goes, as it will be a long meeting. Thanks for the opportunity to review. So more generally, what were your views on the report when you read
it? This is interesting. I've got to learn how to use LOL or emojis because first of all, it was intended as a joke that I was going to be on vacation. I thought it contained a lot of information. Reports are very difficult to write, and to write them such that they're easily understandable. And so I was complimenting Mr. Ferguson on the one that there was a lot of information in that report, and I thought it was very well written and was going to be easy to understand the report. So, and I do apologize for making that statement. I'll have to make sure I'm on vacation. It was intended as a joke, and my understanding it was received as a joke.
Okay. And so just sort of to follow up on that, it was a joke. There wasn't any reason that you didn't want to attend that meeting. It was just
I would be there. I was the director at that point in time. I would be there.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, we can close that out. And take you now to 2 documents because the chain breaks in between an email that you send and a response that you get. So Registrar, if we could call up HAM 63873. And if we could also call up HAM 1086.
Okay.
So perhaps we can call out Miss Matthews-Malone's email. So on January 2nd, 2018, so I think you probably had just stepped into the role as Director of Roads and Traffics based on the date. You emailed Mr. Moore asking when he was putting out the RHVP link contract, and I understand that to be the contract for the repaving or the shave and pave that we had looked at before in that meeting. And he said, now that I have John's group, I believe there were a couple things they wanted in the contract and just want to make sure that we are in the mix during tender prep. So John's group, that would be a reference to the traffic operations and engineering group.
That's correct.
Okay. And so we can close this call out now. And Registrar, if we could go to, I think the last, I'll try image 2 on 1086. Perfect. So Mr. Moore responds to your email at the bottom there and says that they were progressing towards a February tender, but there was a possibility that the repaving would be postponed for use of hot in place recycling instead of the shave and pave. So I asked you before if you recalled any discussion about hot in place at the meeting in, I think it was 2016. Between that meeting and now, did you have any information about the city's consideration of possible hot in place recycling on the Red Hill?
So in the 2016, the one that was associated with the note I sent to council, hot in place wasn't mentioned. I would have said that. I said it was shave and paint and cold in place. I was aware at this point in time that Gary was looking at hot in place. He had seen a technology at a technical conference that he was trying to run to ground a bit more from what I understood.
And sorry, just to correct myself, I said 2016, but I think it was early February 2017. So it would have been just about a year prior to this.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. I don't think it would have been that early. I think it would have been later in 17.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, again, I'm speculating a little bit there, which I shouldn't be doing. So I don't think it was that early though.
And so there's reference here to Mr. Moore says they're progressing towards a February tender, but that there's possibility that it would be postponed if the city were to go with hot in place. Did you have any concerns about potential delay in repaving if hot in place was going to be used?
No, I did not. I was surprised they were looking as early as February. I was not, because typically hot in place goes a lot faster than shave and pave.
Right, but sort of in terms of the timeline of when that work happens, if they were going to postpone the tender that year, did you have any concerns about the tender being postponed?
No, I did not.
And do you recall if any of your staff raised concerns about potential delay?
No, none of the staff did.
Thank you, Registrar. Can we close this out? And if we could go to overview document 8, images 70 and 71. In paragraph 196, Mr. McKinnon forwarded an email from Martin White about resurfacing and installation of reflectors in the pavement to Mayor Eisenberger. And Mayor Eisenberger replied asking, when is the resurfacing scheduled for? If it's years away, what do we do with these reflectors in the meantime? Is this not a warranty issue? Half or more missing is not acceptable now or in the future. And can close that out. And if we could call up Mr. White's, so then in paragraph 197, that email got forwarded to Mr. White and to yourself. And he said, what day you, which I suspect he meant say, and said, don't want to overreact to this, but let's chat. And then if we could call it paragraph 198. And Mr. White replied to Mr. McKinnon and to you with some information about replacement of the reflectors and the status of resurfacing, and identified that the decision not to replace the reflectors was based on Mr. Moore's plan to resurface the RHVP as soon as possible. But at that time, his understanding was that Mr. Moore hadn't committed to a process or a time frame. And so traffic staff were working on the original schedule. Looking at this email, do you recall if there were any discussions that you had with your staff or management about any concerns in relation to possible delay in resurfacing in relation to the pavement reflectors?
So I would meet with my managers every 2 weeks to have a checkpoint meeting. I recall having a discussion. It's later on in the year, they replaced the missing reflectors, having a discussion with Martin. It was really maintenance. It wasn't, I think there's kind of two things being mentioned here. So the grooves in the road, the setting for the reflectors was already done. And they were talking about replacing the missing reflectors, which is kind of maintenance. And then, but new reflectors would be part of, that would be a much larger, grandiose operation. That's my recollection.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. Sorry, just one other question on this. So this is February. This is also in February 2018. And here Mr. White references that as far as he knew, Mr. Moore hadn't committed to a process or a time frame. Do you recall if you had any concerns about that resurfacing at this point wasn't going to happen in 2018?
No, I didn't have any concerns. We kind of had our hands full at that time of year with other issues at that time. So.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close that out. And I'm reminded that I did not mark the last document, one of the documents that I pulled up before as an exhibit. So HAM 63873, which was the email that Ms. Matthews Malone sent to Mr. Moore. That document needs to be marked as an exhibit. And I think that would be exhibit 128.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Now, Registrar, if we could go to overview document 8, images 34 and 35. And so you'll see in the bottom of of image 34, paragraph 90. Mr. McKinnon emailed Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, Mr. Mader, and Ms. Wunderlich under the subject line link and RHVP safety report. And this is in December 2017. And said, gents, I'm going to ask Laura to find 90 minutes for us in the new year for you to walk me through this report. And that was the staff report that we had looked at. And in paragraph 91, on the next page, it says the meeting was scheduled for January 8th. Mr. Mader, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, and Miss Matthews Malone were included as attendees. So by this time, so you're not on the first email chain, but you do end up on the meeting invitation. Was that because you?
The CC.
Yes. And so do you think at that time you were included as on that meeting because you had become the director of roads and traffic?
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. And do you recall this meeting?
I recall, again, I can't recall like the ins and outs of every meeting, but we were going over, Dan did ask some questions at that meeting. So yes, I recall the question about accidents. So.
And the question about accidents, what do you recall about that question?
Well, Dan was preparing. So this is just to put it sort of in a sequence. Typically what you would do is Dan's getting prepared to go to Public Works Committee. And so he's basically, and this was good practice, best practice actually, to make sure that you tried to guess what types of questions you would get asked and what you could relay on to council to supplement what was in the report if you had to. So he had asked, are there more accidents on our roads than other roads? Pretty sure it was this meeting.
I think you're right, and I'll take you to some additional paragraph references now, and sort of the sequence of events that follows from this meeting. So, Registrar, if we could go to images 42 and 43. So, I can direct your attention to the text at the top of image 43, and perhaps, Registrar, we could call that out. So the day after, sorry, the other page. Thank you. So the day after that meeting on January 9th, Mr. Ferguson emailed a number of staff at SEMA, including Mr. Malone, asking if they could assist with a comparison of collision rates between the Link and the Red Hill and other similar facilities. And he references in the top part of that email that the topic had come up during the management discussions yesterday, which I understand to be the January 8th meeting. And is that sort of consistent? I guess I'll let you review the document, and then you can tell me if this is consistent with what you recall of Mr. McKinnon's questions at that meeting.
Yeah, I think it's the linkage to that meeting with Dan.
So his questions to SEMA here are in relation to the questions that Mr. McKinnon asked?
Yes, because we don't have a comparator road with that amount of volume and that speed.
And you may have touched on this earlier, but what was your understanding of why Mr. McKinnon wanted that information?
I think he was getting ready to, if he was asked that question, how would he answer it?
So his preparation for
the upcoming Public Works Committee and that report that was going forward.
Who directed Mr. Ferguson to contact SEMA specifically? Do you recall?
I do not. I did not. And there's a nice statement on the bottom there that anything would be signed off by John Mader. So I'm respecting the code of conduct policy.
Right. And that's, in relation to the potential conflict of interest?
That's right.
And given that potential conflict and sort of how you viewed your role in relation to the code of conduct policy, how did you sort of approach this assignment that your staff were working on with SEMA?
I would say I left it to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White. They're the experts. This is not my area of expertise or my forte. And but I felt that comfortable in once a document was submitted that I could review the final document.
Okay. So you could review once it had been submitted to you, but not involved in sort of the discussions with SEMA that led to the whatever document it was that was created.
Yes, you've said that better than I did. Yes.
Okay, so now I'll sort of take you to some of the paragraphs in the overview document that set out what happened after this email and the ending, the resulting document that did come out of this email exchange. And so just bear with me because I'll take you to various points in time and then I'll ask you some questions afterwards. So Registrar, if we could close this out and call up images 44 and 45. And in paragraphs 119 and 120, you received a copy of the 2008 of some collision information from SEMA from Mr. White on January 12th, 2018. And the draft that you received on that day found that the link in the Red Hill had lower collision rates than 3 comparator provincial roads.
Yes.
And then looking at image 45, and if we could also call it 46, Registrar. There was then some additional information that SEMA provided looking at the paragraphs that are up on the screen now. SEMA provided some additional information that showed that half the link collisions and close to half of the Red Hill collisions were fatal or injury collisions. And that information was then provided to you. And you'll see in paragraph 128, you say, you responded to Mr. White's email, writing that you should notify Mr. McKinnon prior to the Public Works Committee meeting later that day. I think that was the meeting you were talking about.
The Public Works Committee where the report would be going?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then jumping forward to follow after that Public Works Committee meeting, Registrar, if we could call up image 52. And in paragraph 145 there, Mr. Ferguson followed up with, perhaps we can call that paragraph out. Thank you. So on February 1st, Mr. Ferguson followed up with SEMA about the increased proportion of severe collisions, and he mentioned a management meeting yesterday. So presumably that was on January 31st. Where the general manager asked the question of why are motorists more likely to be injured traveling on our roadways when involved in a collision compared to the others, and why is it close to 50% of collisions? And he provided some additional information. And now, last part that I'll take you to. So it was a few days later, on February 5th, Registrar, if we could go to images 53 and 54. And in paragraph 148, so there was some additional information that SEMA provided, and then Mr. Ferguson replied thanking the SEMA staff for the updated information, and he again mentioned the management meeting, and he said, our GM and the director of Eng, Gary Moore, questioned that 1 and 2 collisions on the facilities resulted in a serious injury or fatality. Not sure if you have met Gary, but he emphatically questioned that. Our GM is pretty supportive, but when Gary went off in this meeting, he raised the question. Almost 50% does seem high, but as I said, I related it to the speeds. What do you recall, sort of more generally, having taken you through a number of paragraphs and a number of documents, what do you recall about the discussion amongst leadership about trying to understand the collision data that SEMA provided?
So see if I can restate what I went through all of my summary of what you've shown me. So Dan had asked for the information prior to the committee meeting. Staff came back and said, the numbers are quite favorable. The accidents, there's actually higher number of accidents on the other roadways than on our roadways. And so that was good information we had, but the morning of, or the night before we're going to committee, there's this question raised around this. What is a serious injury? Fatality is fairly straightforward. So it was, hey, get it to Dan right away to just put a stop on it. We have to run this information to ground to find out what's going on. And so what's happening here is that people are questioning, well, what is a serious injury? Like what, 50% is being flagged as that. We know the fatalities, but we don't have a lot of information on injury. So what is being captured in a serious injury? And then I think ultimately it comes down that everything is that if there is any type of injury, it's being captured as a serious injury for the Red Hill and the link.
Okay.
But it does have lower number of collisions.
Okay, thank you. And so in the last two documents that I took you to, or the paragraphs that I called up for you, there's reference to a meeting that on January 31st, 2018. And was the purpose of that meeting to clarify sort of the sort of what you had been telling us about the collision trends and that data? So was that the purpose of that meeting?
Dan had scheduled regular meetings to talk about the Red Hill and the link. And no, I got the impression is, okay, where are we with the outstanding business list? And then any other items that would have come up as a result of it. And this was definitely one because we didn't have a definitive answer yet.
Okay. So not specific to the collision data, but that was a topic that came up?
No, it was general, everything around Red Hill and link.
And Mr. Ferguson here makes some references to Mr. Moore, and he says that Mr. Moore emphatically questioned the statistics and then says our GM is pretty supportive, but when Gary went off in this meeting, he raised the question. Do you recall Mr. Moore emphatically disagreeing with the collision data or Mr. Moore going off at the meeting?
No, Gary questioned, Gary was not hesitant to question you. This one doesn't stand out that he was more agitated or anything along that lines, but he questioned.
Okay. Registrar, can we close this paragraph out and call up the next image 55? And if we could call out paragraphs 152 and 153. So here you received the updated collision information from Mr. White on February 7th. And in your response in paragraph 153, you wrote interesting stuff. First thing that came to mind was the time slots, that time slots could potentially assist police on when to target enforcement. We'll be interested to hear what comes of Dave's meeting with police. Other interest was wet condition summary. Wondering when Gary Gary is going to have his core samples back. What wet condition summary are you referring to here?
Conditions. So the one thing about the analysis that Martin and Dave did on comparing accidents to other roads, it didn't have a wet weather lens on it. So the accidents that are happening on the 406 it was just, there are, based on the analysis, there's X number of accidents, and on the Red Hill, there's Y, but there's no, there was no wet weather lens on, or speeding or geometrics or anything like that. There were no lenses, just the final numbers.
And specifically on the wet condition, why was that something that that you or others were interested in?
Well, they mentioned during the 2015 that there were accidents, more accidents on the Red Hill during wet weather conditions. So
just sort of following up on that idea from the.
Yeah, there's no seasonality to the reports that are coming back. It's just a direct comparison of A versus B number.
And you mentioned the finding from the 2015 SEMA report. At this time, did you have any concerns about wet weather collisions on the Red Hill? Or had any of your staff expressed concerns?
I still, at this point in time, I'm not going to say that it was wet weather because we didn't really know. We had so many activities going on. Was signage going to help? Was line painting, the guide rails, the enforcement? There was, we didn't have information. And at that point in time, Dave is meeting with the police. So are we going to get more information about causes of accidents?
And in that last sentence there, you referenced Mr. Moore having core samples back. Were you aware that testing was done on those core samples?
Testing on the core samples? No, I can't comment on what would have been done as part of the testing. They take core samples, they test them, but I don't know what they were testing for.
Okay. So in relation to your question there, what was your interest in Mr. Moore having his receiving the core samples back?
Is he still going this year? Is he still going in February? Because we still, as the traffic operations group, still have a number of activities to be done, and several of them are linked to the repaving.
Right. So if there was a delay, and he wasn't going in 2018 for the resurfacing, there was potential for a delay to the countermeasures that traffic was responsible for.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
A lot had been done, but there were still some outstanding items.
Okay. I'll take you now to the final document in relation to this collision data. So Registrar, if we could call up HAM 1171 at images 1 and 2. And so you'll see here eventually at the end of March 2018, the SEMA collision data was eventually converted into a memo that was addressed to yourself and to Mr. McKinnon. And on the second page there on the right, there's a header that says current status of outstanding items as per report PW 18008.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to these, was there any additional safety measures or investigation contemplated as a result of the collision memo or the collision information that you received?
No, I think this is a good summary of the outstanding items.
And so would the process have been that you were waiting to either complete this work or to monitor its implementation and then assess the collision data in light of that?
That's a mouthful of questions. So can you repeat that for me?
Sure. So I guess I'll try to simplify my question.
Yes,
so
thank you.
In relation to the current status, what relation did these items and the implementation or the monitoring of these items have in relation to the collision information?
Well, a couple of these items, and these would not have been tied to construction. The queue end warning system, I mean, it was identified that a lot of the accidents on Link were rear enders of the speed differential. So variable speed limits, these were items that required, that were still on the outstanding list that staff had to complete their work on. And could there have been impacts to accidents? Yes, there may very well have been a reduction as a result of this.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. Can we call up HAM 35991 at images 1 and 2? And I think you mentioned this earlier, Ms. Matthews-Malone, in relation to the January 31st meeting about regular meetings that Mr. McKinnon was holding in and around this time. And so the inquiries received a document that contains, as you'll see here, a list of Red Hill and Link meetings from 2017 to 2019. And a number of the meetings that I've asked you about and that we've talked about, the May 1st, 2017 meeting and the January meetings on January 8th and 31st are listed here. And just for clarity, these meetings here, these are separate from DMT meetings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you perceive an increase in the number of meetings that were held at sort of the general manager, director, manager level, specifically focused on the Red Hill and Link as of 2017 and 2018 when you were at the city?
This was the first time that the group had been brought together to specifically have targeted discussions. In my mind, I wasn't privy to a lot of the previous, but.
And I think you said before it was Mr. McKinnon that was organizing these meetings?
That's correct, as the general manager.
What was your understanding of why Mr. McKinnon was organizing these meetings?
I can't really speak for Dan. My impression was that he was trying to get more information about the report, more information on the outstanding items that were listed on the reports.
Okay. Registrar, we can close this document out. And I understand, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, that Mr. Soldo took over your position as Director of Roads and Traffic when you retired from the city in August 2018. Do you recall if there was any overlap between yourself and Mr. Soldo before, sort of when you were still at the city and when he started?
There was minimal overlap. So what I had done was I had met with Edward prior to him coming over. I'd met with him and I gave him a summary of what I thought was some of the things that he might be dealing with within the first 100 days. And then Edward and I believe we had 1 week overlap when he actually had come over.
When you say a summary, was that a conversation you had? Was it a document you provided to him?
A bit of both. We met halfway between his London job and the city of Hamilton, but I had written something for him.
And do you recall if there was any items in your summary, either the things that you discussed at that meeting or the lunch and the document that you prepared in relation to the Red Hill Valley Parkway or the link, and anything specifically about the 2018 collision information?
So I've been trying to rack my brain over. Edward's probably got a better feel or memory on maybe even have a copy of the document, but in really trying hard to think about this, I'm pretty sure I put down what report. We kept track of reports that were due to committee from our division. And the traffic accident report was in there with there were a couple reports due from the traffic operations group as well as roads.
Okay, so now coming to two more areas of questions that post-date your time at the city. So I've asked you about your knowledge of friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway a number of times this morning, and I just want to close off your evidence on this point. And we know that in February 2019, which is about 6 months after your retirement, the fact that the Red Hill Valley Parkway there was friction testing results in relation to the Red Hill Valley Parkway was made public through a press release issued by the city. Do you recall either reading or learning about this information at the time that it was released publicly?
No, I was out of the country at that time. I was out of the country February 9th to the 23rd in 2018.
And so,
sorry, 19. I was out of the country during that. So.
Okay. And do you recall, sort of leaving aside that time period, do you recall when you first became aware of the existence of skid testing results or friction testing results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Well, I can't say I know anything about the results. I became aware of friction testing through preparing for this process.
So it wasn't when you were at the city, it was in the course of preparation for the inquiry?
That's correct, yes.
And I take it similarly, based on that, were you aware of the city's retainer of Golder or Tradewind to conduct friction testing on the Parkway prior to your retirement at the city?
No, I was not.
Thank you. So Registrar, last document, if we could call up RHV 890. And so Ms. Matthews-Mullen, this is an anonymous letter that was sent to the city auditor and the mayor's office in March 2019. So when you were retired, following the disclosure of the Tradewind report. Have you seen this letter before, aside from reviewing it in the course of preparing for this inquiry?
Only in preparing for the inquiry.
Are you the author of the letter?
No,
Do you know who is?
no.
And Registrar, if we could call up towards the bottom, the third bullet from, thank you, yes, that bullet. So Ms. Matthews-Mullen, you are referenced in the letter here, and I'll just give you a chance to read this. And we've already discussed your relationship with Mr. Malone and the conflict of interest memos you submitted in connection with SEMA's work, as well as some of your practices and how you approached SEMA's work with the city. So looking at the first sentence there, where it says, Ms. Matthews-Malone, former Public Works Director of Roads, absolutely knew that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to do investigation on asphalt quality and left the matter to Mr. Moore to pursue and resolve. Did you know that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to do investigation on asphalt quality?
There was one email where he asked, I believe, Golder to contact operations if he was taking core samples. So Gary didn't want cold mix used to repair the core sample. So he suggested to contact operations. So through that, I knew something was happening in terms of some sort of investigation.
And when it said that, when it says there, you left the matter to Mr. Moore to pursue and resolve, what, if any, information do you have to say in response to that? I
don't have any expertise on asphalt quality, so if I'm leaving the matter to someone who does, I think that's due diligence. It's appropriate.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close that call out. Just one moment. Thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions for Matthews-Malone. And I understand that some of the council for the participants have reserved time. So I'd ask first if council for Golder has any questions.
I do. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ms. Matthews-Malone.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Ms. Matthews-Malone, you stated earlier that in your capacity as Director of Operations and Road and Traffic, winter maintenance was under your purview. Do I have that right?
Yes, winter maintenance was.
Okay. Is the use of liquid brine on roadways during winter weather, including the Red Hill Valley Parkway, part of that winter maintenance?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what are the weather conditions or temperature threshold at which liquid brine is applied on roadways?
For anti-icing, you're looking at projected weather conditions, the future weather conditions, and if the temperatures and weather conditions are going to be such that there might be a possibility that you could have icing or snow, you'll apply liquid brine in advance of that, because then it helps with the winter control operations of, if required, it could potentially deal with whatever issue just on its own, or it could make sure that it breaks the bond so that you're not having ice and snow attach itself to the road.
Okay, and so that relates more to weather conditions, but in terms of temperature, is there a threshold below which you tend to apply liquid brine?
Yes, you're watching for the potential drop in temperature, because it's probably not the best to explain this, but there's road temperature dew point, and there's a point at which moisture in the air will drop out and form ice, even though it's not a snowstorm, or it'll. I guess one reference or an example would be like black ice.
Right. And so, sorry, I'm trying to get a degree of temperature or a threshold. So when you say dew point, is that below 5 degrees Celsius? Is that?
No.
Do you have a sense at all of degrees of temperature?
Well, you're closer to the freezing point.
Okay.
And you're looking at what point the road temperature drops below the dew point, because that brings out the moisture.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Ms. Matthews-Malone.
And Commissioner, I understand counsel for the MTO reserved 5 minutes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ms. Matthews-Malone. I confirm MTO does not have any questions for this witness.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bray.
And similarly, Commissioner, counsel for Dufferin also reserved 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. I confirm that Dufferin doesn't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook.
And I believe counsel for the city has approximately 20 minutes of questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Mishra.
Good afternoon, Ms. Matthews-Malone. I've got a couple of questions to ask you today in redirect. First, I'd like to ask you some questions about the conflict of interest policy. You're aware that under the city's code of conduct, the city has a requirement for employees to disclose potential conflicts of interest. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you understood that that code of conduct required you to identify potential conflicts of interest that could arise.
That was my understanding, yes.
You told Commission Counsel earlier today that you're married to Mr. Brian Malone, and that posed a potential conflict of interest with SEMA under the city's code of conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you did raise this potential conflict with Mr. Jerry Davis when he was the GM, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then you raised this potential conflict with Mr. McKinnon when he was the GM as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's also correct.
And you recused yourself from working with SEMA in accordance with the city's code of conduct. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Next, I want to ask you about that email correspondence that we had looked at earlier with Mr. Capistagno and Mr. Malone. Mr. Registrar, do you mind pulling up HAM 4710, please? Perfect, thank you. And can you call out that email just so it's easier to read? Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Now, I know we discussed this earlier, but I just want to confirm, why did you suggest that Mr. Malone touch base with Mr. Capistagno as opposed to a daytime supervisor or someone else?
Well, it's sort of, it was to expedite, because Sam, when Sam's on, and he's got both roadways, he's got the entire city. If I tried to put him in touch with someone during the day, I wouldn't really know who to do it, because there are a number of supervisors that are working in each of the divisions, and perhaps they're familiar with, maybe they've responded once to something on the Red Hill, or maybe they've never responded to anything on the Red Hill. So Sam is sort of he covers all areas. So it was a go-to focus point, I guess I would call, or say.
Okay. And was there any safety concern that you wanted Mr. Malone to be aware of when you suggested that he touch base with Mr. Capistagno?
No, I just thought it would be nice to have kind of a maintenance lens on, what they experience out there.
Thank you. You can take the called out and the document down, please, Mr. Registrar. If you can now bring up HAM 8847 and HAM 4799, please. You'll see that these are two emails that Mr. McCleary sent to you concerning accidents on the roadway in the fall of 2015. You'll see that, and let me know if you'd like me to call it out, you responded to the second email by noting that there's a report going to council the first week of December. And you told Commission Council earlier today that you were referencing the SEMA 2015 staff report. Why did you advise Mr. McCleary that the 2015 SEMA staff report was going to council in response to his email concerning an accident on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
This is Terry. Terry is highlighting concerns, and I know the SEMA report is coming up shortly, and it's going to have the data to either substantiate or negate our anecdotal information about what we've seen on the road.
And did you have any concerns about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this time?
No, I did not.
I just want to confirm your evidence regarding the CVOR, which you told Commission Council earlier involved monitoring accidents involving city vehicles on Hamilton roadways. Were there any accidents identified on the Red Hill Valley Parkway from the CVOR monitoring at this time?
I don't recall ever having one brought to my attention, no.
And in both of these emails, Mr. McCleary noted speed as a potential factor in collisions. Did you share this view that there was speeding on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Speed's interesting because speed is an observation. And yes, I was concerned with speeding. As I mentioned, I had driven the road. I still continue to drive the road for my profession and for personal use. And it was sometimes like you're standing still and people are going by you.
Thank you. Now I want to ask you some questions about the 2015 staff report pertaining to the 2015 SEMA report. Mr. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 24700, please? And I see that the 2015 staff report is a recommendation report. And I understand that staff sometimes also prepare and present information reports. When should a staff report be brought as a recommendation report as opposed to an information report?
A recommendation report is when you're asking for committee and ultimately council's permission to proceed with a particular activity. And there's usually a budgetary linkage to that activity that you're seeking permission to proceed. An information report is you're giving updates. You're not asking for permission. You're just updating and providing kind of status reports, I'd say, is a good example of an information report.
Okay. And looking at these 4 recommendations, and actually, Mr. Registrar, if you don't mind calling them out just so that they're easier to read. What is your understanding as to why this report was a recommendation report?
There's a number of items identified, and they're going to be using money out of the red light camera reserve. So this isn't something that's already gone to council for approval in terms of an operating or capital budget. This is outside of what council's already approved for us.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, you can take down that call out. Thank you. And now more broadly, are staff required to append consultant reports to staff reports when they're presented to council?
So I've worked in 3 municipalities, and I'll just to say in my number of years experience, there's never been any hard or fast rule when to include a report. It was pretty common that you would include excerpts from a consultant report. So you may include a table or something within the body of the report. I can't remember, as I say, we didn't do it in operations because we had so few consultant reports, but I don't really recall, at the city seeing a consultant's report appended.
When you say include excerpts, does that mean excerpts from the consultant report within the staff report or something else?
I'm sorry, yes, that's what I mean. So that would be, taken, cut and paste from a consultant report.
Understood, thank you. And if a staff report does not append a consultant's report, could counselors still obtain a copy of the consultant's report if they wished?
Yes.
And how would they obtain such a copy?
They would ask the author and potentially even the director.
So thank you, Mr. Registrar. You can take down that document, please. Now, I want to ask you some questions about friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you have any expertise in pavement friction?
No, I do not.
If you were presented with friction testing results, would you be able to interpret them or understand them?
No, I would not.
And during your time at the city, did you understand there was any urgency regarding obtaining friction testing results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
You've used the word urgency. So there was indications that they recommended friction testing be done, but I can't really speak to the urgency.
Understood. Did you have any sense of urgency from your perspective, or you just can't speak to it?
No, I'm looking at all facets of what they're recommending and what parts I own.
Understood. Thank you. So I now want to ask you about the winter roadway maintenance. And I know this was discussed to some degree in Commission Council's questions as well as in the questions from Council for Golder. Broadly speaking, what winter maintenance work does operations perform?
So we'll do patrolling. We'll do what I keep saying they would do weather monitoring. They would potentially do applications and pickled salt. They would do plowing. They would be doing snow removal. And they did, at the time I was there, short sections of sidewalks, so plowing sidewalks in certain areas.
Okay, and Council for Golder had asked you about anti-icing and brining. I just want to confirm, why does the city brine the road?
It's a preventive measure, anti-icing. There's also something called de-icing, which is sort of after the fact, but it's predominantly in Ontario anti-icing. So you're trying to you're reading the weather forecast and you're trying to get out ahead of a problem.
And who did the city contract to perform anti-icing during your tenure as Director of Operations?
So we had some capability of anti-icing within our own group, but for the Red Hill and Link and a number of the escarpment crossings, we contracted that service out to IMOS, which is part of, I think it's Miller.
Okay. Now, Mr. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 64316, please?
Sorry, Council, do you mind repeating that call out for me?
Yes, of course. So it's HAM 64316.
Maybe under a different doc ID. Sorry, I don't think I have that one. 64316.
Yes, that's right.
Maybe 64136. Sorry, I don't have 64.
Let me just check to ensure that I've got that number correct. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, I do believe it is 64316. I know that this would have been uploaded to the share site on Monday, I believe.
By participants council or by?
It would be by council for the city.
Sorry, just give me 1 second and I'll get it up for you.
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. And Mr. Registrar, just for your information, there's also a document 64314 and 64313 that I'll be needing shortly afterwards, and they're likely in the same spots, so that assists in having them all ready for when I go to these documents as the next sections.
Okay, thank you, Council. Sorry, my apologies for the delay. I was just about to open that for you.
No problem at all. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. So we understand that this document is dated November 2013, which is prior to your return to the city in 2014. However, we have some general questions for you regarding this document. As you'll see on image 1, which is the document on the screen right now, in the right-hand corner, there's a reference to the City of Hamilton winter control, winter maintenance plowing / spreading recording log. Am I correct that this page is a winter maintenance log for November 19th to 20th of 2013?
So I wasn't there at that point in time, but it looks like that's the activities that were undertaken. It's the operations record.
And given your role as Director of Operations in 2014 and onwards, do you have an understanding of what this document is?
Generally I can speak to it, but I'm not sure it's the same document we would have used in 2014. But I can generally speak to what it's showing.
Understood. So you'll see in the top left corner, there's a reference to IMOS in that black diamond, as well as Miller Maintenance Ltd bracket Hamilton. You've told us that the city contracted IMOS to perform anti-icing during your time as Director of Operations. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And is this maintenance log specific to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, looking at the locations and the body of the body of this log?
No, it's including other areas throughout the city as well. It appears to include the Red Hill, and I do not see a specific reference to the link.
Understood. And you'll see in a handwritten note It says in the middle of the page, star started with full load of brine. In general, in the context of winter maintenance, what is a full load of brine?
So this looks like on November 19th at 5:30, they're starting to go out and apply brine. The likelihood, again, the likelihood they're expecting cold weather conditions or some sort of weather conditions that they want to get out in front of.
And you'll see at the bottom of the page in the right-hand corner, there's a note that appears to say used 3,000 liters. Do you know what that note means?
That they used, I would interpret that as they've used 3,000 liters of brine.
And what did the check boxes indicate?
So what I would say, it's the areas that they've applied brine.
And do you have an understanding of what the handwritten notes on the right side indicate?
I don't. It says Mohawk to Upper Kenilworth, then back to Mohawk, and it has an L. Potentially, I think you'd ask the operator, or you'd ask IMOS, is that link? I don't know, because that is a stretch on the link. And then down below it has, somebody's also written in Centennial Hill, both sides done. So that's the road adjacent to the Red Hill. That is a city road, a main arterial.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Registrar, can you mark this HAM 64316 as the next exhibit, please?
Noted, Council. Thank you. So this is exhibit 129.
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Can you take this document down, and can you now please turn up HAM 64314 and turn to image 40, please? Perfect. Thank you. Again, we understand that this document is dated November 20th, 2013, which is also before your return to the city in 2014. But again, we have some general questions about the document. You'll see at the top, and perhaps Mr. Registrar, if you can call out the top half of including the diamond, please. Great, thank you. You'll see at the top of the table, it states road patrol information, start time, routes taken, and turnaround times to be documented. And above that, it says Miller Maintenance Road Patrol. Actually, Miller Maintenance Limited Niagara, and the icon on the left says the Miller Group. Am I correct that this is the Miller Maintenance Road Patrol log for November 20th, 2013?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And given your role again as Director of Operations in 2014, do you have an understanding of what this document is?
Yeah, so with your road patrol, one of the things you're doing is you're going around your road network and you are checking air temperature, road temperature, weather conditions, because the patrol will, if they see a winter condition or they see something that they want to raise for operations, they'll forward information over so that activity's then done. The patrol is just looking for things and checking things, and operations is the doing of the operations themselves, the winter operations.
Understood. Mr. Registrar, if you can remove that call out and then call out the section from the middle of the page where it says weather and road information. Perfect, thank you. You'll see in the middle of the page, there's a section entitled Weather and Road Information. And on the far left side, it indicates time checked, wind/temp, weather, road info, and then lastly, operations. Can you explain what these 5 rows indicate?
Yeah, so they're a snapshot in time. Let's take the first column. A snapshot at time at 6:30 in the morning. they're saying winds are light, air temperatures -3, weather's clear, so it's not snowing, there's not clouds, there's road information, it's bare and dry, and the road temperature is -5. And then do you require to call in operations staff to undertake winter control? No.
Okay.
And then they have it for two other distinct times during the day.
Okay. And if you can remove that call out again, please, Mr. Registrar. And then call out the top half of the page one more time, please. You'll see that in these rows, there's also a time, a location, two numbers, a description, B/dry, and then finally clear. Do you understand what these rows are indicating across the page here?
So my interpretation is we'll do the 6:30 if that's okay. So at 6:30 in the morning, they were at Highway 20 and 6th, and they recorded air temperature as -3, the road temperature is -5. The road conditions themselves were bare and dry, and it was a clear day.
So if I understand that correctly, then on row 3, it's indicating that at 7:30 a.m. on Red Hill and Mud, the air temperature and the ground temperature were both -2. Is that what this row appears to say?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's -2 air, -2 road, bare, dry, and clear weather conditions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Registrar, can you remove the call out? And can you also include image 39 on the screen as well, please? If you do you want to put it, perfect, thank you. You'll see in the bottom right of the November 20th page, there's two numbers and there's no units on those numbers, but on page 39, there is a unit on the bottom number, which appears to say kilometers. Do you have an understanding of what these bottom numbers indicate?
So that would indicate the amount of kilometers they drove as part of their patrol.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, can you mark this document HAM 64314 as the next exhibit, please?
Noted, Council. Thank you. This is exhibit 130.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Now, can you please turn up HAM 64313, please? And if you could show the first two images, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. So you'll see that this document is titled City of Hamilton Monthly Climate Summary, November 2013. And you'll see that it's dated January 13th, 2014 on the second page. Again, this predates your return to the city. I just have some general questions about this document. Am I correct that this is a monthly climate summary in Hamilton?
Yes, and so I'm assuming because during my time there, we used AMIC as our weather forecast. Like we would go to them for weather forecasts, and then they would give us a summary of the month. So, yeah, this is what this appears to be.
Okay. And you'll see in the table of contents, there's a note that there's monthly climate data for Hamilton North, Hamilton South, and Hamilton East. Do you know where the Red Hill Valley Parkway falls in these three categories, or if there's any overlap with the Red Hill Valley Parkway and these three categories?
I would say probably the best fit for Red Hill would be Hamilton South, and the best fit for, you didn't ask Link, but it would be Hamilton East, would be my suggestion.
Okay. So if we can turn to image 7, Mr. Registrar, please. You'll see that this is the table for Hamilton South for November 2013. And if you could call out the entire table, so 3.2, just to make it a little bit bigger. You'll see that for November 20th, 2013, the max temperature for that day was 3.1 and the minimum temperature for that day was negative 5.9. Is that correct? Is that what this chart indicates?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Registrar, can you turn to image 9? So this is for Hamilton East. And again, if you don't mind calling out the table again, just to make it a little easier to read. You'll see that the max temperature on November 20th, 2013 was 3.7, and the minimum temperature was negative 5.6. Is that correct?
Yes.
In terms of what the table indicates.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Registrar, you can take down that call out, and you can take down the document, and if you can mark this HAM 64313 as the next exhibit, please, that would be much appreciated.
Noted, councils, that's exhibit 131.
Perfect, thank you. So next, I want to ask you some questions about the planned repavement of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mr. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 9201 and include both image 1 and image 2, please? Thank you. And could you call out the email on the page 2, starting from Guys, Brian, and I, all the way down to thanks? Oh, sorry, apologies. It's on image 2 where it says, perfect, thank you. So you'll see the email that you had sent where you indicate, Guys, Brian and I attended a meeting with asset management yesterday, and the following is an overview of that meeting. What was the purpose of this email that you had sent?
I'm looking for feedback from them. I'm telling them what we've been told by asset management and engineering, and that there may be some follow-up work on our part. And let's see if we can concur that we share, or if we see the areas that they're talking about.
Okay. Do you remember if friction testing or friction concerns were discussed at this meeting with asset management that you had the day prior to this email?
No, I don't. And I would have included it if it was.
You would have included it where, sorry, if it was.
To the staff. I would have let them know.
Understood. And do you recall if anyone at the meeting advised there was an urgency around the repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link?
No, the impression I got, they're just trying to prevent it from deteriorating further.
Okay. And if that was discussed, if there was discussions about urgency, would you have noted that in your overview of the meeting that you had sent to your team?
I think I would have, because it probably would have been a date or faster date. This was early 17, I think.
Oh, can we, and you can take out the call out just to show the date if that's of assistance.
This is pretty early in the new year, right? Yes. So no, they had dates they were looking at. They didn't know whether they were going to do north, south, together, one direction at a time, weekend closures. That was still up in the air.
And do you know why the repaving was being done at all?
The indications were that the road was starting to show deterioration. And so you jump on that with the rehabilitation strategy so it doesn't further deteriorate.
Okay.
And again, I'm going based on my asset management experience.
Perfect, thank you. And just one last area of questions I want to ask you about. Mr. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 1094 and HAM 1095? Ms. Matthews-Malone, just to orient you, this is with respect to the SEMA collision report and some of the conversations that were happening in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
What was your understanding as to why the city requested this information from SEMA and had commissioned this report?
Dan had asked for that information, and he'd asked for that information prior to the Public Works Committee that was being held later in the month.
Okay. you'll see here that in line 1 of the memo, the first question is, how do the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway compare with other similar type roadways, e.g. Highway 406 through the St. Catherine and Highway 78 in Kitchener? Do you have an understanding of why this question was being considered?
We didn't have any comparators internal to the city. We didn't have road posted at that speed with that kind of volume and those geometrics. So they were looking at, are there MTO roads or other roads, and they turned out that there were MTO roads that potentially have somewhat similar speed profiles and potentially some curves and such to them. So that's how they came up with 406. There's a short section through St. Catharines that is quite curvy down by the water, and I'm not that familiar with Highway 7, 8, and 8 in Kitchener.
And why was it important to compare the Red Hill against these roadways, or why was it useful?
Well, the problem is you're comparing apples to oranges when you're comparing the Red Hill and the Link to other city roads, because there isn't a Red Hill, there isn't a comparator for those roads. We have our other roads, yes, we have arterials, but we don't have the speed profiles, we don't have the volumes. They're different configurations. So he's looking, what Dan's saying is, okay, are there comparators to Red Hill and Link that potentially we could look at?
Okay. And how did the collision rate on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Link compare to these MTO roadways?
Well, based on the analysis that was completed, and there's quite a convoluted equation, the Red Hill and the Link had lower collision rates than the other comparator roads that were looked at.
Mr. Commissioner, can I just have a second to look at my notes? Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mathis-Malone. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hendry.
I do have a couple brief questions in re-examination, Commissioner.
Okay.
Registrar, if we could first call up HAM 64316. So, Ms. Matthews-Mullen, this is the document that counsel for the city took you to, and you advised that this document appears to show the areas where the brine was applied. I see there are a number of boxes checked off, and as I understand your evidence, that's the areas where the brine was applied?
According to this record, that's what it implies, yes.
I see in the middle column there, the second line from the bottom, it says Red Hill Straits.
Yes.
And there's no check mark there. First part of my question is, what are the Red Hill Straits?
I'm sorry, I don't know, because I'm not, this was prior to, and I'm not managing the contract, so I can't really speak to that.
So you're not able to say if Red Hill Straits refers to the main line?
I guess I can't. The impression is there. The bridge, the Red Hill Bridge, is part of the main line.
The Red Hill Bridge deck there?
Yeah, the last one.
But based on the description there, you're not able to tell which parts of the Red Hill the brine was applied to?
Well, they look like they've applied them to ramps, so I don't, you'd have to talk to the operator.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Registrar. We can close that document out. And if we can call up HAM 64614. And just one, while that document's being pulled up, in the later forms, when you were at the city, was there a checkbox for the main line? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. I think you should be asking there was a contract manager.
Okay, thank you. And Registrar, if we could call up images 41 and 42. Thank you. So council for the city took you to the document on the left-hand side. If we could call up the top part of that document. Oh, sorry. It should be 40 and 41. My apologies. Thank you. And you provided some information about the Red Hill entry there. And I don't, you may have provided this explanation, but just for our benefit, where it says 730 Red Hill and Mud -2 B dry. What does B dry refer to?
Bare and dry.
And
Road surface.
okay, so the road surface was bare and dry. That's what that note indicates.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Registrar, we can close that call out. And if we could go to the last document that council for the city took you to, that's HAM 64313. If we could go to, I believe, the next image. So I believe you told council for the city that you thought that the RHVP was in the South District. Is that correct?
Well, I was asked which one I thought was most representative for those roadsway. So
Okay.
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, and just to clarify, when we were looking at the documents earlier, and specifically the organizational chart for your division in roads and maintenance, I believe you told me that you thought the Red Hill Valley Parkway was in the North District.
Okay, so they're different nomenclature. So for our yards, we had north, south, east, west. This is Environment Canada nomenclature for the site of their weather equipment.
Okay, thank you. So it's just the discrepancy there between the north and the south is just sort of who's naming the division.
That's great. They're not the same.
And if we could call up image 5 of this document. And thank you. And council for the city took you to the temperature information for November 20th on this, or sorry, this is the wrong, sorry, this is the north. If we could go to image 7, my apologies. And so, as I said, council for the city took you to the temperature information for November 20th, and I believe you confirmed that the information that's recorded here shows a max temperature of 3.1 and a minimum temperature of 5.9. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep. Yes.
And,
sorry.
Thank you. And just for our benefit, is this the document that we have up on the screen? Is this the forecast of what the temperatures were forecasted to be, or was this the actual temperatures?
This is the actual. There's another document that AMIC produces, which is the forecast.
Okay. So this was the temperatures that AMAC recorded on these days?
That's correct. From the Environment Canada sites.
And just one moment. Registrar, if we could keep this document up on one side, and if we could also call up Ham 64314 at image 40. So this is the maintenance record that we had just looked at. And I just want to clarify here because there appears to be a discrepancy in temperature as far as I read the document. In the box there in the middle of the document on the right, the temperatures appear to me to be listed as -3, +4, -5, +6.
Yeah, so what you've got going on here is you've got the air temperature is the first number, the road temperature is the second number. And this is the routing. So this isn't all Red Hill and Link. You've got some Tapley Town, Highland, Gulf Links Road, Trinity Church. So there's you'd have to look at the patrol route geographically where it is. And it's not uncommon to see asphalt temperature rise over the course of the day. So because you get, if it's bare and dry and there's sun, the asphalt will warm up. Yeah.
Just one moment.
And you see the higher temperatures. They're in the afternoon. So they're late as the day. They're quite cold at the beginning of the day, and then they start to increase over that day.
Right. Okay. And so just looking at the box, sort of where it says weather and road information, and there's the +4 and the +6 there. Could you just is the +4 the air temperature?
Yes.
And that would be the air temperature as recorded at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And that would be for the area that's covered by this maintenance record. Is that fair?
At that particular point where they've taken the measurement, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. Can we close out that call out? And just one last question on the AMEC chart that we have up on the left side. Am I right that the numbers in the AMEC report are an average for the entire the south region of the city as reflected in this chart?
They're not an average. The mean temperature column is, I know there's a difference between mean and average, but that's more along the averaging. So this is the minimum max temperature recorded at the Environment Canada South site on those dates.
Okay.
And if you need hourly information, you can get further hourly information as well. You need that. So.
Okay. And would that come from AMEC?
You could get that off Environment Canada's website.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Registrar. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, Ms. Matthews Malone, thank you very much for attending the inquiry. You're excused. It's time for our lunch break. It's 1:30. I understand that we may be running a little late this afternoon, so I'm going to suggest we take a slightly shortened lunch hour of an hour and a lunch break of an hour and return at 2:30. So we'll stand adjourned until that time.
Good afternoon. Commissioner, I don't believe that Mr. Conley has been sworn.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conley.
Yes,
This is the court reporter, and I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Conley. My name is Haley
Hi.
Bruckner. I'm commission counsel, and I'm going to be asking you some questions today.
Yep.
As you know, I will be sharing some documents on the screen to the extent that you need any additional context for those documents. As you're not able to review them, please just let me know.
yep.
So we're going to start off with your background a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about your professional qualifications and educational history?
Well, excuse me. I started off my career as a instrument technologist. I got my apprenticeship through Mohawk and through Stelco. And then I was there for 17 years. I left and went to work on a nuclear power plant that was being built. I worked there for a year. And I taught Mohawk College for a year. And I started an instrument division for the region of Alton for about 3 or 4 years. And then I was vice president of Marsh Instrumentation for 3 or 4 years. And then I ended up at O'Hara Technology, which was a pharmaceutical manufacturer. They made machines for the pharmaceutical. And I started off as their technical director, and then I went into sales, and I was their director of sales and marketing. And I was there for about, I think, 23 years, something like that.
And you were a counselor of Ward 9 for the city of Hamilton from
I was a
2014.
counselor in Stony Creek for 9 years,
Right,
and
and so that
then-
would have been prior to amalgamation?
91 to 2000.
Okay.
And then I was a counselor in Hamilton from 15 to 18.
I think it would have been the very end of 2014 that you were elected, and then your term.
Oh
would have
yeah,
been
it's the last
December
month of 2014. Yep.
And I think between those two terms as a city councilor, you also did some work as a school trustee. Is that right?
Before I was a city councilor, I was a school trustee from 1985 to 91.
And you were a counselor with Stony Creek from 91 to 2000. Is that right?
Not for Stony Creek, for Wentworth County School Board.
Okay, for your term as a city councilor for Stony Creek, that was
Oh,
before
yes.
you were a trustee. So 1991 to 2000, I think.
No, I was a city councilor from 91 to 2000.
Yeah, with Stony Creek, right?
Yes.
So stepping a little bit forward in time from being a counselor for Stony Creek to your term with the city of Hamilton for Ward 9.
Yep.
Where's Ward 9 located?
The mountain of Stony Creek.
Does Ward 9 include a portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Just at the top of it, it kind of ends at where my ward starts. So there was Chad Collins had part of it, Sam Marilla had part of it, and right at the top of it was my ward.
Okay. Did you take a particular interest in the Red Hill Valley Parkway as a result of it being in your ward?
Absolutely. Yeah, most of my constituents used it on a daily basis, or a lot of them did, I guess. Not most of them. I got no idea how many, but there was a lot.
And I understand that Brad Clark was counselor of Ward 9 before your term.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Councillor Clark give you any briefings before you took over the position in 2014?
No. No.
Did you have any discussions with him about the Red Hill Valley Parkway or its use by your constituents?
I didn't have any anything from Brad Clark. I've never had any advice or any discussions with him on the Red Hill Valley.
So was there any kind of transition briefing when you stepped in as counselor for that ward?
From who?
From Mr. Clark?
No, absolutely none.
I understand that during your time as a city councilor for Hamilton, you were also on the Public Works Committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you volunteer to join that committee?
Well, when you're elected, you have meetings, and there's a whole bunch of different committees that you can be on, and I applied for the Public Works Committee and got on it.
Okay. What was your interest in being on the Public Works Committee?
Public Works, it takes care of a lot of my area. There's a lot of stuff to do in Ward 9, and I wanted to be a part of it.
Were there specific things that you had identified as needing to be done by the Public Works Committee in Ward 9 when you first joined that committee in 2014?
I don't know about specific, but Red Hill Valley would be one of them for sure.
Okay. What did you think needed to be done with respect to the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2014?
As you probably know, one of my first meetings there, I wanted to get 3 lanes put in the Red Hill Valley, because I was told that there was supposed to be 3 lanes built when they built the road, but some funding from the government was removed, and the city couldn't afford to do 3 lanes each way. So I wanted to get that reinstated.
So you had sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that was my first big concern that I can remember.
So your focus in 2014 was on potentially widening the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Well, it was one of them, yeah.
Were you aware before you joined the Public Works Committee that council had previously asked staff to do some safety investigations on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Were you provided with prior Public Works Committee reports or reports prepared by consultants about the Red Hill Valley Parkway when you joined?
No, I wasn't.
Were you given a briefing by anyone on the Public Works Committee about the Red Hill Valley Parkway or safety issues?
No. The only time I got answers from them was when I asked the question about it.
Okay, when you say them, is that a reference to city staff?
Yes.
And the question about the Red Hill Valley Parkway you're referencing, are those your later questions about, actually, what are you referencing when you ask the question?
Well, the big one was widening of the road. I think that was the main one at the time. I was a very new counselor, and I had quite constituents ask me about getting it wider when I was running, so I brought it up, and I actually presented a motion to that effect, but it didn't get passed.
Okay. So I'm going to step into May 2015. On May 5th, 2015, there was a crossover collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that resulted in the deaths of 2 young women.
Yes.
Do you recall that collision on the Red Hill?
Yes.
Register, can you please call up HAM 33385? So Mr. Conley, while the register is pulling that up, I'm going to start orienting you a bit to this document. So this is an email that gets forwarded to you the day after that collision on May 6, 2015 by a member of the public. And he forwards you an email exchange that he had with Councillor Clark when he was the councillor of Ward 9 in May and June of 2014, in which he raised concerns about collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway with a particular focus on median barriers. And he writes to you, Register, can you call out the June 5th, 2014 email there at the bottom? So it's the last full email. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the next one up. My apologies, Register. That's the one to Councillor Clark. So on May 6, 2015, he forwards you that email chain under the subject line Red Hill Valley and link. And he says, Doug, 1 year ago, I corresponded with your predecessor about the Red Hill Valley and link. See attached emails. Once again, I am shocked this morning to hear about another fatality on the Red Hill due to a vehicle crossing through the median into oncoming traffic. In this past year, I have witnessed many more vehicles sliding into or through the medians on my daily trips up and down the Red Hill. This problem is exacerbated every time it rains, snows, or there is frost on the road. What are you and council doing to resolve this issue? And Register, you can take down that call out. Do you recall receiving this email from a member of the public about?
I received hundreds of emails, but I vaguely remember somebody emailing me and with their concerns.
Okay. Register, can you call out Mr. Conley's response? So the same day that you received that email that I just read out, you respond to the member of the public and you copy your assistant, Mr. Riverick, on these emails and you say, thanks for your email. I will look into it. I think this is a good and necessary and will do my best to get something done.
That sounds like me.
Do you recall what you hoped to get done in response to the concerns that had been raised by this particular member of the public?
Well, getting median barriers installed was a big concern of mine. I thought the other big concern, which he didn't really raise, but it was speeding. You know, I take that almost every day. I've never experienced sliding or anything like that, but I was very, very concerned about medians being put in, median barriers. I mean,
why were you particularly concerned about installing median barriers in the Red Hill?
Because 2 people were killed on it.
Okay,
that's
so
why.
This is a result of the May 5th collision. You felt
yeah, for sure. It should never have went through the median. The girls might have been alive if they didn't happen. So, anyways, that was my thoughts at the time.
So you mentioned speeding and the median barriers. Aside from that, as of May 2015, did you have any safety concerns with respect to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No major concerns. I wanted lighting put in going up the hill. That's one of my concerns. But,
why did you want?
So you could see at night. I don't know if you ever taken it, but at night you can't see anything. And if your car stalls or gets a flat tire, it's pitch black there. So leading will definitely feel more comfortable, especially for women that are alone and it's very dark out there. It could be dangerous.
When you say going up the hill, what hill are you referencing? Like, is there a particular section of the roadway that you were concerned about?
Yeah, there's only one hill on it. And so from, I don't know, I guess it starts around Green Hill.
Okay.
Up to the top of the escarpment.
Okay, understood. Did you raise the request for lighting with anyone on city staff?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall what the response was to that?
They said it was very expensive to do, and they didn't say that, but one of the other counselors said to me that the indigenous community didn't want lighting because of concerns for animals and that kind of thing. So,
which counselor told you that?
I'm pretty sure it was Chad Collins.
And which city staff member did you speak to about your concerns about lighting on the Red Hill that told you that it would be very expensive?
It would be Gary Moore.
Did you often speak to Mr. Moore about the Red Hill?
I talked to him when there was concerns. Yes, I didn't. I talked to him about anything in my ward that is under his supervision. So we talk fairly regular, not every day, sometimes not even every week, but we talk regularly.
Okay. Did you view the Red Hill Valley Parkway as being something that was under Mr. Moore's supervision?
Yes,
Okay. Why is that?
because it was. I don't know what to say to you. It was under his supervision.
Okay.
He's responsible for the road, anything that happens there, most everything anyways that happens there. So you go to the top guy.
Understood. So we were talking about the email that you received from a member of the public on May 6, 2015. Prior to receiving that email, do you recall receiving other complaints or concerns from your constituents about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I did, but a lot of them were on the phone. I get phone calls about it, and are you going to look into it, and what happened because of the accident, and everybody had a different opinion on why it happened and what we should do. Rob answered most of the routine ones. If there are serious concerns or situations, I would handle them.
And when you say a serious concern or situation, can you give me an example of what that might be?
Well, the accident for one thing, that was a serious concern. Stop signs, stop bump outs for the cars to slow them down. Things like that, you know.
And so
Rob didn't have any authority to make a decision. He could only check into it. And if it needed for a decision, I would take care of that.
Okay. And if it was a matter that only needed to be checked into, did he report on those items to you?
Yeah, we used to have a quick meeting every morning, just a 10 or 15-minute one, and he would talk to me, tell me about any concerns that arose and that had to be dealt with. If it didn't have to be dealt with me, he would just deal with it.
Okay, understood. Registrar, you can take down this call out, and if you could take us to RHV 892 at image 1. So Mr. Conley, for your reference, I'm jumping forward a bit in time. So I've called up a Spectator article called "It's Not the Parkway, It's the Drivers," which is from January 17th, 2018. And I just want to flag that in the first couple of paragraphs, Registrar, do you mind calling out the first 3 to 4 lines, just so they're a little easier to see on the screen? So you're quoted in this article, which is several years after the collision in which the 2 young women were killed. Mm-hmm. And you are quoted as saying that you get lots and lots of calls from residents troubled about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mm-hmm. And you go on to advocate for the installation of median barriers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Yep. So I understood when we were talking about the complaints that you had received in 2015 that you were referencing complaints that arose as a result of the May 5th collision. Did you receive lots and lots of calls from residents concerned about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway throughout your term as a city councillor?
I don't know what your definition of lots and lots are, but I would have calls regularly on it.
When you say regularly, is that a couple times a week, a couple times a day?
Probably if you average it out, that'd be 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay. And throughout your entire term?
It went on and off. Sometimes I wouldn't get anything about the Red Hill for a few months, and then it would come up again, you know.
Okay. How did those complaints generally come to you? I know you mentioned that often there were phone calls. Did you receive them via email, in-person conversations?
Well, sometimes emails. You just brought one up from an email from a constituent. So it's whatever they did, you know. as far as getting in touch with me. So it'd be emails and phone calls, but I think they're mostly email or phone calls because they always like to talk to you.
Right. What were the main sources of complaints or concerns with safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that you received from constituents?
Well, we just went through this. Medians was one, speed was another, lighting was another. I think speed would be number one if I had to put it in some order. And medians would be number two, and lighting would be number three.
Okay. Did you receive complaints from constituents about slippery conditions on the roadway?
I can't recall any specific ones, but I probably did, but I can't recall specifically getting one on slipperiness because I've never experienced slippiness on the expressway. So I probably told them that I haven't experienced it, but it's something we should look into.
Okay. Did you ever receive complaints or concerns from constituents about the pavement of the Red Hill Valley Parkway generally? So not specific to slipperiness, but just the pavement.
Probably did. I can't remember any specific ones, but I'd be surprised if I didn't. Put it that way.
Okay. Why would you be surprised if you didn't?
Well, because the public talks about everything. You know?
Okay.
You name it, I'll get a report or I'll get a comment on it.
What did you typically do when you received a complaint from a member of the public that was an action item for you?
Well, Gary Moore was the first line of action.
Okay. And when you say that, what did you do?
I phoned him.
Okay. And raised the concern with him?
Yes.
How did he typically respond to those phone calls?
How did he?
Yeah.
Well, he'd say we're looking into it, or we haven't had any concerns about it, or we're doing a study on it. Maybe there's a whole bunch of responses.
Okay. And typically, after you spoke to Mr. Moore, what was your second step if he was your first?
I would phone back the constituent and tell them what I did, and keep them involved if anything arises specifically on their concern.
Okay. Were there any circumstances in which you didn't feel that Mr. Moore's answer was sufficient to address the concern, or that something additional needed to be done?
Well, we never agreed on everything all the time. I don't think anybody ever does that, but he was hesitant on doing the barriers at the time when I first talked to him. He didn't think they were necessary. He said to me that, well, if there's a barrier, the person could hit the barrier, bounce back into the lane, and hit another car. So that was his sort of reasoning at that time. My point is, if they go across the median and hit another car going 80 or 90 clicks, there's deaths there. So we disagreed on the medians.
Okay. So just before I close out this Spectator article, so there was a lot of Red Hill Valley Parkway related media coverage in the Spectator and other media over the years, and council are occasionally quoted in the Spectator and other articles discussing safety concerns about the Red Hill Valley Parkway, as you are in this article that we have up. How often did you read the Hamilton Spectator?
I would glance through it. I wondered if there was something that concerned that I was quoted on, or an article about something that was going on in the city. I read it. I'd probably spend like 10 minutes a day on the Spectator. I didn't read it very thoroughly. I scanned it, and there was a reporter, I can't remember his name now, Herschel. Anyways, he did most of the city council. He's one of the journalists that covered the city council, and he'd always not always, he would sometimes often ask us questions out of what the meeting was about. So well, did you mean this, Doug, or what was your feeling on this, and what are you going to do, stuff like that. Just doing journalist work.
Registrar, can you close out this call out for a second? So the name of the reporter that does it's not the Parkways, it's the drivers article, is Andrew Dreschel. Is that the individual that you're referencing?
That's right. Yeah.
Aside from taking a look at the Spectator yourself, did your staff brief you on media coverage during your term as a councillor?
No.
How frequently did you receive requests for comments or quotes from reporters about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't think it was regular communication with us and the journalists. Lots of times, I think Chad or Sammy would get questioned more, because more of the Parkway or the expressway was in their ward.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could please take us to OD 7, image 8, paragraph 19. So Councillor Conley, on May 11th, 2015, so that's a few days after the fatal collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, you email David Ferguson, who's in traffic engineering, and request a safety study on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So you write to him, Dave, I would like to get a safety study done on the Red Hill Valley Expressway, specifically having barriers that would stop a vehicle from going across the median and landing in the opposite lane. I want to write a motion to this effect, but I need your help. Do you remember sending that email to Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, I do.
And I think it would be fair to say, based on your answers earlier, that this request for median barriers was specifically in relation to the May 6th collision. I'm sorry, the May 5th collision.
That's what, yeah. You know, when there's not any collisions, you kind of, it's not in the top of your mind. But when there is a collision, it goes to the top of your list, sort of thing.
Okay. So aside from the collision, did you have any other specific reason for bringing this particular motion?
Just if there's any safety things. See, he was more into the safety, not in the construction or barriers, but him and Gary Moore used to talk a lot. So I probably couldn't get a hold of Gary that day. I'm just speculating, and so I called David. He was a guy I'd call a lot on safety issues. I mean, even in my ward, like I talked about, if there was bumps that had to be put in, or stop signs, or addressing the walkways, repainting them, all that stuff.
Okay.
It's David Ferguson that I would call.
And I think you said that you thought that you would have reached out to Mr. Moore on this before reaching out to Mr. Ferguson?
Well, if it's barriers, Ferguson didn't have any authority to put barriers in, but keep them in the loop was important.
Okay. And in your view, it would have been Mr. Moore that had authority to put in barriers?
Yes.
So this is still relatively early in your term as a city councillor. Was it common for you to ask staff to assist in drafting language for motions?
Yes. When I went in, they did motions a lot different than I did motions at Stony Creek Council, and they had the background that I didn't have. So I'd say that Gary or Fergie or or other people, can you draft up a motion for me?
And when you say they had the background, do you mean the background with respect to the Red Hill Valley Parkway or with respect to the way that the city of Hamilton drafted its motions?
Well, that was both. They had the experience, more experience than I had in different things, and I want to make sure it was done right so I could put a motion on the table at the time.
How frequently would you say that you interacted with city staff in the various departments across the city?
Well, I probably reacted every day to somebody, engineering or planning or public works or a lawyer. I'd say, I can't say every day, but very often I would be talking to the head of the department.
Would you say that you spoke to public works staff more frequently than staff in other city departments?
No, I wouldn't say that. I talked to engineering a lot because they were doing local roads for me and local changes for me and sidewalk repairs and all that stuff. And I talked to Tony Sergi probably. I used to talk to him face to face probably every week. You know.
And who is Tony?
Tony Sergi is the head of engineering.
I think that at this point in time, Mr. Moore was the director of engineering.
No. He was the overall director of everything, but Tony was specifically the guy you'd go to if you want something done in engineering.
Okay.
You know, his boss was probably Gary Moore, but 99% of the time when I needed stuff from Tony, it was local stuff. You know, like he put in the he was in charge of putting in the bypass for the expressway. So him and I talked about that a lot. When's it going to be done? What are you doing? When's it start? You know, just general question. And he helped me a lot just understanding what the process was.
And
As
when you
you-
reached out to, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
When you spoke to city staff, did you do that primarily by phone?
Yes. My first contact would always be by phone. And then I know we're talking about Tony a lot, but with him, usually, I think it was Thursday afternoons, about 3:30 or 4, I'd walk into his office. And if he didn't have anybody there, we'd sit down for a half hour or 45 minutes and talk about issues.
Is that a process that you followed specifically with him, or did you do that with other city staff?
Specifically with him on a regular basis, but I would have meetings with the head of planning because they were 2 doors away from each other, I think, something like that. So if one wasn't available, the other one, I'd see if the other one was. It was me trying to get relationships going so they understand where I was and I understand where they were and get to know the processes better.
And so for this motion, you specifically requested David Ferguson's assistance. And you mentioned that you thought he was someone who had information about safety. Did you view him as someone with knowledge about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I'm sure he had knowledge of the Red Hill Expressway. I don't know if it was specifically all his knowledge, but he certainly had knowledge of the expressway, yes.
Register, could you please take this down and take us to OD7, paragraph 10, or sorry, image 10, paragraph 29. So for your reference, Mr. Conley, the day after you sent that email to Mr. Ferguson asking for assistance with draft language for a motion, Councillor Marula actually brings a motion to be heard at the May 21st, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. And he wants to direct staff to investigate additional safety measures on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link, such as additional guide rails, lighting, lane markings, or other means to help prevent further fatalities and serious injuries.
Yep.
Do you recall that motion from Councillor Marula?
Yep,
Okay. Did you support that motion?
I did.
Do you recall if you brought the motion that you had asked Mr. Ferguson for assistance with after Councillor Marula indicated that he was bringing this one?
No, I didn't know Sammy was doing that motion, but when he presented it to us, there's no need for me to do another one.
Okay. And so this motion at the bottom, and I will read it out for you so that you have the context. It says, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate additional safety measures for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, such as additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means to help prevent further fatalities and serious injuries, and report to the Public Works Committee with recommendations by December 7th, 2015.
Yep.
Did you have any expectations about how staff would go about responding to this motion, and in particular, if they would retain an expert or consultant?
Well, he put the motion forward. I think I seconded it, but I'm not sure. And then we'd have a discussion and all that stuff would come up in the discussion, you know?
Okay.
So it was kind of like, we put the motion on. Now, Public Works, tell me what your expectations are, and what are you going to do?
So once the motion was brought, in your view, it was down to staff to determine how to appropriately respond to it?
Well, they would put their ideas out, or what they thought they would do and what they intend to do, and then we would question those, and at the end there'd be a vote.
So you expected that staff would come back to the Public Works Committee with recommendations to address this motion?
Yes.
So we've seen from the documents that Public Works staff employed different kinds of reports and documents when they were reporting to the Public Works Committee. So there were information reports, recommendation reports, and information updates.
Yep.
Can you explain the distinction between these categories of reports?
One, information is just information. We're doing this, and just general stuff, not specifically. And if there's going to be things done as a result of that, they would tell us what's going on, and we would have to approve even the information. We had to approve everything. If it came to Public Works and Council, we had to approve it or not approve it, but had to come to us. So I don't know what else to say.
What was your practice in terms of reviewing staff reports?
Anything that was on the agenda for that week, I read. So, and most reports, or all of them, I don't know, were on or would be on the agenda.
And so your practice then didn't change based on the type of report that was in front of you? So if it was an information or recommendation or information update?
No, you still had to read them to see what they are.
Okay.
And if you had any concerns, you could always ask them. Yeah.
Registrar, you could take this down, please. And if you could call up RHV 570 at images 1 and 2. So for your reference, Mr. Conley, I've jumped forward a little bit in time to the May 21st, 2015 meeting. So this is the meeting where Councillor Marula's motion is discussed. At that meeting.
Is that the council meeting you're talking about?
It's the Public Works Committee meeting.
Oh, Public Works, okay.
And so this is the May 21st, 2015 meeting.
Yep.
And there is an information report presented at that meeting, which is prepared by Mr. Ferguson and submitted by Jerry Davis. And it's called under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway Improvements.
Yep.
And this report is about the status of recommendations from a report that was prepared by SEMA in 2013, which we refer to as the 2013 SEMA report. And it includes some charts that give an update on status of implementation of certain recommendations. Registrar, could you take down image 1 and put up image 3 so that we have images 2 and 3 up? So there's a big chart of countermeasures, and let me know if you're struggling with the description as I give it, that is segment by segment on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and then has a status column that lists off whether something has completed or if there are further steps that need to be taken before it's implemented. Do you remember reviewing that information report?
I know I reviewed it, but if you ask me, can I actually remember doing it? No.
Okay, but it would have been your practice at the time to review it?
Absolutely.
So there are a couple of items listed in the charts here of November 18, 2013 recommendations or action items that are listed as to be reviewed and completed during a future repaving. And so there is under that category in the Dartnell Road to Mud Street location, a recommendation for modifying pavement markings and rumble strips, which is listed as to be reviewed and completed during future repaving. And then over on the next page of the chart, under the Mud Street interchange location, there is a section that says under recommendation, install high friction pavement approaching and through the curve. And that's also to be reviewed and completed during future repaving.
Well, rumble strips were never put in. So I know it's still not put in. So.
Thank you, that's helpful. Registrar, you can take this down for us. And if you could take us to OD7, image 13, paragraph 38. So at the Public Works Committee meeting on May 21st, 2015, you asked for a timeline for future repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And Mr. Moore tells you and the rest of the Public Works Committee that city staff expected the first wholesale resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway would occur in 2021. And Mr. Moore goes on to advise that the wholesale resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was a significant project that was not included in the capital budget at that time. Do you remember that exchange with Mr. Moore in 2015?
Yep, I do.
Why did you want to know about the timeline for the Red Hill Valley Parkway resurfacing?
At the time, 2021 was too far away to have anything done. If you're going to do it sooner than later. And in fact, they did do it sooner. So, you know, I'm a counselor and I'm just trying to get the best results for my buck, sort of thing. And timelines are one thing that they might be comfortable with, but I want timelines as early as I can get them. I'm going from a counselor point of view, not a engineering point of view or public works point of view.
When you were asking about the timing of the repaving, was that in connection with the information update that listed certain items as to be completed as part of that future repaving?
Yeah, I would say yes.
And so it was your view that 2021 resurfacing wasn't soon enough?
Absolutely not.
Why did the 2021 date, so that's about 6 years out from the meeting that you're having in 2015, concern you?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Why did a 2021 resurfacing concern you in terms of the timeline?
Too long. 6 years away. I wanted 2 years away. I didn't get that neither, but that's right. I wanted it as soon as possible. but
Why did
ever
you want it
since-
why did you want it as soon as possible?
Because everything is a safety issue, and paving is one thing. And if they thought it had to be paved in 21, why couldn't they do it earlier? You know, I can't remember how when it was done before that, but I think they expected to have, and I don't know the numbers now, but say 12 years before they had to redo it. Well, if it had to be done earlier, it should have been done. It should be done. And they did do it too early, 2 years earlier. So it worked out all right.
So just to circle back on your answer, you said everything is a safety issue. What did you mean by that? Was there a particular safety issue that you were concerned with as of May 2015?
All the stuff we've talked about. We've talked about speed. We talked about median barriers. We talked about lighting. We talked about what happens in an accident, you know, and why did it? The biggest thing is, why did the accident happen? Was it speeding? Was it texting? Was it on the telephone? Was alcohol involved? Was drugs involved? There's a whole myriad of things. But the more we can make that road as safe as we possibly can, the better. That's all.
So in connection with this question about resurfacing and your comments about the main thing being trying to figure out why an accident occurred, did you, as of this period in time, have any concerns about the road surface on the Red Hill Valley Parkway possibly contributing to collisions?
I really didn't, because I use that road almost every single day, and I never had a problem with the surface. But I still think the biggest problem on that road is speeding. I mean, we've had people going 190 clicks on that road. I mean, that's ridiculous. And no matter what the surface is, if something happens, you lose control for whatever reason. You know, you're not concentrating on it. It's too dark. You didn't see this. You know, you're texting. You're gonna be dead most of the time. And, anyways.
Commissioner, I see that I've gone a little bit past our regularly scheduled afternoon break, and I'm about to move on to a slightly different line of questioning.
Good. Well, that's fine. Why don't we take a 15-minute break, and we'll return at 25 to 4.
Thank you.
What time we're gonna return?
We'll say 25 to 4.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Mr. Conley, before we took our break, we were talking about the May 21st, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. At that meeting, Councillor Marula's motion was passed and staff ended up retaining a consultant, SEMA, to complete the investigation into additional safety measures, which we refer to as the 2015 SEMA report, just for your reference. Registrar, could you please take us to OD 7, image 73, paragraph 231, please? So, Mr. Conley, on December 7th, 2015, as requested in Councillor Marula's motion, staff come back to the Public Works Committee to report. Do you remember staff providing a report following Councillor Marula's motion in December of 2015?
Do I remember the meeting? No, but I know they brought back a report.
Okay. Do you remember reviewing the staff report that they brought back?
Again, I don't specifically remember it, but I know I would have.
Okay. There was a consultant's report with that staff report, which is referred to as the 2015 SEMA report. Do you recall reviewing a report from the consultant SEMA in 2015 about safety improvements on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Again, I don't remember the meeting but I do know that I would have reviewed it.
Okay. Is it your general practice to read consultant or technical reports that are appended to staff reports?
Absolutely. Anything that's on the agenda, I would read it.
Okay. Did you rely on the staff report to orient you to an underlying consultant or technical report?
Well, I respected our people, so they had listen, I'm sorry, but can you repeat the question?
Of course. Did you rely on the staff report to orient you to an underlying or appended consultant or technical report?
Yeah, I would put a lot of faith on their report. Again, I'm a city councillor, and if I didn't like something, I would say it. But yeah.
And when you say you would put a lot of faith on the report, you mean the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, were consultant reports usually appended to the staff reports that covered them?
I don't know if they always were, but I did read a lot of consultant reports in my time there, so I would say yes.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could please call up HAM 24700, images 1 and 2, please. So to orient you, Mr. Conley, this is the staff report that is prepared with respect to Councillor Marula's motion, which goes to the Public Works Committee on December 7th, 2015. And the subject is the Link and Red Hill Safety Review.
Yep.
And then it's submitted by Stephen Cooper, it's prepared by Stephen Cooper, David Ferguson, and Martin White, who are in traffic engineering, and it's submitted by John Matter.
Okay.
And it's a fairly lengthy report. I think with the appendices, it's about 10 pages. Does that help to refresh your memory at all about reviewing or receiving this report?
Well, I know I reviewed it. I can't specifically tell you it was 10 pages or 25 pages, but
okay.
I would have read the report.
Okay. So I'm going to read out the recommendations for you from the report just to help orient you to it. Yep. So it's a recommendation report, and under recommendations, the first one under A is that the general manager of Public Works be directed to implement the short-term safety options identified in report PW 15091 as Appendix A, and that these options be funded from the red light camera reserve, and that staff be directed to report back to the Public Works Committee as a result. Under B, it says that the design with request to the medium and long-term items in report PW 15091 as Appendix B, so that's the number for this report, be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan, TMP update. C says that the request be made to the Hamilton Executive Chief of Police and the Hamilton Police Services Board to undertake regular speed and aggressive driving enforcement on the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and that they be requested to report back to council annually on the results. And under D, it says that a copy of report PW 15091 be provided to the Joint Stewardship Board of the Red Hill Valley for information. Registrar, if you can close this out, thank you very much. And then there's an executive summary over on the next page. Registrar, if you don't mind pulling that out, just to make sure that you're oriented to the report, Mr. Conley. The executive summary speaks about those recommendations in Appendix A and B of the report. And it goes on to say, further to this direction, staff retained SEMA Canada to undertake this review and identify options that the city could consider implementing to assist in improving safety on the Link and Red Hill. A copy of the SEMA reports can be made available at request. Staff recommends that the options identified in Appendix A, short-term safety options and estimated costing for the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway be approved for implementation and funded from the Red Light Camera Reserve. The estimated total cost with contingency to implement these options is $8,015. And then it goes on to say staff further recommend that the medium and long-term items in Appendix B, medium and long-term safety options and estimated costing for the Link and the Red Hill be referred to the General Manager of Public Works for review as part of the process for the assessment of expansion of the Link and Red Hill as part of the city's TMP update. Do you recall a report in which medium and long-term options were referred pending the outcome of the consideration of expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link?
Well, but the medium and long-term differed from the city's view and the consultant's view. So which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the medium and long-term recommendations in the staff report, which I am happy to take you to.
That's our staff recommended. Okay.
Yeah, it's the staff recommendations.
Okay.
And I can orient you to those recommendations as well. Registrar, can you pull up Appendix A to this report, which is HAM 24701? So Appendix A lists off the short-term recommendations that staff have recommended implementing. And so short-term is defined by staff as items to be implemented in 0 to 2 years. And there are a number of things listed there, trimming vegetation on on-ramps, Queens Road, Barton Street, installing oversized speed limit signs, installing slippery when wet signs. And then, I mean, there are a number of other items, installing speed feedback signs, installing raised pavement markings from Green Hill to the QEW. Do you recall those short-term safety options?
Yep.
And then there's also Appendix B to this report, which are the medium and long-term options identified by staff. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 24702? So this is Appendix B to the report. So these are the items that staff have recommended be deferred for consideration along with the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link. And so under medium-term options, which is identified as 2 to 5 years.
Oh, I've lost you.
Oh, you can't hear us?
I can now, but there was about, when you started this report, it went dead, but it's okay now.
Okay, let me start again at the beginning of Appendix B. So Appendix B to this report sets out the medium and long-term safety options. And these are the ones that our staff is recommending be deferred pending the outcome of the TMP and the consideration of the expansion of the Red Hill and Link. And under medium-term options, which is defined as options to be implemented in 2 to 5 years, it lists off conduct pavement friction testing, shield rock cuts between Upper James and Upper Wellington. And those are the two medium-term options, and it lists their costs. And then under long-term options, which is identified as 6+ years, it says provide shoulder rumble strips along entire length of the link, install median barrier system on the link, install median barrier system on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and install end-to-end illumination. And so those are the items listed under long-term recommendations. Do you recall reviewing this report and noting that there were items here listed for deferral, including the medium options and the long-term options that I just read out?
Yeah.
So it's my understanding, and I think it would be fair to say that, actually here, let me re-ask that. The medium and long-term options listed here, including medium barriers and friction testing, was it your understanding on reviewing this report that these items were to be deferred for review as part of the assessment of the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link?
Yeah, I remember that. Didn't like it, but.
Okay. Do you recall the discussions about the potential expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link at this Public Works Committee meeting?
I don't remember exactly, but the expansion, I was told, and I can't remember if it was at this meeting or not, that couldn't be done until the QEW entranceway was modified, and that the 403 entrance was modified to take the extra lanes. So that is something that is out of our control. It's a provincial government thing. And what they're saying is the expansion won't happen unless the province does it, and they don't have it on their schedule to do it. So, so it's not going to be done. If it's going to be done, it won't be in my lifetime. That's what my impression was, or that's what I thought. Yeah.
I think that you said earlier that you didn't like that these items were being deferred pending the Transportation Master Plan update and the consideration of widening the link in the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Why didn't you like that?
Well, if they're putting the medium stuff into the expansion, it's never going to happen. It's just, I can't say never, but as I said, until the province does their act, which is a major change that I didn't realize had to happen, the expansion wouldn't happen. And from their view, if it didn't happen, we shouldn't put barriers in until we finish the expansion, because it'd be a waste of money, because we'd have to take them out and put them in again, which is a lot of nonsense in my opinion, but that's what I was told.
Were you concerned that these safety options wouldn't be implemented because there was no date or expectation as to when the Link and Red Hill would be repaved, or widened?
Yeah, of course I was. Yep.
Just stepping back for a moment to the Transportation Master Plan. As of December 7th, 2015, when you received this report, when did you expect to receive the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update?
I think it was a year or two before they'd have it done. I can't remember exactly, but it was long term. Wasn't next week or next month or even that year, I don't think.
Okay. So stepping a little bit forward in time, Registrar, could you take us to RHV 892 at image 1? So Councillor Conley, just to orient you a bit, I'm taking us back to that it's not the parkways, it's the driver article in the Spectator that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
Yep.
And this article is published on January 17th, 2018. Register, could you please call out the first couple of paragraphs for us? So I just wanted to flag this in connection with your comments that you had made about the province and the potential widening. So there is a quotation from you in this article, and the article says, the Stoney Creek councillor grasps that council won't install median safety barriers to prevent crossover crashes until both the Red Hill and Link are widened. And he knows there's not a remote chance of that happening until the province ponies up the do-re-mi, which I assume is a reference to money, to add lanes at the crucial connecting QEW and Highway 403 pinch points.
That's right.
So this is well past 2015 and January 2018, but is that what you were referring to in terms of?
Exactly what I was referring to.
And so in 2015, was it your view that expansion of the Link and Red Hill Parkway would not be considered until the province put money towards adding those additional lanes in the QEW and 403?
Absolutely. I was told that.
Okay. Do you recall who told you that?
I put a motion through right at the beginning when I got there about expansion of the expressway to 6 lanes, 3 in each side. And I put a motion forward, and I was the only one that voted for it. So, but afterwards, I think it was Chad Collins again. He said to me, Doug, we can't. No, it might have been Ferguson, one of the two, said we can't do the expansion until the province does their thing with the beginning and end of the link. So I didn't know that. I didn't even contemplate that they would have to be expanded before they could do the expressway expansion. So I learned that after my motion that I did at the beginning of my term.
And when you say that you might have heard it from Ferguson, is that a reference to Councillor Ferguson or to David?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson. He
Right.
was concerned about the 403 entrance from the link and all that. I was concerned mostly about the Red Hill Valley Expressway. So we had common concerns, but one at one end and one at the other.
Okay. Register, you can take this down. Thank you. And so turning now back to 2015 and the staff report that we were looking at, Register, could you take us back to HAM 24700? So this is the staff report with those 2 appendixes that we were just talking about and the recommendations from SEMA, which are discussed in this staff report that's submitted in December 7th, 2015. Do you recall today what your takeaways were from this staff report in terms of why collisions were happening on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Speed. That was my that's my biggest concern.
Okay.
And but I don't remember on that crash, did they determine how fast the girls were going when the accident happened? I don't have any recollection. I don't recall what the speeds were, if they were identified by the police.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 3 of this document? So there are 2 sections in this report. There's one on the link, and then there's one on the SEMA report that discusses safety options for the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the first couple of paragraphs about the Red Hill Valley Parkway, there's a summary of some collision stats. Registrar, do you mind pulling out the middle 2 paragraphs under the Red Hill Valley Parkway title? Yeah, actually just pull out the whole bottom half of the page. Thank you. And so a couple paragraphs in, it says a detailed review of the collision incidents identified that there is a high number of collisions that would be expected as a result of high vehicle speeds in combination with wet weather conditions. The majority of collision incidents that are occurring are a direct relation to poor driving behavior. And then it goes on to speak a little bit about speeds on the Red Hill. It says a detailed review of vehicle speed data identified approximately an average of more than 500 vehicles per day traveling in excess of 140 kilometers per hour and an 85th percentile speed of 115 kilometers per hour. These speeds are further confirmation of poor driving behavior that is occurring on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and in many instances are behaviors that under the Highway Traffic Act would be considered stunt driving and would result in the immediate loss of vehicle and license.
Yep. I agree with all
Did you rely on this summary by staff of the finding of SEMA's collision history review, informing your opinions about what the major contributing factors were to collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
that. I think so. Yes, I probably did. I did. Yep. There's no reason for them to lie. I don't think.
So
They
you
must have
relied
got
on
their
it.
information. They must have got their information from the police or some other authority that would know what's going on.
So you relied on it on the basis that staff wouldn't have included it in the report if it wasn't accurate?
That part was accurate anyways. I don't know what else you're gonna ask me, but I agree with that stuff.
Okay.
And I've always said that. There's always been speed.
Okay. Register, could you take us back into Appendix B, which is HAM 24702? So Mr. Conley, I'm just stepping back into Appendix B of this report, which are the medium and long-term safety options that are deferred or that staff recommend deferring pending the TMP update. So under medium-term options, there is a reference there to conduct pavement friction testing, and the estimated cost of that is $40,000. Did you take particular note of the medium-term option for friction testing when you were reviewing the staff report?
I don't think I took particular note, but I noted it.
Okay.
It sounded reasonable.
Why did you think it sounded reasonable?
Because anytime you do testing and it shows up any results, it's a good thing. You know, if they did it every year, I'd agree with it, but they don't do it every year. So I have no problem with that at all.
I think you said earlier that one of the key things that you wanted to understand was why collisions were happening on the roadway.
I already told you I thought it was speed.
Okay.
And that report backs that up.
Did you view conducting pavement friction testing as something that would help you to shed light on the reasons that collisions were happening on the Red Hill?
Again, I haven't had any experience of friction problems causing accidents. So it wasn't a huge concern of mine.
Okay. Did you make a connection between this friction testing recommendation and the reference that we were just looking at to there being a higher number of collisions due to high vehicle speeds in combination with wet weather conditions in the staff report?
Wet weather is not friction, though. It's two different things. So weather would definitely have a concern, but I don't remember seeing a report saying to me how many were done when it was dry or when it was snowy out or was it raining. I haven't got those statistics to make a comparison.
Okay. And so in your view or in your understanding, there's not a connection between higher incidences of collisions in wet weather conditions and friction testing?
No.
Okay. And did staff ever indicate to you that there was a connection between those two things?
Not that I remember. No.
Understood. Under long-term safety options here in Appendix B, which are options to be implemented in 6 years or beyond, there are 4 different options, and 2 of them relate to the Red Hill Valley Parkway: install median barriers and install end-to-end illumination. In the staff report, staff indicate that medium and long-term safety options would be considered with the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link in the Transportation Master Plan update. Did you have any particular concerns about staff's recommendation to defer these 2 long-term safety options? So that those are the median barriers and end-to-end illumination?
Absolutely. I mean, because one thing, the expansion is a wish that I had, and that would accomplish a lot of things, I think, but wasn't going to happen. As I said, not in my lifetime. But medium barriers and lighting is we don't have to do expansion to do those things. So I wanted the barriers put in as soon as possible, which they did. So I guess I was right. They put them in, and the lighting's not in though. But one of the 2 isn't bad, I guess. I think the lighting was a lot harder situation than I realized because of the Indigenous people concerns. Not that it couldn't be overcome, but there wasn't a will to do it. I mean, staff didn't want to get into it and have meetings with the Indigenous community that I know of. I wasn't involved in any Indigenous community meetings for sure.
Okay, and so it was your understanding that that was the primary barrier to the implementation of lighting on the Red Hill?
I think it was the big barrier. I think it was the most difficult barrier to get over, but I think we could have done it if there was a will to work at it and check it out. And I'm sure I think the Indigenous community was reasonable. And if we can prove it as a safety issue, that they could go with it. But it never happened.
So these 2 items under long-term safety options, the median barriers and the end-to-end illumination, from your testimony today, I get the sense that these go directly to your 2 major concerns, aside from speeding, about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Why did you think that staff were recommending that these safety options be assessed as part of the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link?
Well, I'm only guessing on that, but I think they knew that the expansion probably wasn't going to happen. So they could say these things and justify their point of view by throwing in the expansion of the expressway.
So in your view, these things were preconditioned on the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway because staff knew that that wasn't going to happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was their logic anyways.
Okay. Why did you think that staff would want to avoid implementing these items?
Well, the lighting more than the barriers, but the lightings are probably expensive. I'm not really sure, because I put lighting when I was on Stony Creek Council. I put lighting down to Centennial Parkway all the way down the mountain, and I got so many positive reviews from that. It wasn't funny, a lot more than I thought, and I didn't think it was that expensive, so I couldn't understand why it was so expensive here. But they're saying, well, we can't do it, and then if we put the expansion in, we'd have to tear them up, and it's a lot of money. I don't buy that, because I think they could have been done without, in consideration that if the expressway was ever expanded, that they would put the lights so that it accommodated them, so they wouldn't have to tear everything up and start over.
And when you say they, is that a reference to city staff?
Yep.
Do you recall who in particular on city staff you were talking to about these issues?
No, it was most of my conversations on the Red Hill was with Gary Moore.
And do you think that conversation about having to take out the lighting was with Mr. Moore?
That was suggested to me, yes.
By Mr. Moore?
As far as I can recall, yes. But what I can't swear on it. It's a long time ago, and but he would be the logical person that I would talk to about it.
Okay. So I understand from your evidence here today that you were not agreeable to deferring the issue of illumination, medium barriers, friction testing, and these other medium and long-term safety options on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that fair?
Well, the medium ones are okay because they're 2 to 5. So practically I could have them done in 2 years.
Okay.
So I would agree to that, but the long-term ones, no.
Okay. Did you express your concerns about deferring these items? The
I
long-term items?
probably did at the meeting. I can't recall exactly, but I mean, that was 7 years ago. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, so. But knowing me, I would have brought the subject up.
You expect you would have raised it at the Public Works Committee meeting?
Either there or council.
Okay. Registrar, if you can move over this document and pull up beside it HAM 56684 at image 57. So Mr. Conley, for your reference, I'm pulling up the SEMA report from 2015 that this staff report was about. And I'm on a summary table of SEMA's recommendations. And in this summary of SEMA's recommendations, conducting pavement friction testing is identified as a short-term countermeasure in the SEMA report. And as we've just discussed in the Appendix B to the staff report, conduct pavement friction testing is identified as a medium-term option. Were you aware that friction testing was listed as a short-term option by SEMA, but as a medium-term option to be deferred for consideration with the Transportation Master Plan by city staff in the recommendation report?
I was aware of it, but honestly, friction reports weren't my first concern because I didn't think there was a problem with it.
Okay. So when you say you were aware of it, you were aware that there was a difference between it being a medium-term option in the staff report and a short-term option in the consultant's report?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you become aware of that?
No idea.
You think you were aware of that at the time of the Public Works Committee meeting on December 7th, 2015?
It would be the logical place for me to see that, yes.
So you had indicated that you would have reviewed the 2015 SEMA report. Do you think that you became aware of that information as a result of your review of the consultant's report?
Probably was, yes.
Okay. Would you have expected staff to identify in the staff report that they'd listed friction testing as a medium-term option while SEMA had listed it as a short-term option?
No, because as I said, friction testing wasn't my first priority. And if that's what they wanted to do, fine. I had more important issues to deal with rather than the friction. So it didn't matter to me when they wanted to do it.
Okay. So it wasn't a high priority of yours, but
No.
in general, where staff modified recommendations from a consultant report, would you expect their changes to be clear on the face of the staff report?
Really don't understand what the question is.
If they're writing a report about a consultant report and talking about safety recommendations that are arising from their review and assessment of that consultant report, would you expect them to highlight for council or the Public Works Committee where they are making changes or changing the term of a recommendation listed in the consultant report in their own recommendations to council in a staff report.
No, I don't think they would never highlight that. They'd expect you to read the reports, and if you had a concern, bring it forward. If you didn't, don't. So I don't think they'd highlight anything that one said against the other.
So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, that your evidence was that they didn't highlight it because they expected that council and the Public Works Committee would read the appended consultant's report.
Well, that's what I just said. We'd read the reports, and if we had a concern, we would bring it up.
Okay. So you wouldn't expect staff to provide an explanation for that change without being prompted by council or the Public Works Committee?
That's right.
And you wouldn't expect staff to provide an explanation to council or the Public Works Committee where their recommendations for safety options and their implementation differed from that of a consultant?
No.
Did the fact that the SEMA report identified friction testing as a short-term recommendation have any impact on your assessment of the reasonableness of deferring that medium-term option until the transportation master plan update?
I had no concerns about that.
Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could take us to OD7, image 74, paragraph 233. So on December 7th, 2015, you attended a Public Works Committee meeting where staff presented their report on the 2015 SEMA report, which is what we were just talking about. And at that meeting, Councillor Marula put several questions to Mr. Moore about the quality of the asphalt used on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Registrar, actually, can you expand this call out to include 233 through to 235? And I'm going to read out the summary of that in the overview document for you for some context. Councillor Marula asked Mr. Moore, who was also present at the meeting, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt used, asking whether the city used low-grade asphalt in comparison to that used by the MTO in constructing the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which was the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway-type roadways. Mr. Moore informed the Public Works Committee that the MTO had performed the initial friction testing and received results at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. He also informed the Public Works Committee that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years after, in approximately 2012 to 2013, finding that the road was holding up exceptionally well. He stated, "We have no concerns about the surface mix." When asked by Councillor Marula whether the quality of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was no different than any 400 series highway, Mr. Moore replied that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was above that grade.
Yep.
Do you recall that exchange between Councillor Marula and Mr. Moore?
Yep.
In your experience, did councillors often direct questions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway to Mr. Moore?
I'm sorry, did who?
Did councillors often direct questions about the
Oh,
Red Hill Valley
absolutely.
Parkway?
Absolutely, that's our job.
And why did they direct those questions to Mr. Moore specifically?
Because he's the head of the department, and he would be the most knowledgeable guy in this. So you go to the top and you ask the right questions, and Councillor Murillo asked the right questions and got the answers that Gary Moore gave him.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did you know that Mr. Moore was involved in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway as of December 2015?
Yeah, it was before my time. but I'm very sure that he was, and if he wasn't, he still got the answers from the province on the status of the highway, of the expressway, and gave them to us. I'm not sure if he was involved when it was built.
So he indicates that the city used SMA in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Yep.
Were you aware that SMA had been used in the
I
construction?
didn't even know what
Parkway?
I don't even know what SMA is.
Okay.
Never knew.
Do you know now?
Well, it's a high grade quality asphalt that they use on highways, and they use on 400 series highways. So I was happy with the answer. I don't think he was lying to us in any way.
So you relied on Mr. Moore's statements about the asphalt on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this meeting?
Did I?
You relied on Mr. Moore's statements
Yes,
about the...
absolutely. I trust him, Gary Moore.
And you accepted his statements about the asphalt on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as accurate?
Absolutely. There's no reason for him to lie about it.
And Mr. Moore's comment that the MTO had performed initial friction testing and received results at or above what the MTO typically expected.
Yep.
Were you aware that friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway had been performed by the MTO prior to this meeting?
No, not prior to the meeting. I assume that when they put a new expressway in, that's just part of the of approval of the expressway. I assume that, and I think I'm right, but I have no proof.
And Mr. Moore also advised the Public Works Committee that subsequent testing had been performed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2012 or 2013, and that the road was holding up exceptionally well. And that we have no concerns about the surface mix. Did you understand from this that he meant there were at least 2 sets of friction tests completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as of December 2015?
Yep. And I think they do friction testing every so often, and they know the schedule that it should be done, and they get it done. That's all.
Okay. Was it your understanding?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, it's part of the maintenance of the highway.
So it was your understanding that city staff were conducting regular friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as part of the roadway maintenance?
I don't know if they were doing it personally, but they would have it done whatever schedule they had, probably at least 5 years or every 5 years or something like that.
And on what basis did you form that impression?
Well, from what I heard on the report, that they did it when it was built, and then they did it again in 2012. So why did they do it in 2012 if they didn't have to?
Okay, so this impression is formed based on Mr. Moore's comments at the Public Works Committee
Yes.
about the MTO testing and then the subsequent testing in 2012 or 2013?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ever specifically indicate to you that friction testing was part of the regular maintenance of the Red Hill Valley Park City?
No, they didn't. But I think there's a lot of things that go on in the city that we don't particularly know about. They just do it as part of their routine.
Did you accept Mr. Moore's statement that based on that friction testing in 2012, 2013, the road was holding up exceptionally well as accurate?
Yes.
Did you rely on the comments from Mr. Moore in your own thinking about whether about what factors might be contributing to collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yeah, like we talked about before, speed, texting, using your phone, drugs, alcohol, all those things are the major contributor to it, not the surface of the expressway.
Okay. And at this point in time, you didn't have any concerns about the surface of the expressway contributing to collisions?
No, still don't.
Registrar, could you take us to HAM 43374 and pull up images 1 and 2, please? So on December 9th, 2015, so this is a couple days after that Public Works Committee meeting, a group called the Lakewood Beach Community Council sends an email to the mayor, the councilors on the Public Works Committee, including yourself.
Yep.
And they send it under the subject line, Red Hill Valley Parkway improvements ratification tonight. Registrar, if you don't mind calling out that email. So it's the last email in the chain. Thank you. So this email from the Lakewood Beach Community Council, they say that they're too late to have the item that they're raising added to the agenda for the council meeting. But then they go on to say, we'll just let the register finish his call out there. So in the second paragraph of their email, they go on to say, based on the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety review, the consultants are recommending a pavement friction test be conducted at a cost of $40,000. This was not on the short-term list of recommendations from staff. However, we feel the cost benefit of conducting this testing would be money well spent and is warranted based on the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety study results. And then they go on to list results of the collision history review that SEMA did with page references. So they list that the majority of collisions are occurring in daylight. The majority of the collisions occurred in clear weather. The majority of the collisions occurred when the surface was wet. Single motor vehicle accidents were most prevalent. 35% of the drivers involved in the collision stated they lost control. And then they have in brackets way above average with 30% attributed to speeding following too close and improper lane changes. And then in the next paragraph, they go on to say, in addition, when speaking to the public, most state that the road feels slippery on the Red Hill. We have not heard this about the link. This is backed by the fact that the majority of comments during online media articles following collisions state that the public feels that the pavement might be a contributing factor to those collisions, in addition to speed, obviously, which is also in brackets. Since the majority of the collisions are single car occurring in daylight in clear weather, but with wet road surfaces, we are respectfully
Clear
requesting.
weather, but wet roads, that don't make sense. Can't be clear weather and wet roads.
Well, I mean, you can have clear weather and still have a wet roadway after a rainfall.
What? Well, then it's not clear weather.
Anyway, so they go on to say, since the majority of the collisions are single car occurring in daylight in clear weather, but with wet road surfaces, we are respectfully requesting you consider adding this friction test to the short-term recommendations. Do you recall receiving this email from the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
Well, you know, I probably received one from them every other week on some item, but if they sent it, I read it, so.
So the Lakewood Beach Community Council was a fairly active community group then?
Active, but very, I don't even know what the word. They would bring up anything in the preview, and most of the stuff was not even reasonable, but if they wanted friction testing, that's not a big deal. It wasn't a big deal. Did they do the friction? I can't remember. Did they do the friction testing because of that?
Well, I'm going to take you to a couple of documents on that exact topic, but there is not an indication, to my knowledge, that the city did friction testing in 2016. So you were familiar with the Lakewood Beach Community Council as of December of 2015?
Oh, absolutely, it was.
Okay. And so they asked the city to consider friction testing and adding it to the list of short-term safety options for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Knowing that SEMA had also recommended friction testing as a short-term safety option, did this change your assessment of the friction testing recommendation and whether it should be deferred pending the transportation master plan?
What's the short term for the FEMA people?
Sorry, say that again.
I said, what was the definition of short term with the consultants?
So I think short-term, for the consultants, there's no set definition. I don't believe in the 2015 safety report.
I thought theirs was 6 years or more or something.
So in the staff report, 0 to 2 years is the timeline for the short-term recommendations. I think 2 to 5 years is the medium-term recommendations, and then 6+ years is the long-term recommendations.
Yep. I mean, they have every right to send that letter and ask us, but we're not under any obligation to follow what they think will happen. And I don't agree with a lot of what they said in there. You know.
So this reviewing this email didn't change your position on
No.
on friction testing being appropriate as a medium-term recommendation?
It's whenever public works people thought it was necessary to do. And I say it again, I think they probably had a schedule to do that. I don't know what it is, every 5 years maybe, to do friction testing, but surely not done every year. And consultants would do it. I don't think we ever did our own friction testing, but they made a big deal. They're making a big deal out of that it's not. It's one of the items in monitoring expressways.
Mr. Commissioner, can I just interrupt for a moment? I just have a concern.
Perhaps, let me just ask for a moment if the registrar could put down these documents. Go ahead, Mr. Letterman.
Thank you. I just had a concern about the question that had been posed to Mr. Conley by Ms. Bruckner, where she recited the timeframes associated with short-term, medium-term, and long-term options. Because as I understood it, that's not consistent with the evidence that we heard from the SEMA witnesses as to how they treated the timeframes in short-term, medium-term, and long-term matters that they put in the recommendations in their report. And I believe we heard Mr. Malone's testimony about what those periods of time were established in the 2013 SEMA report, and I believe that he confirmed that those were the same timeframes associated with the 2015 report.
Well, I agree with your first statement, the first half of this, that those were the timeframes in the 2013 report. The 2015 report is more complicated. I believe Ms. Bruckner is right that there was no explicit statement of what those time limits were.
That's right. But
I also think that there was a little dance around the words, if you recall, Mr. Letterman, when at the insistence of Mr. Ferguson, the language was changed from recommendations to options for consideration. So I'm not sure that the way the question was put was actually wrong. I'm not sure. Certainly, the timeframes were not as fixed as you have expressed them to be.
That's fair in terms of what is stated in the 2015 report, but I believe the evidence from Mr. Malone that this inquiry has heard was that the timeframes that were established in the 2013 report were applicable and carried on. That's how SEMA applied them.
How SEMA approached their report is one thing. What the report says on its face to the reader is another. And I think the question was put in the latter context.
Well, I don't know. All I'm saying is in order to be fair to the witness, I just don't want the evidence to be characterized in a way that is inconsistent with what this inquiry has heard.
Okay. In any event, I don't see anything in this particular issue. The real question, whatever short-term meant, Mr. Conley has given his answer. And if I can suggest, in a totally different context, which was the meaningful context in which Mr. Conley approached this. And I wonder if we have to spend any more time on this at this point. I look to Ms. Bruckner as well to find out whether she's proceeding any further with questions that relate to the difference between short-term and medium-term.
I'm not, and the city would like to put Mr. Malone's transcript evidence to Mr. Conley in their examination. We're happy to hear that later today.
I wasn't around in 2013, so.
Yeah, exactly. The only document you had was the 2015 document.
Yes.
You know, my only issue is just how the timeframes were being characterized for Mr. Conley. That's all.
I don't feel that any of the answers that were given would in any event have been different if the timeframes had been expressed in the way that you would like to suggest they should be regarded, because Mr. Conley's answer, I say again, was really framed independently of any discussion of short-term or long-term.
Yes, I agree that his answer really didn't turn on how the timeframes were characterized.
Did not turn on any of this.
Yeah, that's fair.
So perhaps we might just drive on at this stage.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD7 images 79 and 80, paragraph 250?
Who was that gentleman we were talking to?
That was Mr. Letterman, who is counsel for the city.
He's a counselor for the city, or counsel for the
Yes.
city? Okay.
So at the council meeting on December 9th, 2015, so that's a couple days after the Public Works Committee meeting, Councillor Jackson moves to receive the Lakewood Beach Community Council's correspondence, which is that email that we were just talking about.
Yep.
For further review and discussion. And the Public Works Committee ends up receiving this correspondence at a meeting which occurs on February 1st, 2017. Do you recall having any discussions at the Public Works Committee meeting about the request from the Lakewood Beach Community Council to accelerate friction testing?
No, I think it was received at city council, right? In 15, was it?
So
We
Jackson,
received the report that they brought in.
yes, it was. So it was received by the Public Works Committee on February 1st, 2017, and referred to the Public Works Committee meeting at that December 9th council meeting.
And at the council meeting, it was voted to receive the report.
I think it's
Right.
actually the Public Works Committee meeting that it's voted to receive the report.
Okay, well, that's a normal procedure. We're recognizing that they did send an inquiry in, and we received the report.
Do you recall if there were discussions about that email from the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
I don't think there was.
Okay.
I don't think there was.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 111, paragraph 350? So on February 16, 2016, so this is a couple of weeks after that Public Works Committee meeting,
Mhm.
David Ferguson writes to the Lakewood Beach Community Council, and he copies the mayor, councilors on the Public Works Committee, including yourself.
Yep.
As well as certain city staff, including Martin White, Jeff Lepton, Mr. Matter, and Mr. Moore. And he writes, the following information is provided with respect to your email dated December 9th, 2015. So that's the email that we were just looking at.
Yep.
To the mayor's office and members of the Public Works Committee. Your email was requesting that the identified friction test for the Red Hill Valley Parkway be considered for short-term testing. Through support from the Public Works Committee, I am pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. We are confident that this testing, along with implementation of the other short-term recommendations as outlined in the report, will assist in raising awareness and educating motorists as we work to change driver behavior along the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link, with the ultimate goal to make both roadways safer for motorists. Do you recall receiving this email from Mr. Ferguson to the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
I read all my reports, so if he sent it to me, I read it, but do I recall it like as a fact? No.
Okay, but it would have been your practice to review it.
Yes.
In 2016. Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Bruckner, just for a moment, on the screen, I don't actually see Mr. Conley's name being CC'd. If you could pull up the email to see if he was copied on it.
But I'm happy to do that. HAM 43575, please registrar.
I'm sure I was.
And registrar, if you could please pull out the from and to and CC in that email, which is the last email at the bottom of the page. And Mr. Conley, you'll see that you're copied on this email along with the other members of the Public Works Committee.
I'd be surprised if I wasn't.
Okay. Thank you very much. Registrar, you can take us out of this. Did you take particular notice of the statement from Mr. Ferguson that friction testing would be conducted by engineering services in 2016 when you received this email?
It didn't stick out like a big deal. If they wanted to do it in 16, that's fine.
Okay. Were there any discussions at the Public Works Committee meetings after this email or at council meetings or with other councillors about friction testing being completed in advance of the Transportation Master Plan update?
I don't think so.
Okay. So you said that you would speak to Mr. Moore on occasion about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Did you speak to Mr. Moore about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016
No.
when you received this email?
No, because it was something that was complete. We're going to do it in 16, so there's no need for me to be talking to him about it. We've already agreed to do it.
Did you speak to Mr. Ferguson about this email when you received it?
Nope. There's no need to, because he said he's going to do it. What am I going to do? Have an argument with him that he should? If they want to do it and they think it's going to help, God bless them, do it.
Okay. Commissioner, I am about to move on to another area of testing, and I know that we're a little bit past 4:30 at this point, and I would suggest that now would be a good time to take a break.
Let me just ask how much longer you anticipate being.
I think that I'm going to be about 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
Holy mackerel. So you're going to be at least a quarter after to 5:30?
I think so.
Okay. So let's take a quarter to.
I don't need a break if that's your concern, but if other people do, I'm happy to take one.
I'm inclined to give other people a bit of a break. Let's take a break until just until 5 to 5.
Registrar, could I ask for a breakout room for council as well?
Break for what?
A break. Commissioner, may I proceed? Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 177, paragraph 516? So on March 24th, 2017, Diana Aquila emailed a copy of a final version of a link Red Hill Valley Parkway safety improvements update to members of City Council, including yourself. And the report states as follows: at the February 27th, 2017 Public Service Committee meeting, staff were requested to provide an update on the short-term safety improvements on the link and Red Hill Valley Parkway as approved by council at the December 9th, 2015 meeting. So that's the December 2015 meeting that we were talking about. The list of identified short-term improvements is attached in Appendix A, which indicates the recommended improvements and status of each improvement. The medium and long-term recommended improvements are attached as Appendix B, which details the recommended improvements and status. Do you recall receiving an update about the safety options that you had discussed at the Public Works Committee in December 2015 on March 24th, 2017?
Yeah, not in detail, but I remember we got a report.
Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 25870? So I just pulled up the information report, which is dated March 24th, 2017, and submitted by Martin White, who at that point was acting director of the Transportation Division.
Yep.
Registrar, could you pull up image 3? So this is Appendix B to this report, which is the same as Appendix B to the December report that we were talking about, which lists the short-term and, the medium and long-term safety options pursuant to the 2015 staff report on the SEMA report.
Okay.
And under this Appendix B, in March of 2017, conduct pavement friction testing has been marked as completed. On receipt of this report, did you accept that this statement about friction testing being completed was accurate?
Yes, I have no reason not to.
You expect staff to be accurate in information updates?
Yes.
A number of the long-term options. So just to refresh your memory on those are the 6+ year options. Provide shoulder rumble strips along the entire length of the link, install median barrier systems on the link, install median barrier system Parkway, and install end-to-end illumination. Each of those items now says something along the lines of to be completed during resurfacing. The last one, installing end-to-end illumination, says to be reviewed by engineering services, but the others say to be completed and considered during or to be completed during resurfacing.
Okay.
At this point in time, what was your understanding of the timeline for the resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I think the timeline was 2021 to get them done.
When did you first learn that the resurfacing would be completed prior to 2021?
I don't think I was on council when that was approved. It might have been, but I don't think so.
So you think that you weren't on council at the time that the acceleration?
I think it was done in 19, but I wasn't on council then.
Were you ever advised of any rationale for the acceleration of the timeline for the resurfacing?
No, except probably money. They got money that they didn't expect, or they shifted things around and priorities changed. And so it's always got to do with money and timing. So.
Okay. But did anyone ever communicate to you the reason that the resurfacing was being accelerated?
No.
Did you ever personally suggest or advocate to city staff that the resurfacing should be accelerated and occur in advance of 2021?
Well, that was the same time, wasn't it, that they were going to do the median barrier? So I'd be pushing for the medium barriers more than resurfacing. That's what I wanted done. The resurfacing will be done when it's done.
In or around this time, so in March 2017, had you ever heard concerns from constituents about the surface or pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Specifically the pavement?
Yes.
No. No.
Registrar, if you can close this down and take us to OD7, image 183, paragraph 529. So on May 30th, 2017, Nicole O'Reilly, who's a reporter with the Hamilton Spectator, emails you. And she writes, "Nice chatting with you. If you can, I'm interested in info on the pavement friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway last year."
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember sitting down with Miss O'Reilly or having a discussion with her in or around May 30th, 2017?
I never met the lady, so I didn't sit down with her.
Okay. Do you recall if you had a phone call with her?
Yes. She asked me about the friction testing, and I said I'd look into it.
Okay. Did Miss O'Reilly explain to you why she wanted the results of pavement friction testing?
No, but she's a reporter, so I can understand. She's looking for a story.
Okay. Did she explain to you why she thought that friction testing had been conducted in 2016?
No, she didn't.
Did you connect this request for friction testing with Mr. Ferguson's email to the Lakewood Beach Community Council advising them that engineering services would conduct friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016?
I'm sorry, say the question again.
Did you connect this request from Miss O'Reilly for pavement friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016 to the email that you had been copied on where Mr. Ferguson advised the Lakewood Beach Community Council that engineering services would conduct pavement friction testing in 2016?
Yeah, I guess I did. I assumed if they said they were going to do it, they're going to do it.
Okay. Did you believe that that testing that Mr. Ferguson had referenced in his email to the Lakewood Beach Community Council had been completed as of March 2017?
The friction testing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
Because they said they were going to do it, and I have to, they're not lying to me, so I would assume they did it.
Okay. Did you connect Ms. O'Reilly's request for friction testing to the information update that you'd received, which stated that friction testing had been completed further to the recommendation in the 2015 SEMA report?
You're saying, did I get a report saying it was done?
Yeah, so we were looking at a couple minutes ago, the Appendix B to that information update, which had marked friction testing as completed. Did you make a connection between Ms. O'Reilly's request and that information update?
Don't recall making that connection, no.
Registrar, can you take us to OD7, image 183, paragraph 330, 530 to 532? Thank you. Which is right in front of me. So on May 31st, 2017, you forward Ms. O'Reilly's email to Robert Riberick, who's your assistant. And you ask him if he could please follow up as per DOR, which I think is a typo for our conversation.
Yes.
And Mr. Riberick on June 1st, 2017 emails Mr. Ferguson under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement friction testing, and he copies you. He writes, was there pavement friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway last year? And if so, what were the results? Thanks. Did you direct Mr. Riberick to reach out to Mr. Ferguson for the friction testing results?
Sounds something I would do, yes.
Okay. Why did you direct him to reach out to Mr. Ferguson?
Because I wanted the report.
Why did you think?
It's not a big deal. I don't have to be the instigator of getting the report. That's what I got an assistant for. It's a report. He's not making any decisions. He's just asking for the information on the report.
Okay. And why did you think that Mr. Ferguson would have the report?
Well, I think if it was done, he would have probably been involved because he was involved in the email that we talked about a little while ago. So I went to him.
Okay. So Mr. Ferguson responds to this email from Mr. Riberick, and he copies you and Mr. Moore, and he says, I've copied Gary on this email.
Yep. Yes.
And it turns out that Mr. Moore is out of the office on vacation during this period of time until June 12th. So Mr. Riberick ends up reaching out to Miss Cameron, who's Mr. Moore's assistant, who in turn asks Marco Odie, do you know who Marco Odie is, just while we're on that point?
Yep. I don't know him well, but I've met him.
Okay. Do you recall what his role was at the city?
No, he worked for Gary Moore, but I don't recall his exact responsibilities.
Okay. Registrar, if you can take us to paragraph 536, which I think is just the next page over. And so Mr. Odie responds to Ms. Cameron and Mr. Riberick, and you're still copied, as are Mr. Moore and Mr. Ferguson. And he says, sorry, I was not aware of and have not seen the results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement friction testing. This will probably have to wait until Gary returns the week of June 12th.
Yep.
And then Registrar, if you can take us to the next paragraph down. So on June 5th, in a separate email chain, you email Martin White and Mr. Moore, and you are asking them for pavement friction testing results. So you write, on my update sheet, it says the pavement friction testing is completed. What were the results of the testing?
Yep.
What update sheet were you referencing in that email?
What update sheet?
Yeah, you said on my update sheet, it says that the pavement friction testing is completed.
It's my list, my list of things to follow up or check out or follow through. So it's my list to follow through with.
So when you say the update sheet, that's your own personal list of things that you wanted to follow through with?
Yep.
Okay. And you had marked friction testing as completed on that?
No, I marked friction testing as getting the report on it.
Okay. But in the email you write to Mr. Moore and Mr. White, you say on my update sheet, it says that pavement friction testing is completed.
Oh, yeah, I think I was told, but nobody from his office. I was told probably from the journalist that she said that the testing was completed, and can she have the report?
Okay. Could the reference to update sheet there be a reference to the information update that we were looking at, where in Appendix B, friction testing had been marked as completed?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, you think it might have been, or you recall that it was, just to make sure that I'm clear on that point?
No, I assumed it was, but I didn't have any proof or any emails saying it was done.
Okay, so you assumed that the friction testing had been done as of June 5th, 2017?
Yes.
And you don't think that this is a reference to the March 2017 information update that stated that friction testing had been completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
You have to repeat that question. You're getting me all confused here.
I'm sorry. I just, I'm trying to drill down on the March 2017 information update that you and other members of council received that in Appendix B marked friction testing as completed. Do you think that this email here, when it says update sheet, is referencing that information update?
Yeah, I guess it would be. I can't recall right now. I can't recall exactly what you're asking me, but.
Okay. Why did you email Mr. White and Mr. Moore with this request for friction testing results?
Well, Ferguson worked for White, so I went to Ferguson's boss, and Moore is the head of Public Works, so those are two logical people I'd go to.
Okay, Mr. Moore is the head of engineering services at this point in time rather than Public Works, just for context.
I don't recall that at all.
You don't recall that he was the director of engineering services?
He was director of Public Works at that time that I recall.
Just for context, he was the director of engineering services and not Public Works as a whole. Just if it helps you with your answers.
Okay. You say so, I believe you.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 185, paragraph 338 to 538 to 541? So during this period of time, Mr. Moore is still out of the office. So you ask his assistant, Ms. Cameron, to follow up on the request in Gary's absence. And she initially says that she'll ask Marco Odie to investigate and respond. And then about 30 minutes later, she says, "My apologies, it was Gary who requested the friction testing in 2014. And unfortunately, I do not have a copy of that report. I will follow up with Gary on your request when he returns to the office on June 12th. Did you note that in this email, when Ms. Cameron responds to you, she's talking about friction testing that was requested in 2014, whereas Ms. O'Reilly is asking you for friction testing that happened in 2016?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I know she said that, but she must have not been up to date in what was going on, that's all.
Okay, so you assumed that this was an error on Ms. Cameron's part?
Not an error, I don't think she knew that it was done.
Okay. You know? So you think she just wasn't aware that friction testing had been conducted in 2016?
Yep.
Registrar, could you please take us to paragraph 544, which is on image 186? So Mr. White responds to your email to him and Mr. Moore, copying Mr. Riberic, Mr. Ndoga, and Mr. Sadawi. And he says, "Hi, Doug, traffic doesn't have the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement friction testing results. I believe asset management has this info." And just before we continue on that point, did you know who Sam Sadawi and Richard Ndoga were when they were copied into this email? Okay.
Yep.
And you understood that they were both in the asset management group?
Well, I knew they worked for Gary Moore.
Okay. Did you know that they were in asset management?
Probably did. I did, but I didn't, you know, I remember names, but I don't remember what their titles were.
Okay. So the next paragraph down, Registrar, if you can close this out and take us to 554. Mr. Sadawi responds to you, and he says, in response to Martin White's email, which you're copied on, and he says, "We're trying to track down who has the info."
Yep.
So at this point, it's June 8th, 2017. There seem to be a lot of people who are saying they don't have a copy of the report to give you. Were you concerned that city staff couldn't provide you with a copy of the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't know if I was concerned, but I felt that Gary Moore would clear it up when he gets back.
Okay. How did this experience requesting these friction testing results compare to other experiences that you had had requesting reports or information from city staff?
Usually I would have the reports within 20 minutes of asking for them. So normally that's the case.
Okay, so this was an atypical experience in that you didn't receive the friction testing results.
Well, I don't necessarily would have received it, but when I asked for it, I would want to receive it. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think they send us every report that they ever get, but when we request a copy of the report, they will.
Okay. And generally you expected a fairly quick response when you requested something from staff?
Well, and within 2 or 3 days.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 187, paragraph 548, which is just the next image over. So on June 27th, Mr. Riberic emails Mr. Sadawi, Mr. White, and Mr. Moore, and he copies you on this email. And he says, Doug is still looking for this information. Has anyone found it yet? Doug, so you are still looking for this information. Has anyone found it yet?
Yep.
So this is a couple of weeks after you have made the request, and it's after Mr. Moore has returned to the office in the week of June 12th. This is June 27th. In terms of timing, did you find it atypical that you still hadn't received a copy of the friction testing results by June 27th, 2017?
Yeah, it was unusual, but I didn't have any problems with it. They're either busy or they can't find it or whatever they're looking for it. That's fine. It's still a priority of theirs.
Was it unusual for you to have to follow up on a prior request that you'd made for information to staff?
It was unusual that I had to follow up that many times.
Okay.
But it wasn't a big deal to me. It's just that I had this reporter bugging me, this journalist, for the report, and I wanted to get it off my desk.
So the same day, so that's June 27th, Mr. Moore responds to Mr. Riberic's email, and he tells Mr. Riberic to have you call him. Mr. Riberic flips this email from Mr. Moore to you and sends you Mr. Moore's extension number, so his phone extension number.
I knew what it was anyways. Okay.
Do you remember if you called Mr. Moore to discuss your request for friction testing results on June 27th?
So if I was asked to call him, I would call him.
Okay. Do you recall what you discussed?
The report. I don't recall the actual conversation, no.
Do you recall anything about the substance of the conversation?
No, I don't.
Did he provide you with a copy of the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Did he tell you why you wouldn't be provided with those results?
I think he was still looking for it.
I think he was still looking for them. Can you expand on that for me?
No, I mean, if he had the report, he would have sent it to me. So obviously, he can't put his fingers on the report, but I assume he's still looking for it, and I'll get it when he gets it, when he finds it.
Do you recall Mr. Moore telling you that he couldn't put his fingers on the report, or is that an assumption that you made?
No, that's my understanding. No, I can't remember what he said exactly.
Okay. So it was your understanding that he didn't have it based on the fact that he didn't provide you with a copy of it?
No, my understanding was he couldn't find it. Not that he didn't have it, he couldn't find it.
Okay, so you believe there were testing results, but Mr. Moore just wasn't able to locate them to give them to you?
Well, there's no reason to lie about it. So, and he wouldn't lie about things anyways.
So when you say there's no reason to lie about it, do you mean the fact that friction testing had been performed?
No, that he can't find the report.
I think you had said that that was an assumption that you made. Is that a statement that Mr. Moore expressly made to you, that he couldn't find it?
No, I can't recall if he did or not.
Okay.
I can't recall if he did or not.
So on June 27th, after Mr. Moore responds to Mr. Riberick with his extension line, Mr. Sadawi responds to Mr. Riberick's initial email saying that you were still looking for the friction testing results. And he writes, I wasn't able to track down skid resistance information. However, we are proposing to resurface the Red Hill Parkway starting next year. Does that refresh your memory about when you first learned that the Red Hill Valley Parkway would be resurfaced prior to 2021?
It would be for sure.
Okay. Do you think that that was the first time that you learned that it was going to be resurfaced in advance of 2021?
Yep.
So later that day, and Registrar, if you could just take us over onto the next page to paragraph 553. Mr. Moore. Okay, so this is after Mr. Moore has asked Mr. Riberick to have you call him on June 27th, 2017 at 4:06 p.m. You email Mr. Moore under the subject line, Gary friction testing, and you copy Mr. Riberick and you say, Gary, have you got any information or results from the pavement friction testing done last year? Do you recall sending that email to Mr. Moore?
You're asking me something that happened a long time ago, but if it says I sent it, I sent it.
Okay. And this is after Mr. Moore has asked Mr. Riberick to have you call him. Does this help to refresh your memory at all about your conversation with Mr. Moore, or whether you in fact had a phone conversation with him on June 27th?
I can't recall having a phone conversation. I very well could have, but he's a very hard guy to get hold of at any time. So it wouldn't be unusual that I couldn't hook up with him on the phone.
Okay. And if you weren't able to hook up with him on the phone, what would you have done?
I would keep it on my to-do list, I guess, and follow up or have Rob follow up.
Okay. Did you ever receive a response to this email that you sent to Mr. Moore asking about the pavement friction testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Did you ask me, did I get an email?
Did you ever receive any response from Mr. Moore further to this email that you sent him on June 27, 2017, asking about the results?
I don't think so. I can't recall getting one.
Did you continue to ask for friction testing results after June 2017?
It'd be my nature to follow it through, but can I specifically say I did? I might have just, I don't know what I did there. I usually would follow through, but I can't tell you that I did or didn't because I can't remember.
So I haven't seen an indication of further emails on this topic from you, which of course is not to say that I can speak to any conversations or phone calls that you would have made.
You won't see phone calls, but I don't know. I don't know what I did. I could have gave up on it and, I guess he doesn't have it.
Okay.
I just can't remember what I did.
Okay. Did anyone on city staff give you any information that led you to stop making requests for the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever receive a copy of friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway from anyone at any time?
No.
So on June 9th, 2022, Mr. White testified before the inquiry, and he indicated that by the time you were asking for friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway in June 2017, there was a continuing theme of people asking for the results of the friction testing and having no results. If city staff were aware of a theme in which people requested friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and those results weren't provided to them, what would you have expected city staff to do on being copied or receiving your request for friction testing in June 2017?
Probably it should have come to PW's Public Works Committee, but it never got to any committee.
Okay.
I think it kind of fell through the cracks after a while.
Okay. And when you say it, is that a reference to your request for the friction testing results?
Yep.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could pull up HAM 52704, please. So on July 15, 2017, Nicole O'Reilly publishes an article in the Hamilton Spectator, which is titled "Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?" And just to orient you to this article, Register, could you take us to image 2 and call out the last 5 paragraphs at the bottom? I'm just going to read through a bit of the content that I want to ask you about so you have a sense of what the article says before we dive into these questions. So at the bottom of this article on the second page, it says, the Red Hill Valley Parkway was originally paved with stone mastic asphalt, a more expensive mix that's supposed to last longer. It is known to be slightly more slippery, though still meeting provincial standards in the first few months, but typically has better friction once the road is worn down. Yet that 2015 engineering report found crashes when the road is wet are inexplicably going up, not down, and recommended the city study friction. And the city did test friction later that year, the Spectator has learned, but the results were never made public. There is no official report, Moore said, only an informal chart sent in an email in December 2015. The friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive, he said. But instead of doing further testing, as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. Do you recall if you reviewed this article from Ms. O'Reilly in the Spectator?
I could have, but I don't recall. You know, there's tons of articles and you read them, and you know, as a journalist making the accusations, and I don't know whether to believe them or not. So,
does this information in the Spectator article about an informal chart in an email, or the reference to testing not being fulsome or results being inconclusive, help to refresh your memory about whether or not you had a conversation with Mr. Moore about friction testing results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I never had a conversation of him concerning friction testing.
You never had one, or you don't recall having one?
I don't. Well, you know, again, you're asking me stuff that happened years ago. I don't recall ever having a conversation with Mr. Moore in this regard.
Did Mr. Moore ever indicate to you that friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway led to or was a contributing factor in the decision to accelerate the repaving of the road?
No.
Did any other member of staff ever indicate something along those lines to you?
Nope.
Do you recall ever having a discussion with Mr. Moore about this article?
No, I wouldn't. I typically wouldn't talk to him about reports in the Spectator because they're from a very specific point of view, and lots of times they're exaggerating what they're saying. So I take it with a grain of salt.
Okay, Register, you can close down this call out. So, Mr. Conley, it's my understanding that you would have finished your term as counselor for Ward 9 on December 1st, 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what the trade wind report is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know, like, if I use the term trade wind report, do you know what that is a reference to?
No.
So the trade wind report is a consultant report from Tradewin, which was a company that conducted pavement friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013.
Okay.
Do you recall when you first learned about the existence of pavement friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Is there a question? Did I miss it?
Do you recall when you first learned about the existence of a report on pavement friction testing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013?
No, I don't recall the first time I ever heard about it, but it was probably at a committee meeting. I was never told by Gary Moore or any of his people that work for him about it.
So the Tradewin report, which is the report that was discovered after Mr. Moore retired as Director of Engineering Services and is the basis for this inquiry, was made public in February of 2019. Do you recall if you were aware of the existence of a report on friction testing by Tradewin before the press release?
No.
You weren't aware of it before February 2019?
No. I don't think I was even aware of it February 19th because my eyesight had declined a lot in December and the new year. So I wasn't reading the paper in 15.
Do you recall when you learned about any information about the discovery of the Tradewin report?
I think again, Chad Collins told me about it.
Okay, and that's Councillor Chad Collins?
Yes, ex-councillor.
Ex-councillor, okay.
Ex-councillor, yeah.
What did he tell you about the report that had been discovered?
Well, I can't remember exactly, but to the effect that they found the report and I can't even remember what the report said, to tell you the truth. I just remember thinking, oh, finally they found the report, you know.
And why did you think, oh, finally they found the report?
Because it hasn't been around, but because they didn't find it for a while.
So when you learned about the Tradewin report, was it your understanding that that was the same report that staff had been unable to locate for you in June 2017?
I assumed it was, yeah. But honestly, I wasn't interested in it after I retired.
Okay. So you weren't interested in it. Did you have any reaction when you learned that there was a friction testing report available in May, June 2017 that hadn't been provided to you by city staff?
I was concerned that I didn't have a copy of it. Absolutely.
Okay. What was the basis underlying that concern?
That I should have it. If I've asked for it, I should get one. You know, I can't respond and do my job if I don't have the tools to do it. And one of the tools is a report.
Had you been provided with a report during your term on council that recommended further investigation into friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, would that have changed your approach to or view of the factors that might have been contributing to collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not until I had the report, and the report says friction testing was bad. We have to do something about it, blah, blah, blah. And then I would respond to it. But in my own mind, rightly or wrongly, I wasn't putting a lot of emphasis on friction testing.
Okay. Commissioner, those are all of my questions for Mr. Conley.
Thank you. Other counsel?
Yes, sir.
So it is my understanding that counsel for the MTO has 5 to 10 minutes of questioning for Mr. Conley.
What now?
Yes, Mr. Conley, the other counsel are entitled to put some questions to you as well.
Gee, we're going overboard on time, eh? Okay, let's go. Who am I talking to?
May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please do, Mr. Bourrier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conley. My name is Colin Bourrier. I am counsel for the Ministry of Transportation. I have a couple questions I'd like to ask you about the evidence you gave today. Commission counsel this morning talked to you about events in 2015, and there was a discussion about a potential expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you remember talking with Commission counsel about that?
Absolutely. Yep.
To your knowledge, there was no firm commitment from the province to contribute funding to an expansion of the Red Hill in 2015. Do I have that correct?
Well, yes and no. I was told that was built before I was on council, but I was told the original idea or the original funding was for 3 lanes each way. And the province was putting so much money into it. And at the last minute, and this is what I was told because I wasn't on council, at the last minute or prior to starting the expressway, the province pulled out something like $20 million. And because they pulled that money out, we couldn't put 3 lanes in. So they decided on just doing 2 lanes.
Do you remember who told you that?
Chad Collins,
And who is Ted Collins?
city councilor. He's been on council for about 25 years. And he's not a councilor now. He's an MP. But him and I are good friends. And even now we see each other. In fact, I'm going to see him tomorrow night. So we were friends and we talked about lots of things. And I was a rookie on city council, and he helped me a lot to understand what's going on and what procedures were, et cetera, et cetera.
And in 2015, though, you weren't aware of any details about what that funding, when it would happen. I think you said this morning, and I think you said this morning that the expansion was likely not to happen in your lifetime. Is that what you thought in 2015?
Well, yeah. When I got on council, I put a motion through probably the first 2 or 3 months I was on council to expand the expressway to 3 lanes each way. And the motion was defeated 14-1. I was the only one that voted for it. But after that meeting, that's when I was told about why it wasn't done in the first place.
And regardless of whether the expansion was going to take place or not, is it fair to say that you felt that medium barriers were needed in 2015 for safety reasons on the Red Hill?
I'm sorry. I'm going to turn this off. Okay. Sorry about that. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, absolutely. Regardless of whether an expansion of the Red Hill was going to take place or not, you still felt that medium barriers were needed in 2015 for safety reasons on the Red Hill. Is that fair to say?
Yes, absolutely fair to say.
Those are all my questions, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I understand that counsel for Golder, Jennifer Roberts, has about 5 minutes of questions.
Okay.
Thank you. We have no questions.
Perfect. It's also my understanding that Mr. Buck for Dufferin has no questions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. In which case, I believe that Ms. Hale has 15 to 20 minutes of questions for the city.
Hi, Mr. Conley. It's Samantha Hale speaking. I want to ask you a couple questions, and I'd like to take you back to report PW 15091, which was the report presented at the December 7th, 2015 PWC meeting relating to the 2015 SEMA report that Commission and Council took you to earlier.
Yep.
Mr. Registrar, if we could go back to HAM 24700, please.
Did she, I can't see her anymore.
She's off camera, but
Okay, I can hear her. That's all
okay.
right.
So, Mr. Conley, as Commission Counsel was saying, this is a report prepared by Stephen Cooper, David Ferguson, Martin White, and submitted by John Mader. Commission Counsel previously read out the 4 recommendations of the report, but just to refresh your memory, one of the recommendations was that the design with respect to the medium and long-term items in report PW 15091 as Appendix B be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update. Now, in the executive summary of this document, the report outlines how there was an initial direction from Council on May 27, 2015, for staff to investigate additional safety measures for the link and the RHVP, and that is why SEMA undertook the review. Mr. Registrar, if you could go to page 7, please. Now, Mr. Conley, on this page, there's a heading that says alternatives for consideration, and the report states that Council may choose not to approve the recommendations. Council could direct staff to proceed with the barrier installation now. However, if expansion of the link and or RHVP is identified as part of the citywide Transportation Master Plan update, the barrier may need to be redesigned to accommodate additional travel lanes. In addition, implementation of a number of the identified short-term options may assist in reducing the number of collisions that are occurring and eliminate the need for barrier installation. So,
Yep.
Mr. Conley, I take it that while city staff recommended the 4 recommendations that Commission Council read to you earlier, it was left to Council to decide whether to accept all, part, or none of the recommendations?
Yep.
And in the alternatives for consideration, city staff specifically included that Council could direct staff to proceed with barrier installation now, even though that was not what the consultants nor the city's staff recommendation was.
Yep.
And I understand, Mr. Conley, that at the PWC meeting, you seconded the motion and the motion was carried unanimously.
Yep.
And in voting for the motion, does that mean that you are agreeing to direct PW's Public Works staff to start implementing these 4 recommendations?
The excuse me. The recommendation for barriers, I wanted them to be done ASAP.
Mhm.
And I can't really remember exactly what happened there, but I did approve it because anything they were doing is better than doing nothing. But I never wavered once on the need for barriers. And it came down to, oh, we can't do it till we do the expansion, which is saying that probably will never get done, or not in my lifetime anyways. Or, oh, it's going to cost $2.5 million, which I don't believe, but I don't believe it was that much. It depends on what barrier system you're going to put in, because it could cost that much if you put in the Cadillac. And so I thought it was worthwhile, and the proof is in the pudding. They did it. They didn't do the whole link, or the whole Red Hill Valley Expressway, but they did probably, and I'm guessing on it, 60% is done with barriers at the appropriate places that I guess they thought were the most dangerous. And I'm happy as heck that they did. So I don't know if that answers your question, but barriers were a top priority for me.
So you told Commission Counsel earlier, I understand, that you did not like the decision to defer the long-term recommendation for the median barrier. But I just want to be clear, is it correct that you voted in favor of the motion to defer the median barrier to after the transportation master plan results?
You know, I voted for it, so yeah. You know, if something's on the table, you take it, and you can always improve it or change it anytime. So that's the way I look at it. I didn't get it at that meeting. Maybe next year I'll get it. It's not because you vote for something. It's not. It doesn't mean it can't be changed.
And what was the basis? Sorry.
Pardon me?
No, go ahead.
No, it's just the way council and motions work, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You try to get what you can and you work on stuff that you didn't get.
And so what was the basis upon which you disagreed with both the consultants and the city staff's recommendation to defer?
2 people being killed on the expressway was a really big concern, and it could have been avoided. I don't know if it could have been avoided about being killed, but I know if they didn't go over the medium, and that it would have been a lot different results. So I just thought it was a no-brainer to put barriers in. I still think so. I wish they would have done the whole thing, but maybe they will in the future.
Do you have an engineering background?
I'm not an engineer, no, but I've got a lot of background.
Do you have any expertise in road safety?
But let's get it clear. Counselors aren't experts on anything in most cases. In any case, I don't know if anyone is. Maybe Lloyd Ferguson because he worked for Dufferin might be the closest we have. But we're not there because we're experts. We're there to represent our constituents and their problems. So
and
don't go on the, or you're not an expert at this, because it's not fair.
Do you recall that in the PWC meeting, if you ever raised that staff should be directed to install median barriers immediately, which was what was under the alternatives for consideration in the staff report?
I think every meeting I had concerning that, the expressway, I would bring them up. And they would say stuff like, well, if we put the 3rd lane in, we'd have to rip them all up and do it again. So that's not that's not something we want to do, which is, well, I thought it was just an excuse, but I can't prove that. It's just my opinion. So,
and at the time, did you send an email or make any written record of the fact that you were not in favor of this?
Well, they knew I wasn't. I probably talked to Gary Moore about it several times. And in fact, like my point is, they did it in 19. So that proves my point. They were supposed to do it in 21, but they did it in 19, which tells you that there was a concern and they brought it forward.
Okay. Sorry, just one moment. So, I want to take you to the 2015 SEMA report itself. Mr. Registrar, if you could bring up HAM 56684, images 55 and 56. And just to situate you, Mr. Connolly, what I'm going to read out to you falls under the heading of options for consideration, which comes up on page 52. But on pages 55 to 56, it says that and this is from the 2015 SEMA report. It says, it should be noted that the purpose of median barriers is to eliminate median crossover outcomes of collisions. The installation of a barrier does not necessarily result in fewer collisions, but reduces the severity of collisions. 53% of median related collisions occurred under a wet surface condition, and a median barrier would come into play after the driver has already lost control. Therefore, it is possible that a reduction of median related collisions will be achieved by addressing speed and wet surface related collisions. Collisions could be potentially prevented by using other countermeasures, as detailed in other sections of the report. It would be prudent to implement these countermeasures before implementing median barriers and monitoring their safety performance. It is possible that these countermeasures may improve the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and reduce the potential benefit of providing a median barrier. The benefit cost calculations for median barrier, as detailed above, do not consider the effects of those potential countermeasures. So quite apart from your view that barriers should not have been deferred, did you understand that the experts were only recommending it as a long-term option?
I don't care about the experts. I care about what my constituents were saying and what actually happened. They say, well, it won't stop a collision. You're absolutely right, but it might save a life. And so, or maybe it would do this, or, you know, that's all supposition. It means nothing. When there's an accident, they can't go back and say, maybe it happened. Mm-hmm. So all their frivolous remarks that I think are about median barriers, I don't agree with. They don't stop. I know they don't stop collisions. It's got nothing to do with having a wet surface or a not wet surface. If there is a collision, it will stop the car from going over the median and hitting another car, potentially coming the other way, causing a lot more severe accident. And 2 girls were killed because there's no median. So I've got proof they don't. They got supposition. You can call them experts, and they might be experts, and I'm not. But there's not one counselor that is neither. And we don't work on expertise, work on common sense and what our constituents are asking us about and what we feel is right. And that's how I reacted.
Thanks. So I want to move back to the report PW 15091, and I wanted to bring you back to some of the questions that Commission Counsel asked you about the medium and long-term recommendations contained in the report. So Commission Counsel asked you about your understanding of a purported change in the term of the friction testing recommendation between the SEMA report and the staff report. So Brian Malone, who was a partner at SEMA who undertook the safety review, testified earlier in the inquiry that short-term was defined in the 2013 SEMA report, which I understand was prior to your term as counselor. But the terms were defined in the 2013 SEMA report as short-term, 0 to 5 years, medium-term, 5 to 10 years, and long-term was 10 plus years. And during the inquiry testimony, the question was put to him, quote, and so I take it that the same definitions apply to the 2015 report, end quote. And his answer was yes. So now if we pull up the appendices to PW 15091, Mr. Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 00244701 and 24702, please. Thank you. So Mr. Connolly, as Commission Counsel took you to, both of these appendix list out short-term, medium-term, and long-term safety options outlined by SEMA. And however, instead of using SEMA's definition of short, medium, and long-term, city staff instead identify short-term options as 0 to 2 years, medium-term options as 2 to 5 years, and long-term options as 6 plus years.
Yep.
do you see any difference between a countermeasure being described as short-term by SEMA versus medium-term by city staff if the time limit for the completion is the same, such as 5 years?
Well, our short term is 0 to 2 in ours, and then theirs is 0 to 5. So there's a difference.
So let's say that a recommendation was supposed to be completed in 5 years. For SEMA, that would be a short-term option.
Yes.
And for the city, that would be a medium-term option, but they're
Yes.
both completed in 5 years. Do you see a difference between labeling it as short-term or medium-term?
Absolutely. I want things done as soon as I can. 5 years, 0 to 2 years is a reasonable expectation of getting it done because it goes through a budget year, which they could get funds for and get it done. But 0 to 5 years, it's way too long in most cases.
So I think my question was a bit confusing. I was saying if there was a typical, if there was a recommendation such as conducting pavement friction testing was considered to be a short-term option for SEMA because that was 0 to 5 years, and it is considered to be a medium-term option for the city because it is 2 to 5 years. So they both end up at 5 years. And my question to you is there a difference between labeling a 5 years as being short-term or medium-term?
Oh, I don't know. I think you're not playing games, but you're playing with the numbers, and you know, I don't like playing with numbers as much as I just wanted things done, and they can call it 0 to 5 or 0 to 2 or whatever they want, and those are just recommendations anyways, because the council is the ones that set the timetable in most cases, unless it was impossible to do. But we've changed timetables lots of times.
Absolutely. So on that point, when city staff proposed timelines for implementing recommendations to council, did you have an understanding as to how staff arrived at those timelines?
No, not really. We didn't discuss why is it 2 years or why is it 5 or why is it 6 and over and all that stuff. We never, to my knowledge, we never talked about why.
Was it your oh, sorry.
No, the assumptions are 2 years. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat myself, but we went through, there's a budget year, so it gives them time to get money in and start whatever the project is, you know. I mean, most of us have good common sense, and some of us are on the particular subject more intense than others. But in the long run, it works out most of the time.
So was it your expectation kind of broadly as a city councillor that city staff would consider certain factors when proposing those timelines, regardless of what they were?
They're just looking at concerns that they have. Manpower, budgets, timing, all those they're just looking, and that's what you want them to look at, the technical end of it. We're the councillors. We determine the non-technical end, I guess, or what we'd want to see done.
And I take it that city council expected staff to not simply make recommendations for capital dollar intensive projects in particular without considering all of those factors.
I would hope they would, yes.
And did you also understand that timelines proposed by city staff ought to be reasonable?
What's your definition of reasonable?
That they would incorporate, I think my question would be that as a city councillor, did you expect that the city staff would consider all of those factors and make recommendations for a timeline that is not just simply, we'll do something in a year when it would really take 3 or 4 years because of budget, staff, as you were saying?
Yep. I think most times they're reasonable, but I think sometimes we're going to push an issue because we want it done sooner for safety reasons. So I think, most times we don't argue and fight with our experts, if you want to call them that, our staff. Most of the time, we ask a lot of questions and we make our decision based on what we hear and what we think and what we want to push, because a lot of times it's constituents that are driving the issue to a certain point.
So I want to take you back to the 2015 SEMA report. Mr. Registrar, if you could bring up HAM 56684, image 57, please. Now, this was the summary table that Commission Council spoke to you about earlier. That was a summary table of the various countermeasures, their construction costs, the timelines and comments. And at the bottom of the page, it states that install continuous illumination. The construction costs of that would be $810,000. The timeline. The timeline is long-term, and the comment that is attached to it states, requires sound evaluation in the context of the surrounding network and environment. An environmental assessment will be required. So did you understand that SEMA had recommended to the city in 2015 that illumination was a long-term option to consider?
I wasn't surprised that they did that, put it that way.
And did you understand that SEMA had advised the city that an environmental assessment would be required in order to consider continuous illumination?
I remember something about that, but I can't recall exactly what it was. I think the bigger issue was the indigenous people approving of it, because they didn't want that because it would bother the animals. So that was the biggest hurdle I could see, but they never followed through with it. And talking about that, I was on a stewardship committee with Chad Collins, and we talked about it, and he's the one that brought up the fact that the indigenous people don't want it, and if they don't want it, you'll never get it. As simple as that. But
Right.
it was never followed through, never discussed with them, nothing happened. It was just kind of, that's the way it is.
Thank you. Just, Mr. Commissioner, if I could have a brief moment to check my notes.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Conley. I have no further questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Bruckner, do you have anything further?
I don't. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, it's been a very long day, Mr. Conley, for all of us, but I'm sure particularly for you.
Well, that's okay. And it went fast because being involved, time kind of flies.
Good. Well, it was good to have you involved. Thank you very much for attending at the inquiry.
You're very welcome.
You're excused, and council, we're now going to stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
With somebody else.
With somebody else.
Yes, thank you.
And have a good evening all.
You too.
Thank you.